Hey again, today we are go on a start ability user from a different dimension. This is second part of this manhwa, so without wasting time move into the video. Before move into the video, here's a short description. A world at war with monsters, a world without monsters. Two worlds with different environments but the same people, parallel dimensions. Hunter Seo Young Woo, he awakens the ability to travel between them. A world at war with monsters, a world without monsters. Two worlds with different environments but the same people, parallel dimensions. Hunter Seo Young Woo, he awakens the ability to travel between them. Move into the video now. Lee Seon-hwa couldn't continue speaking as she recalled Seo Young Woo's back from that moment. Seeing this, the host quickly changed the subject. But I heard that the amazing detective Seo Young Woo is still just a patrol officer. What do you think about that? Lee Seon-hwa snapped out of it and let out a small laugh. No way, you didn't know? Her eyes widened. Huh? Seriously? As the news video was streamed in real time on the internet, viewer comments flooded in. Wow, the class of a South Korean patrol officer is on another level. How many major cases has he already solved since becoming a detective? Look at Lee Seon-hwa's expression when she talks about Detective Seo Young Woo. Wow, are they really not dating? How could she not know her boyfriend is a patrol officer? Impossible, it must be true. On online community boards, posts appeared as well. Who here would bet their right hand that the dating rumors are real? Bring out the chopping block, place your hand. Please spare me. After the news aired, Seo Young Woo's name shot up in real-time search rankings on portal sites. The next day, as soon as Seo Sora arrived at the practice room, she started boasting. See, my oppa knows celebrities, and not just any celebrity, but a top star. The twins, Park Ha-yeon and Park Da-yeon, threw up their hands. Detective Oppa is totally dating a celebrity. Sound the drums. Yoon Nana strongly objected. I told you, it's not true. How could she not know her boyfriend is a patrol officer? That doesn't make sense, so it's definitely not true. Park Da-yeon asked, then was it a one-night stand? Where did you even learn that? Don't say things like that. Then, enough, our TV debut is right around the corner. Get back to practice. Seo Young Woo wasn't the only name trending on portal site searches. The company owned by stalker Choi Sun-hung's family also appeared in the rankings. Their website was flooded with curses. At first, the company tried to deny the situation passively. Later, they gathered a crowd of reporters for a rebuttal press conference. Lee Seon-hwa is making a one-sided claim. From what we understand, Choi Sun-hung and Lee Seon-hwa had a good relationship, but due to an unfortunate misunderstanding, a minor conflict arose. In fact, Choi Sun-hung was the one who suffered serious injuries during the process. Despite this, Lee Seon-hwa, using her status as a popular celebrity, is shamelessly manipulating the news in her favor. Upon seeing the article, Lee Seon-hwa became furious. What? A good relationship with that bastard? Shameless, these guys have lost it. I'm releasing the video. Seo Young Woo's phone rang. It was Lee Seon-hwa. He answered. Hello, it's Seon-hwa. I know, so you did save my number after all. I doubt you called just to check that it's about the video, the one from the fight with the stalker. Your face isn't visible in it. Yeah, I know the camera had been positioned behind him, so his face didn't appear. Is it okay if I release it? If just having it isn't enough to shut them up, go ahead. Thanks, I'm in the middle of something important, so I'll hang up now. Okay. Seo Young Woo ended the call. Across from him, Baek Sung-min, who was eating jampong, asked. What kind of call was that for you to say you were doing something important and hang up? They were having a late lunch. Seo Young Woo picked up some jjajangmyeon with his chopsticks. If I talk too long, the noodles will get soggy. That would be unacceptable. You're like a machine when catching criminals, but when it comes to food, you're overly human. I just appreciate good food, right? Eat up, have all the dumplings too. Anyway, what was that call about? Seo Young Woo understood that Lee Seon-hwa's plan to release the video was essentially a warning to Choi Sun-hung's family. Sounds like someone needs to be silenced. Lee Seon-hwa hummed. I got permission to release the video. A video was uploaded to the internet. It was posted directly from Lee Seon-hwa's personal account. Her fans, seeing the notification of a new video, quickly checked it out. At first, they assumed it was a typical behind-the-scenes clip from one of her shoots. But this time, it was something entirely different. Huh? What is this? Is this a new movie? A trailer? Wait, what? No way. The video showed everything. From the moment Choi Sun-hung broke into Lee Son-hwa's house, to him threatening her with a gun, attacking with a knife, and finally, Seo Young-woo taking him down. Lee Son-hwa originally had an interest in videos if circumstances allowed. She wanted to shoot a short film someday. She also knew how to do simple edits using a program installed on her PC. She trimmed out the part at the beginning of the video where she said action. However, she decided to keep the part at the end where she tripped over the sofa while running to turn off the camera because she thought it looked fine. She didn't bother cutting out any other parts. Still, she did apply a mosaic blur. The scene where Seo Young-woo stabbed Choi Sun-hung's hand with a metal ballpoint pen wasn't clearly visible as his body blocked the view. However, the scene where he grabbed the wrist holding the knife and broke it was captured clearly. Worried that releasing it as is would make Seo Young-woo seem cruel, she applied a mosaic blur to that part. After editing the video herself on her computer at home, she uploaded it to the internet. The video spread like wildfire across various online communities. Links to the video were also shared through messaging apps. Each community post about it quickly filled with comments. They said he was just a patrol officer, a patrol officer. What kind of patrol officer is a human weapon? He doesn't even flinch at the sight of a gun. Does he have a heart of steel? Detective Seo Young-woo already said it wasn't a real gun. Until you touch it, you'd think it was real. It's a replica painted to look exactly like the real thing. That kind of paint job costs a lot. But the knife was definitely real, right? A normal person wouldn't have been able to dodge it. He didn't just dodge it, he grabbed the entire wrist holding the knife and struck it. Wow. Now I understand what Lee Son-hwa meant in the news. She said if Detective Seo Young-woo starred in an action movie, they wouldn't even need special effects. This is literally an action movie in itself. Wait, but she also said if he did romance, it would be a hit? If that movie comes out, I'll definitely watch it. As people watched both yesterday's news and today's video, a common question arose. But why is he still a patrol officer? That afternoon, the police department's official social media account posted a response. Patrol Officer Seo Young-woo has already been approved for a special promotion to Senior Patrol Officer in recognition of his role in capturing a serial murder suspect. He will be promoted soon. Baek Sung-min, scrolling through the post on his smartphone, grumbled. This is the problem with the higher-ups. If they had promoted him right away when he caught the serial killer in 24 hours, they wouldn't be getting all this backlash, but they drag it out just so they can hand him a certificate in front of reporters at an official ceremony. Seo Young-woo replied, it's not like getting promoted to Senior Patrol Officer changes what I do. No need to rush. Your salary goes up with a promotion, though how far away is this official event? Can they hurry it up? Ha ha ha, when you get that certificate, there's usually prize money too. Let's borrow against that and have drinks tonight. Team leader Kwon Byung-chul opened a file folder in front of Baek Sung-min. Inside was an envelope. Hey, the commissioner gave our team this envelope for a team dinner. Use this instead. So stop pestering Young-woo. How much do you think a patrol officer even makes? Tonight, we've got too much work today. Tomorrow evening. Four Cats had only been appearing on radio shows so far. Today was their last radio broadcast. Tomorrow, they would perform on a televised music show. They were practicing their song and dance for tomorrow's performance when they took a short break. The twins were looking at a smartphone off to the side. Detective D really is the best. He's insane. Seo Sora walked over. What are you looking at? If it's something interesting, share it. Park Ha-yeon held out her phone. A video just dropped of Detective D catching the guy who was stalking Lee Son-hwa. She released it herself. It's the real deal. Yoon Nana ran over the moment she heard that in the video, Seo Young-woo took down the stalker like a scene straight out of an action movie. Park Da-yeon commented, Detective D is seriously insane, right? Seo Sora suddenly exploded in anger. Insane. Everyone keeps praising him, and now he's acting recklessly. What the hell is he doing facing a guy with a knife like that? Didn't I tell him to either run or just shoot the guy? Yoon Nana watched the video with concern. Diopa didn't get hurt, right? Hurt? Please, he was stuffing his face just fine at breakfast today. He ate a ton. Phew, that's a relief. AKX Pictures president, Kim Seong-jun, was watching the video of Seo Young-woo taking down the stalker on his tablet PC, deeply impressed. I knew he was something special, but this video makes it even clearer. Lee Yoon-mi agreed. Seriously, he doesn't even seem like a regular human. Kim Seong-jun then pulled up another video on his tablet. There's this too. It's from the set of The Princess's Redemption. The video showed Seo Young-woo demonstrating action moves at the drama set. Oh my, he did that without wires? Amazing, right? He could seriously star in a movie? I think so too. If we produce a movie with Detective Seo Young-woo as the lead, it'll be a huge hit. I thought you said he wasn't going to quit being a detective. Kim Seong-jun smacked his lips. That's why I'm looking for a way to film a movie while he's still a detective. That night, a variety show featuring Kang Seo-jun, the male lead of the drama The Princess's Redemption, aired. The show had been filmed before the recent video was released. Instead, Lee Seon-hwa's interview was mentioned. Kang Seo-jun excitedly spoke up. I completely agree with what she said about him being great in an action movie. When we were filming the drama near the police station, Detective Seo Young-woo showed us a brief action demonstration. How was it? He was flying all over the place. Wow, it's such a shame we can't show that scene. It was seriously cool. The next day, a new video was uploaded to the internet. The video started with Kwon Kyung-chul charging towards Seo Young-woo. Seo Young-woo kicked off the wall, launching himself upward, then executed a large inverted spin midair, landing behind Kwon Kyung-chul. The moment Seo Young-woo placed his hand on Kwon Kyung-chul's back, the latter flinched in shock and lurched forward. The video ended there. That video also went viral. It spread across various online communities, including the forum the twins frequently visited. Comments poured in immediately. What kind of movie is this? I can see Kang Seo-jun and Kwon Kyung-chul, so it looks more like the filming set of The Princess's Redemption rather than a movie. Then who's that guy flying around? The video is shot from a distance, and you can only see his face for a brief moment when he's midair. It's too quick to tell who he is. On yesterday's broadcast, Kang Seo-jun said he saw Seo Young-woo flying around on set. I thought it was just a figure of speech, but he actually flew. So that guy is Seo Young-woo? Given the context, there's no doubt. Wow, he did that without wires? Just look at it. Obviously, there are no wires unless it's CGI. So when is that movie where Seo Young-woo does both romance and action coming out? The production team of The Princess's Redemption held an emergency meeting. The director yelled, "Who was it? Who leaked the video? I told you guys to keep it to yourselves." Several people flinched. Most of them had secretly shared the video with close acquaintances, saying, "Just keep this between us." Even the director himself had sent the video to AKX Pictures president, Kim Seong-jun. Since someone had uploaded it online, it spread everywhere, but there was no way to pinpoint who did it from within their group. They could report it to the police to track the source, but it wasn't serious enough to warrant an official complaint. The assistant director spoke up. Still, thanks to that video, our drama is getting a huge publicity boost. Even the company is expecting next week's ratings to be high. The director unconsciously smiled. Hey, that's true, isn't it? You're happy, right? The director quickly put on a stern face again. But Detective Seo Young-woo is going to think we leaked it on purpose. What are we going to do about that? His face wasn't clearly shown, so if we just apologize, won't he let it slide? Team Major Crimes 2's gathering was held at a Samgyeopsal restaurant near the police station. Kwon Byung-chul poured some soju and said, "This place is a bit old, but it's cheap and the food is great." Baek Sung-min chimed in, "They give us extra portions when we come. We caught the thief who robbed this restaurant, after all." Seo Young-woo chewed on a piece of perfectly grilled, crispy pork belly and thought, "Samgyeopsal is the best." As expected, the meat was delicious, and the alcohol was good. Seo Young-woo liked good food. The restaurant was bustling, and the atmosphere of their gathering was just as normal as any other company dinner. At least, it was until the door opened and someone new entered. A customer at another table suddenly shot up from his seat. "Whoa!" Curious, the other customers turned toward the entrance and gasped. Is that Lee Seon-hwa? What is she doing in a place like this? Team 2's detectives were just as startled. Lee Seon-hwa, beautifully made up, scanned the restaurant before smiling brightly at their table. "Oh my," she gracefully walked over to Seo Young-woo. "Detective Seo, you're here too? What an incredible coincidence." Seo Young-woo asked Lee Seon-hwa, "A coincidence? I came to eat pork belly too." Here, Baek Sung-min, who was sitting next to them, looked around the restaurant. It was a typical neighborhood pork belly restaurant, an old place. Its interior was more worn out compared to modern restaurants. And yet, Lee Seon-hwa had appeared there still. Baek Sung-min did not doubt her. Looking at her, he felt as if he was blinded by her radiance. Such a beautiful person being so down to earth. She's a goddess. Lee Seon-hwa smiled and said, "I had plans to eat pork belly with a friend, but they bailed on me. Now I have to eat dinner alone." By the way, if there's an empty seat here, could I? There were no empty seats. Baek Sung-min immediately stood up. Please, sit here. Oh my, thank you detective, your name is? Baek Sung-min. I'm a fan. Lee Seon-hwa sat down next to Seo Young-woo. Baek Sung-min brought a chair from an empty table and sat at the corner of the table. Looking at the grilled meat, Lee Seon-hwa said, "It looks delicious." Baek Sung-min carefully asked, "Why you? Do you eat pork belly, Ms. Lee Seon-hwa?" It was Baek Sung-min who asked, but Lee Seon-hwa looked at Seo Young-woo as she answered. Of course I love it. Seo Young-woo thought so too. That version of Lee Seon-hwa from the other world had eaten a whole pound of beef by herself just the other day. Of course, she'd love meat. She doesn't gain weight easily, so she probably doesn't even diet. Baek Sung-min asked, "Should we order beer? Or maybe plum wine?" "No, I'll go out and buy some wine." Seo Young-woo stopped him. There's no need, she's fine with soju. Lee Seon-hwa asked, "Oh my, how do you know that?" "Just had a feeling." Because in that world, she's a soju fiend. That world's Lee Seon-hwa loves soju, a drink made by mixing ethanol and synthetic flavors in water. Of course, she liked real soju even more. She once said at a movie-related event that soju suited her taste better than the wine she had there. Just the other day, in that world, while eating meat, she had mentioned it again. I really want to drink real soju. Most soju factories had shut down due to difficulties in sourcing ingredients. However, since there were still many enthusiasts, a small quantity was still being produced naturally. Real soju was expensive. Seo Young-woo found himself thinking about the other world's Lee Seon-hwa rather than the one in front of him. I should buy a few bottles of soju tomorrow. That way, when Seon-hwa visits next, we can drink together. The Lee Seon-hwa from this world looked at Seo Young-woo and thought, he knows so much about me that makes me think he really is my fan, but why is he reacting like this? Is he playing hard to get? She subconsciously licked her red lips slightly. Yeah, a man who's too easy isn't fun. The men at the other tables who saw her did a double take. Wow, as expected of Lee Seon-hwa, she's unbelievably sexy. At that moment, 4 cats were sitting in the waiting room at the broadcast station. Today was their first time appearing on a TV music show. Even after completing rehearsals, Seo Sora and Yoon Nana couldn't shake off their nerves. "Nana, don't be nervous." "I'm not nervous, your voice is shaking." Really?" The twins, Park Ha-yeon and Park Da-yeon, weren't nervous at all. They were so relaxed that they were chatting while looking at their smartphones. Suddenly, Park Da-yeon, looking at her phone, shouted, "Lee Seon-hwa just posted a picture of herself eating pork belly on SNS, whoa." The 3 others quickly gathered around to look at her phone. Seo Sora asked, "Why? Is an actress not allowed to eat pork belly? Because it's not a fancy restaurant?" No, look at the caption. The caption read, "Having a pork belly dinner with the detectives who advised for the princess's redemption. They're treating me." These detectives are the ones we saw when we visited the police station. I guess they went there today. Yoon Nana glanced at the photo and smirked. Oppa isn't there? Seo Sora said, "No, he is. I don't see him." She pointed to the edge of the photo. Only a portion of someone's outfit was visible. "That's Oppa. He was wearing this when he left this morning. That means, he's sitting right next to Lee Seon-hwa." The twins clapped their hands as expected of Detective D. "He must be dating a celebrity." Yoon Nana's voice got louder. "Hey, we're celebrities too." Nana Unni is mad. But Nana Unni isn't shaking anymore. The PD watched 4 cats perform their song and was impressed. "The more I listen, the better this song sounds, but..." He tilted his head slightly. "They're total rookies. It's their first time on TV, and this is a live broadcast, so why don't they look nervous at all? They seemed a little unsure during rehearsals. Are they the type to thrive in actual performances?" The assistant director beside him commented, "Yoon Nana looks like she's venting some deep-seated emotions. She's overflowing with energy. With a personality like that, it's no wonder she bounced back so quickly from the kidnapping incident." Seo Sora sings really well, and the twins are adorable. But their dance is simpler compared to current trends. It's simple, but it fits the song well. Fans will have an easy time following along. Whoever choreographed it did a great job making it match the song perfectly. After the TV broadcast aired, the internet forums were flooded with positive reactions. Seeing 4 cats perform live on TV, amazing. The twins are adorable. Yoon Nana is beautiful. Seo Sora sings the best. Seo Sora better be good at singing at least. Who are you? You. I will find you. I want to see them perform, smash it, on TV too. Seo Sora might end up smashing her guitar on the way back from the broadcast. Seo Sora was eagerly typing comments. I will find you, I will track you down. Yoon Nana sat in the backseat with the twins. She stretched out both arms forward, the car was too cramped for her to extend them fully. Ah, it felt so good to just go all out. Manager Kim Hyung-jin, who was driving, spoke up. Yoon Nana sang with more emotion than usual today. Manager Kim Hyung-jin commented. Nana, your singing had more emotion than usual today. You must be the type who gets stronger in real situations. Yoon Nana shook her head. I'm not that type. Huh? Then what type are you? The type whose combat power rises when faced with competition. What does that even mean? It's a real thing. Lee Seon-hwa was a well-known big eater in the acting world. She had a natural body type that didn't gain weight easily, so even if she ate a lot, as long as she managed herself before starting a new movie or drama, she could quickly get back to her filming shape. But today, she didn't eat a lot of pork belly or drink too much soju. Instead, she ate it deliciously. The other people in the restaurant were so busy sneaking glances at her that they didn't even notice their own meat burning on the grill. She put down her chopsticks and said, "Ah, that was really good." Baek Sung-min hurriedly offered, "You can eat more." "No, I'm full." She turned to Seo Young-woo and said, "Next time, I'd like to treat you. Public servants aren't looked upon kindly when they accept free meals." She smiled brightly. "Don't worry, I'll buy something cheap." As soon as she stepped out of the restaurant, a collective sigh came from the crowd. Wow, what a lucky day. I didn't know pork belly could be eaten so elegantly. Baek Sung-min asked Seo Young-woo, "Hey, what's going on?" "What do you mean? Why did Lee Seon-hwa come here? She came to eat pork belly." "Does that even make sense? Lee Seon-hwa eating pork belly? Why wouldn't she? She's human too, but she'll gain weight. Pork belly makes you fat. She should be eating grass and dew to maintain that divine body of hers." "Cows eat grass, but they still get fat, don't they?" That's true. Besides, Lee Seon-hwa has a body type that doesn't gain weight easily, so she can eat pork belly without worrying. That wasn't due to any special skill, it was just her natural physique. That's why even in the other world, Lee Seon-hwa didn't need to diet. Seo Young-woo suddenly had a thought. Shooting skills enhance physical abilities, perception skills improve observational awareness, parallel dimension teleportation should also have some kind of secondary effect. What could it be? Most skills enhance the body to support their functions. To shoot well, one needs quick reflexes, keen eyesight, and precision, so the shooting skill boosts strength, agility, and dynamic vision. There are no known secondary effects for teleportation, though. Teleportation was such a rare skill that its secondary effects weren't well documented. Even those who have it might not know, common skills had well-known effects. But rare skills like teleportation had unknown side effects. Even the awakened individuals themselves often didn't know what they were. Skills varied slightly for each person who awakened them naturally, their secondary effects differed too. One had to personally use a skill to understand it, and discovering its secondary effects also required self-experimentation. For a rare skill like teleportation, with little reference data, figuring out the secondary effects wasn't easy. I must be the only one who has awakened the parallel dimension teleportation skill. That means I have to discover its secondary effects myself. He was living in both worlds alternately, one day here, one day there. To others, a day passed, but for him, it was 2 days. Could it be that I live twice as long? He still wasn't sure. If that's the case, that would be amazing, Baek Sung-min asked. What are you smiling about all of a sudden? Ah, I was just thinking, is Lee Seon-hwa drinking and driving? She just drank soju and left. What? Hey, don't say such scary things. She's a top star. Of course her manager came to pick her up. Lee Seon-hwa walked to a parked sedan near the pork belly restaurant. She opened the door and got into the passenger seat. Her friend Kim Jeong-mi was in the driver's seat. Kim Jeong-mi grumbled, "Did it taste good, ditching me and eating alone?" Lee Seon-hwa grinned, "I didn't eat alone. I knew it was suspicious when you offered to buy pork belly." "Let's go. Where to?" "I stopped eating midway to look elegant, so I'm still hungry. Let's go eat more meat." The next afternoon, Seo Young-woo bought several bottles of soju and crossed over to the other world. He opened the food storage room attached to the underground shelter. There were plenty of canned goods left, but no snacks. "I bought a bunch. When did they all disappear?" He placed the soju and a few bags of snacks inside before heading back up. These home shelters were designed to block small monster intrusions, so their doors and locks were built tough. It was difficult for thieves or outsiders to break in. Since he never knew when a thief might enter, he always stored the food and supplies from the other world in the underground shelter. After organizing his belongings, his phone rang. It was Lee Son-hwa from this world. "Yeah, since you treated me to beef, I'll bring some drinks tonight." "What are we going to eat this time? Why are you like this?" Sora said. "There's still plenty of delicious food left." "There's a lot left. Aren't you busy?" "Not at all. No new projects yet. I'm super bored." "Just come empty-handed. Let's drink soju, huh?" "Soju? Real soju?" "Yeah, did you buy it just because I said I wanted real soju? That stuff's expensive." "I just picked it up on the way. You're unbelievable. Didn't I tell you to save money? I got it for almost nothing. Really, good job. Wait for me, I'm coming right now." "Not today. Come tomorrow. Sora's out working today." "Don't stop me, I'm coming. It won't take long. I'm heading to an aptitude gate now, so take your time." "Huh? Why are you going there? That place is dangerous. Don't go." "I need to meet someone. Promise me you won't cross the gate defense line." Seo Young-woo did not cross the defense line of the aptitude gate. Instead, he pulled the trigger from outside the defense line. He broke the front legs of the monster charging toward him with several armor-piercing rounds, then fired a few more shots into its vital points as it lost balance. There was no time to focus on a single target for long in this urgent situation. He left the half-neutralized one to others and moved on to the next. Hunters and soldiers shouted from all directions, "Bring more grenades! Cover fire over here! Cover fire!" Seo Young-woo swapped magazines and lifted his gaze to the distance. Flying insect-type monsters were approaching from the sky. Damn it, even the flies are coming out. As soon as those flying monsters emerged from the spatial distortion field, short-range anti-air missiles launched from behind the defense line, trailing white smoke. The missiles shot up, spitting flames, and collided with the airborne monsters. These small anti-air missiles were designed specifically to take down monsters. Though they were small and had a short range, their explosive power was sufficient to take out a single small flying monster. A series of powerful explosions erupted in the sky. Heavy shockwaves reached the defense line each time. An insect-like flying monster plummeted to the ground. Some with their wings burned, others with their heads blown clean off. People shouted toward the sky, "Fire more! Fire more! Wipe them all out!" The anti-air missiles continued to launch, quickly reducing the number of flying monsters. Suddenly, an unpleasant sensation pricked at Seo Young-woo's senses. He knew what this feeling was. He shouted, "Magical disruption!" Magical disruption was even more potent than electromagnetic interference. Ordinary EMP shielding was ineffective against it. The short-range anti-air missiles heading toward the flying monsters lost their targets and scattered. Some spun aimlessly in the air, while others flew off in the wrong direction or self-destructed mid-flight. Two of them turned back toward their own side. Seo Young-woo raised his automatic rifle toward the sky. The missiles were still out of range. He waited a moment longer before pulling the trigger. The armor-piercing rounds shot out at supersonic speed. The missile flying toward them started getting punctured at a distance of 300 meters, and at 200 meters, it exploded. The other missile was being shot at by those on the opposite side, but they failed to bring it down. "Get down!" The missile struck the ground and exploded. Hearing screams meant there were injuries, but it was better than not hearing any screams at all. The medical team stationed further back rushed toward the injured. The remaining few flying monsters continued to charge at the defense line. But humanity's anti-air defenses weren't limited to just missiles. A hidden quadruple-barreled anti-air cannon began firing. It was a fully mechanical anti-air cannon, built without electric motors or electronic firing mechanisms, ensuring it remained operational even under magical disruption. The rapid-fire 20mm rounds painted multiple orange streaks across the sky. Mechanical targeting was certainly less accurate than electronic targeting, but it still landed solid hits. Suddenly, a fast-moving monster darted through the remaining flying creatures. It was flying at a low altitude. Its abdomen was swollen with acidic fluid. A hunter spotted it and shouted, "Assault bug incoming, it's targeting the anti-air gun." Seo Young-woo aimed precisely at the creature's head and pulled the trigger. The armor-piercing round hit dead center. Most small insect-type flying monsters had thin exoskeletons. The one he shot had its head perforated, and it crashed into an empty space behind the defense line. Seo Young-woo swapped magazines. The defensive battle had somewhat subsided. The remaining flying monsters altered their course, and the ones on the ground began retreating. Park Chul-woo wiped the sweat from his forehead. Few now were even getting swarms of flies. Seo Young-woo frowned. What if a real giant monster shows up next? The army still doesn't have any plans to clear this place. There are more urgent places, so this place keeps getting pushed down the priority list. They even pulled out the artillery stationed behind us, so how could they possibly organize a sweep? Park Chul-woo held out his hand. The song? Seo Young-woo pulled a USB stick from his pocket. I recorded the Little Baby Kittens song they sang onto this, but the magical disruption might have wiped the data. That makes sense. What about your laptop? The protective case is made of monster hide, and the magical disruption happened way beyond the defense line, so if we're lucky, it might have survived. If it's fried, I'll have to buy a new one. What about the data? I backed it up in the rear upon checking. Park Chul-woo's laptop turned on normally, but Seo Young-woo's USB memory stick had lost its data. Seo Young-woo spoke. Nothing I can do about it. I'll just head home for today. Park Chul-woo chuckled. You're not just heading home. Thanks to you, there were no fatalities today. There were some severely injured due to the missile that got disrupted and flew back, but with the medical advancements of this world, such injuries could be fully healed within a month. On the bus ride home, Seo Young-woo thought to himself. At least I kept my promise not to cross the defense line. After arriving home, he timed his departure to match Lee Seon-hwa's arrival and walked toward the bus stop. It wasn't easy for individuals to buy and maintain privately armored cars. They were expensive, and if caught in battle, they would be destroyed in an instant. That made public transportation all the more important. However, the same reason individuals couldn't afford armored cars applied to bus companies as well. There was no telling when a bus might get destroyed. Yet, eliminating public transportation would isolate people. Thus, public transport buses in this world were directly operated by the government, and all bus drivers were civil servants. As he wandered around the bus stop, he spotted a high schooler he had met in the PC cafe of the other world, Jung Yun-soo. Oh, hey, high schooler. Jung Yun-soo didn't turn around. Yun-soo. Only then did Jung Yun-soo finally look back at him. After confirming Seo Young-woo's face, he tilted his head in confusion. Do I know you? Yeah, you do. I'm your neighborhood hung. In the other world, they had met at a PC cafe and eaten ramen together. Jung Yun-soo had even taught him how to order ramen at the cafe. So his family didn't move and still lives in this neighborhood. Jung Yun-soo still looked puzzled. I don't remember you. Aren't you supposed to be at school? It's not even a school anniversary or anything today. There was a gate alarm, so we have the day off. But do you really know me? In the other world, they had agreed that next time they met, he would buy him black bean noodles. Instead of black bean noodles, Seo Young-woo pulled a packet of sweet bean jelly from his tactical vest and tossed it to him. It had been repackaged in this world. Want one? Jung Yun-soo assumed that Seo Young-woo must know his family and accepted the jelly. I don't even like sweet bean jelly, he grumbled as he unwrapped it. Huh? The scent was unusual. With a doubtful expression, he took a big bite, and his eyes widened. Seo Young-woo asked, good, right? Jung Yun-soo nodded. The jelly melted in his mouth. The rich sweetness of sugar, distinct from saccharin, filled his entire palate. It dissolved instantly after licking the wrapper clean. Jung Yun-soo gave a slight bow. Thank you. Took you long enough to say it. Oh, I see now. You must be the neighborhood hung who knows my Nuna? Huh? That's why you gave me such an expensive treat. If you give me this jelly often, I'll say nice things about you to my Nuna. Seo Young-woo considered making a joke but stopped himself. His detection skill was picking up something strange. It's similar to bloodlust but slightly different. Lee Seon-hwa appeared behind Jung Yun-soo, wearing a floral patterned dress. She spoke to him. Oh my, look at this lively high schooler. The forsythia are blooming beautifully, yet this eternal youth is skipping school and hanging around here? Jung Yun-soo frowned and turned around. What forsythia? There's no, Seon-hwa Nuna. You know me? Yes, I'm a fan, Nuna. Lee Seon-hwa's cold expression softened a little, and she boasted to Seo Young-woo. Did you see that? I have fans, Seo Young-woo already knew. In the other world, she has hundreds of thousands of fan cafe members. She's the star of a 10 million viewer movie and the queen of romantic comedies. And yet, in this world, she was proud just to have met a single fan on the street. If only the monsters hadn't invaded, she'd be living as a top star. In this world, Lee Seon-hwa never awakened a body-enhancing skill that could reduce the production cost of films and dramas. Because of that, she was only cast in supporting roles. Lee Seon-hwa asked, what? Why are you looking at me with such a pitying expression? It's kind of annoying. You came early, you're changing the subject. That makes it even more suspicious. Do you think I have no work? It's fine, I'll just find more later, I'm just taking a short break. Seo Young-woo had seen the scripts piled up like a mountain on the table at Lee Seon-hwa's house when he caught the stalker in the other world. Would taking one of those help Seon-hwa? There should be plenty of scripts that don't need special effects. No, wait, even if the script is great, no production company would want to make a movie or drama without action. Suddenly, he thought of Kim Seong-jun, the man he had saved before in the other world. He was the president of the production company AKX Pictures, but in this world, he was just a duo hunter working with Lee Yoon-mi. Kim Seong-jun said he also dreamed of making movies in this world but gave up because he couldn't gather the production costs. If I bring a romance script from the other world and show it to him, could we make a movie or drama with Seon-hwa as the lead? For that, production costs were necessary in this world. Thanks to skills, action movies could be made on a low budget, but in the other world, movies required a lot of funding, even if they didn't rely on skills. As expected, money is the problem. He pondered over how to solve it. As he was deep in thought, Jung Yun-soo suddenly shouted. Wow, Hung, you know Seon-hwa Nuna? That's amazing. Lee Seon-hwa asked, and how do you know Young-woo oppa? Huh, I just met him for the first time now. At those words, her expression completely relaxed. He's got a terrible personality, so don't introduce him to your Nuna. That would be like selling your Nuna off to a villain. Betrayal of family, pure betrayal. My Nuna is super popular, you know, exactly. With that insane popularity, she should meet someone else. The other guys are all kinda, seriously, why are you even here instead of at school? There was a gate alarm, so school's closed today. Lee Seon-hwa pulled out her phone. Phones in this world had a special function that didn't exist in the other world. She pressed a button, and the gate alarm message for her current location appeared immediately. The alarm's already been lifted, you need to go to school. Jung Yun-soo complained. Damn it, if it was just a false alarm, that sucks. It's a million times better than a gate actually opening. Now get to school. Humanity had invested a lot in trying to predict when gates would open. Thanks to the funding and the scientists working tirelessly through the nights, progress had been made. The Namsan gate detection radar, developed with this technology, could pinpoint a rift's location in its early stages. It usually took anywhere from a few hours to several days for a rift to fully open and become a gate. Even just a few hours' notice allowed people to evacuate, and if given days, the military could set up a strong defensive line. For sudden gates, where rifts fully opened within minutes, having even a brief warning was still far better than none at all. However, the gate detection radar still had room for improvement. False alarms were common. The government issued gate alarms not only when a rift was definitely detected but also in ambiguous cases. It was far better to evacuate and return with nothing happening than to dismiss an ambiguous case and get attacked by monsters from a sudden gate. Because of this, gate alarms were issued even when it seemed unlikely that a rift would fully open. If the rift disappeared on its own, the alarm would then be lifted. Lee Seon-hwa waved her phone. Kids, time to go get to school. Can't I just follow you around today, Nuna? Nope, not happening. Seo Young-woo suddenly cut into their conversation. Seon-hwa, are you sure the gate alarm was fully lifted? Yeah, it says it was a false alarm. Damn it, Yun-soo, can you shoot a gun? As soon as Lee Seon-hwa heard what Seo Young-woo asked, she opened her handbag and reached for her pistol. In this world, even high school students carried at least one handgun. Monsters didn't spare minors. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Jung Yun-soo boasted. Of course, I'm the best shot at my school. Then draw. Huh? Seo Young-woo suddenly pulled out his own pistol. Before high schooler Jung Yun-soo could even react properly, Seo Young-woo extended his pistol to the side and pulled the trigger. With a heavy recoil and a sharp gunshot, an armor-piercing bullet was fired. A fang frog suddenly leapt out and took a direct hit from the armor-piercing round. Though the bullet didn't penetrate its hard skull, the impact knocked it backward, exposing its belly. Seo Young-woo's first shot was meant to check the fang frog's movements. He immediately pulled the trigger in rapid succession. 3 more armor-piercing bullets tore through the creature's belly. Switching his pistol's firing mode to automatic, Seo Young-woo shouted. More incoming. As he called out, he spun around and held the trigger down. With a rattling sound, a stream of armor-piercing rounds shredded the fang frog that had just leapt out. More fang frogs jumped in from both sides. While Seo Young-woo was taking down 2 of them, Jung Yun-soo also drew his pistol, aiming at the fang frog on the right. He pulled the trigger and screamed. Hiya. His pistol had been set to automatic from the start. He didn't release his finger from the trigger. In fact, he pressed down. Even harder, armor-piercing bullets poured out in an instant. Some rounds missed, but quite a few found their mark, piercing into the Fang Frog. In the blink of an eye, the 20 rounds in his magazine were spent. Of those, 7 hit the creature. No matter how tough a monster's hide was, 7 bullets were more than enough to take down a single Fang Frog. Yung Yun-Su shouted, reloading. As soon as Lee Son-hwa heard Seo Yung-woo say, "Damn it, Yun-Su, can you even shoot?" she opened her handbag and pulled out a pink pistol. It was much lighter and smaller than the others, but it only held 12 rounds. It took her a moment to retrieve it from her bag. Instead of a holster, it had gotten caught on lipstick-like objects, and she also had to remove the extra safety device she had attached to the trigger to prevent accidental discharge. Still, since she had realized the situation before Yung Yun-Su, they were almost equally prepared to fire. The Fang Frog leaping from the left was hers to handle. She fired with one hand. The first shot missed. Fang Frogs could jump both forward and upward, making them tricky targets. She had learned to shoot from Seo Yung-woo. Like him, she normally kept her pistol set to single-shot mode. She pulled the trigger again. The second armor-piercing bullet hit the Fang Frog's head, buying her a moment. She gripped the pistol with both hands and lowered her stance. Just as she was about to fire with a proper aim, 3 armor-piercing bullets suddenly whizzed past with a rattling sound, blasting the creature away. Seo Yung-woo shouted at her, "Auto-fire, auto-fire." She repeated after him and switched her pistol's firing mode to automatic. Yung Yun-Su finished swapping his magazine. Seo Yung-woo issued a command. "Check left and right." Lee Son-hwa immediately aimed left, while Yung Yun-Su turned to the right, their pistols sweeping the area for threats. Seo Yung-woo approached the 4 fallen Fang Frogs and shot each one once more to ensure they were dead. Then, he ejected his magazine, which still had 4 rounds left, and inserted a fresh one filled with armor-piercing bullets. Slowly, he turned in place, checking for anything his detection skill might pick up. Though the passive mode of his skill wasn't direction-dependent, it was still safer to visually confirm the surroundings. If a monster wasn't exuding killing intent, the skill wouldn't detect it. Even after completing a full rotation, his detection skill didn't pick up any signs of hostility. At least for now, there were no enemies charging at them. Situation clear. Lee Son-hwa lowered her pink pistol and let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, that scared me." Seo Yung-woo scolded her. "You're slow to draw your gun because you keep it in your bag." Of course, Lee Son-hwa wasn't the type to get discouraged by nagging. "How am I supposed to carry a gun while wearing this fabulous dress on my waist? That would ruin the look. I'm an actress, you know, an actress. No bulletproof vest, carrying your pistol in your bag, you make me nervous just thinking about it." She flashed a bright smile at him. "Ah, do you really worry about me? Then why are you always like this?" Seo Yung-woo averted his gaze and grumbled about something else. "This neighborhood is the problem. Even if it's just a small, low-tier gate, they open way too often. This place is dangerous." Yung Yun-su nodded in agreement. "Yeah, our school's closed all the time because of them." Yung Yun-su noticed a peculiar type of heatsink on Seo Yung-woo's pistol. He examined the gun and, with sparkling eyes, asked, "Wow, Hung, is that a caseless pistol? Yeah, pretty nice, right? Whoa, that's an incredibly expensive gun. Can I touch it?" The chamber and heat sink of a caseless pistol are made from a rare alloy that occasionally drops from mineral-type monsters. Because the material itself is costly, the gun's price is also high. "Do you think you can?" Lee Son-hwa also lifted her pink pistol with a smug expression. "This is a caseless pistol. 2 pearls before swine." "What did you say? No way, a gun like that suits a beautiful person like you perfectly, Nuna. That mean older brother over there gave it to me as a birthday present." Seo Yung-woo grumbled. "I figured if I gave her something small and light, she'd carry it around properly. But what's the point if she doesn't even practice shooting?" "I couldn't practice because I've been busy with filming, okay?" Yung Yun-su turned to Seo Yung-woo. "I'm jealous. Judging by your clothes, you don't seem rich, yet you have a caseless pistol. That means you must be a hunter, right? A hunter who uses a caseless pistol. Wait, huh?" It was only then that he realized the battle just now had played out differently from any he had seen before. "Hung, are you perhaps an awakened with firearm-related combat skills? You shoot incredibly well." "Yeah, accuracy, recoil, shooting. Whoa. So that's how you shot so quickly. Wait, come to think of it, even before the monsters appeared, you noticed them and told me to draw my gun. Do you have a detection skill too?" "Yeah, wow. Young Yun Soo shouted with genuine admiration. Hung totally deserves to know Sonhwa Nuna, Seo Young Woo scoffed. Sonhwa being rated this highly, I'm so jealous. You've got an awakened skill too, don't you? Is it firearm recoil control? Is it that obvious? Yeah, Young Yun Soo grinned proudly. Hee thanks to this skill, I managed to take down a monster alone with just a single magazine, but it's really amazing how you figured out my skill type after just a quick glance. I saw it a lot in the military when someone awakens the firearm recoil control skill. Their aim doesn't jump around much when firing in full auto, that's why gunners with that skill see a big boost in combat power. Since you have that combat skill, the moment you finish basic training in the military, you'll get pulled straight into the awakened special forces. Young Yun Soo's face immediately turned pale. Isn't that a place where everyone dies? Die? I finished my service and came out just fine. Young Yun Soo let out a sigh of relief. Oh, so it's just a rumor, not everyone dies, but a lot do. His face turned pale again. Really? Seo Young Woo smirked. Hey, you won't die, don't worry, they don't throw high-value personnel into missions where they're certain to die. Some of the operations carried out by the awakened special forces do have high mortality rates. One such mission involves infiltrating monster-occupied zones to rescue survivors and extract them. In the special forces, Seo Young Woo was frequently assigned to those operations. Thanks to him, the unit's success rate for rescue missions had increased significantly, and so had the survival rate of its members. They only send you on missions you're expected to survive. Seo Young Woo had survived. Young Yun Soo clutched his chest in relief. Oh, thank goodness they expect you to survive, but a lot of them don't make it back. His face went pale again. Hung, is there any way to avoid getting drafted into that unit? Can't I just go to a normal unit? Should I hide my skill? That's not what matters right now. Seo Young Woo turned to Lee Sonhwa. You said the gate alert was lifted, right? Lee Sonhwa held out her phone screen. Yeah, it says there was only a rift, and the gate failed to fully form before dissipating. Damn it. Seo Young Woo took out his phone and called the Gate Response Center. This is the Gate Response Center. I'm requesting an emergency gate alert for this area. A highly dangerous entity has crossed over. An emergency gate alert ranked even higher than a normal gate alert or a sudden gate alert. When such an alert was issued, ordinary civilians were required to evacuate immediately. Important facilities that couldn't evacuate would go into lockdown and enter high alert mode. A tense female voice responded through the phone. We have confirmed the caller's location. What kind of monster did you witness? 4 fang frogs. What? But you just said it was a highly dangerous entity? The fang frogs were low-tier small monsters. A few armor-piercing bullets from a handgun would be enough to kill them. The woman spoke in an irritated voice. Hey, if you're making a prank call, you can be punished for it. The fine is really hefty. You know, you're requesting an emergency gate alert over some fang frogs? They announced today that a rift appeared in this area but then vanished without forming a proper gate. So where do you think these 4 came from? If it were just one, you might assume it was a leftover from before, but there are 4. This wasn't some deep, unregulated mountain area because gates occurred here more frequently than elsewhere. It had become a place with a lower population density, but it was still the outskirts of Seoul. In Seoul, a gate warning wasn't lifted until all residual monsters were completely eradicated. After closing the gate, until then, at the very least, a residual monster alert should remain. There was a pause from the other side, then a tense voice asked. But there was no observed spatial distortion from the gate? Just as there are monsters that expand spatial distortions, there are also ones that contract them. They're much rarer, though. A disruption-type monster? Yes, and it's one capable of concealing gate formation. The fang frogs just came along with it. The real threat is something else. Just as hunters possessed skills, some monsters had special abilities. There were ones that had camouflage, ones that caused magical disruptions stronger than electromagnetic interference, ones that expanded spatial distortions in a gate, many different kinds. This time, a monster had appeared that could deceive the gate detection radar. Such a special monster was dangerous. If a gate couldn't be detected, then no one would know what had emerged from it. To issue an emergency gate alert, we need proof that what you're saying is true. Please take a photo of the hunted monsters and send it over. There's no time, just check this phone number. The center should be able to look it up. The Gate Response Center had extremely high access privileges for information. What? Your phone number? What could we possibly learn by checking HNGH? There was a strange sound, and exactly 15 seconds later, Lee Sonhwa and Jung Hyeon-su's phones began to emit a soft siren sound at the same time. An emergency gate alert notification arrived. The center's agent spoke rapidly. We've issued an emergency gate alert in that area. We are also contacting the emergency response unit. If an emergency gate alert had actually been issued, that meant the situation room manager at the gate response center had personally intervened. This is an official request from our center. We request that you join the emergency response unit. I was discharged ages ago. What do you mean, agent? And I was discharged as a sergeant, not an agent. Oh, that can't be right. There was a brief silence before the agent spoke again. You're a reservist. A reserve sergeant, fine, whatever. When the emergency response unit arrives, have them call this number right now. I need to make sure the people around me are safe. Understood, agent. I'm not an agent. Seo Young-woo hung up the phone. Jung Hyun-soo asked, whoa, were you some kind of special agent, Hung? No, I just completed my service as a sergeant. He had shaken off the people who had tried to force him to extend his service and gotten discharged. Then what was that whole thing about calling you an agent? They're just mistaken. Lee Seon-hwa asked. Oppa, what's the situation right now? A special monster has appeared. One that can hide a gate from detection radars. That means there's still an open gate somewhere nearby. The emergency response unit will be here soon. Wow, like in those TV shows, are they going to fly in on helicopters? No, helicopters can't come. This thing has a rare ability to conceal a gate. We don't know what other abilities it has, so they have to come by car, which will take a little time. If a low-flying helicopter was attacked by a high-level electromagnetic disruption monster or a magical interference monster, it would go down instantly. Sending a helicopter into a place like this, where they had no idea what had emerged, was a death sentence. For now, let's move to a safe place. This area is dangerous. Even with you here, Oppa, Lee Seon-hwa believed Seo Young-woo to be the strongest man in the world, and this wasn't a war zone like a hostile gate, it was just the outskirts of Seoul. Seo Young-woo lifted his pistol. Our firepower is way too weak right now. Seo Young-woo went out to the neighborhood bus stop to meet Lee Seon-hwa, carrying only a pistol. The same went for Lee Seon-hwa and the high school student, Young Yun-soo. Seo Young-woo did have a small grenade, but against anything stronger than a low-tier monster, his firepower was insufficient. Lee Seon-hwa spoke. Even when those fang frogs attacked, I was startled. Are there even stronger ones? These guys just got dragged along when the real one appeared. The real one is still out there. Seo Young-woo pointed at the carcasses of the fang frogs. If they were just wandering around and happened to run into us, then fine, but if they were running away from something else and ended up here, then we have a serious problem. Let's head home first. Yeah, there's lots of weapons there, it's easy to defend, and the food is great. Their new home even had a personal underground shelter. Seo Young-woo took the lead. Lee Seon-hwa held her pistol in hand and followed closely behind. Seo Young-woo looked back at Young Yun-soo. Why aren't you coming? Young Yun-soo, who had been standing there blankly, was startled and asked, I can come too. You plan to stay here and fight alone? You're braver than you look. Good luck with that. No, I'm actually a coward. Young Yun-soo quickly moved behind Lee Seon-hwa. Seo Young-woo walked quickly, skipping unnecessary vigilance. Moving fast was better than moving cautiously thanks to his detection skill. Lee Seon-hwa followed right behind Young Yun-soo, trailing at the back, naturally had a view of Lee Seon-hwa's shoulders and waist without realizing it. His gaze traveled downward to her hips and legs. Wow, seeing her in real life, her figure is incredible. Seo Young-woo suddenly frowned and spun around. He grabbed Lee Seon-hwa's arm, pulling her aside while aiming his pistol at Young Yun-soo. Young Yun-soo flinched in shock. And no, I didn't do it on purpose, I was just following behind, and it was in my line of sight, I swear. Get down. Young Yun-soo immediately dropped his pistol and lay flat on the ground. I'm telling the truth. Seo Young-woo pulled the trigger. The pistol roared, sending armor-piercing rounds flying just over Young Yun-soo's head and into the space behind him. Creak. A monster shrieked from behind. The first few rounds pierced its belly. The monster instantly dropped to the ground. The remaining bullets hammered into its back. In an instant, 20 armor-piercing rounds had been fired. None had missed. Every bullet embedded itself in the monster's body. Damn it. The monster that appeared was massive. Fang frogs were about the size of large dogs, but this one was as big as a sedan. Larger monsters usually had thicker hides. The armor-piercing rounds did lodge into its back, but they didn't penetrate deeply. The thinner belly skin had been pierced, but a few bullets weren't enough to take down such a massive creature. As expected, my firepower is too weak. Another problem arose. The magazine that had just been emptied was his spare. He had no more extras. The monster, which had been lying flat, began to rise. It had 2 arms, 2 legs, a long tail, and a crocodile-like snout. Kra! Yung Yun-Su turned to look and screamed. Ah! It's a sawtooth croc. The sawtooth croc bent its legs, a posture right before a charge. If that thing rushed forward, Yung Yun-Su, who was at the back, would be the first to get bitten. Its jaws could tear through steel plates. A human body would be severed instantly. Seo Yung-woo's magazine was empty, but there was another pistol on the ground, the one Yung Yun-Su had dropped when he hit the deck. Seo Yung-woo quickly picked it up and fired at the sawtooth croc. Armor-piercing rounds fired in rapid succession. The sawtooth croc, just about to pounce, curled up. Instead, it had learned that getting hit in the belly hurt. The rounds lodged into its back while keeping it pinned down. With more shots, Seo Yung-woo searched for a weak spot. The hind legs. He ran to the side while firing. The front of the leg joints was tough, but the sides had thinner skin. The bullets pierced that spot. Holes were drilled into the croc's leg joints, and finally, its leg gave out with a snap. Creak! His magazine emptied again. Seo Yung-woo shouted at Yung Yun-Su. Magazine? Yung Yun-Su panicked. I don't have any. That was all the ammo. Seo Yung-woo turned to Lee Son-hwa. She tossed him a small pink pistol while shouting. I don't have any spare magazines either. Seo Yung-woo caught the gun. Get up. We're retreating. Yung Yun-Su scrambled to his feet. The sawtooth croc, unable to use one of its hind legs, still refused to give up and began dragging itself forward. Despite its injury, it was still fast, but with its main leg crippled, it was now slower than a running human. However, Seo Yung-woo did not run while aiming the pink pistol at the crocodile monster. He retreated at a similar pace. Yung Yun-Su asked with a frightened expression. Wouldn't it be better to just run? That thing can't even use one of its legs. That thing isn't the problem, huh? I thought it was a disruption monster, but it's not. It's just taking the bullets and enduring them. That's just a regular monster. It doesn't have the ability to interfere with the gate detection radar. Huh? Then, Lee Son-hwa spoke up. There's another one, isn't there? Yung Yun-Su was immediately gripped by fear. Another one? At that moment, Seo Yung-woo's detection skill briefly picked up a killing intent before it disappeared. That bastard, it's watching us right now. There was no way a monster and a human could communicate. Even if they couldn't communicate, it was still possible to guess the opponent's intentions by watching their actions. Seo Yung-woo had always fought by predicting the next move based on a monster's movements. But the same applied to monsters as well. It realized that we noticed it. The moment he realized that, he shouted briefly and dashed toward the sawtooth crocodile. Stay right there. The two who were about to follow him stopped in their tracks. As Seo Yung-woo charged, the sawtooth crocodile leapt toward him as well. Its jaws did not open. That was because of its experience of having its belly and legs pierced by bullets. Afraid that opening its mouth would allow bullets to be lodged inside, it kept its jaws shut as it lunged. The sawtooth crocodile intended to latch onto him first before biting. Seo Yung-woo slid to the side and pulled the trigger. Lee Son-hwa's pink pistol was smaller than those of Seo Yung-woo or Yung Yun-Su. It only had a magazine capacity of 12 rounds. She had already fired 2 shots at the Fang Frog earlier, leaving 10 rounds. All 10 bullets embedded themselves in the sawtooth crocodile's belly. The armor-piercing rounds pierced the leather and lodged inside. The firing mechanism was pulled back. Although the attack had inflicted significant damage, it still wasn't enough. The sawtooth crocodile endured the shock of its belly being pierced and continued to charge at Seo Yung-woo. The distance rapidly closed. The sawtooth crocodile opened its jaws wide to bite Seo Yung-woo. Seo Yung-woo swiftly dodged sideways, avoiding the bite, and tossed a small grenade into the gaping maw. It was a tiny grenade, only 8 centimeters long and 3 centimeters thick. Eat this. The small grenade entered the sawtooth crocodile's stomach. Instead of biting down on Seo Yung-woo, its jaws clamped down on empty air. Seo Yung-woo immediately leapt backward. The crocodile started to rise to chase after him. Suddenly, the small grenade inside the monster's stomach exploded. The sawtooth crocodile's leather swelled up like a balloon. As its skin swelled to the brink of bursting, it reached its limit and shrank rapidly. Flames erupted from its mouth. The crocodile crashed to the ground. Yung Yun-Su raised his fist high the moment the monster was engulfed in flames and collapsed. We got it. Lee Son-hwa urgently shouted behind you. Seo Yung-woo already knew. He had sensed the killing intent from behind. He had already realized that the other one was hiding nearby when he first sensed the killing intent earlier. Stealth skill. When he had sensed the killing intent earlier, he had pinpointed the direction and looked, but he couldn't see anything if it weren't for a high-level stealth skill. There was no way he wouldn't be able to see it even when he knew exactly where to look. The fact that Lee Seon-hwa screamed meant that the creature had finally deactivated its stealth skill and was preparing to attack. He also understood why it was attacking now. It must have been waiting for my bullets to run out. That meant one thing, a monster smart enough to realize that a gun can't fire anymore once the firing mechanism is pulled back. He had used 3 pistols while fighting the sawtooth crocodile, and each time, he had emptied the magazine before switching weapons. I showed it 3 times, so it definitely caught on. The killing intent suddenly intensified at that moment. Seo Young-woo flung his body sideways. A spear struck the spot where he had just been. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he spun around. A bipedal monster stood behind him. It was over 2 meters tall, with a bulk much larger than a human's. Several large fangs protruded from its mouth. The monster was holding a staff. One end was sharpened like a spear, while the other end was twisted in an elaborate design. As expected, a shaman monster. The monster swung its staff widely and let out a piercing shriek. Kia, is this bastard laughing at me? Do you think you've won? Cock, you're getting way too full of yourself, but do you know something? Seo Young-woo ejected the empty magazine and reloaded with the one he had used earlier against the fang frog. The pistol grip was short, so the magazine protruded slightly from the bottom. You didn't see this, did you? There are still a few rounds left in the magazine I loaded before you arrived. 4 rounds remained. He had never shown the shaman monster that he was swapping magazines. There had been no gunshots from elsewhere either, so there was no way it could have known what a magazine was. Even when taking down the sawtooth crocodile, he had deliberately fired until the magazine was empty. He had done it on purpose to deceive the shaman monster. The shaman monster, realizing the purpose of the magazine, twisted its face in frustration and extended its staff. But Seo Young-woo was faster in pulling the trigger. The armor-piercing round burrowed into the shaman monster's throat. Kiik. One shot wasn't enough to kill it. Monsters with stealth skills. He fired another armor-piercing round into the same spot on the monster's throat. The moment the second bullet struck the fresh wound, blood splattered. Have weak hides. The shaman monster collapsed from the 2 gunshots. Seo Young-woo aimed at the fallen monster's open mouth and pulled the trigger. The armor-piercing round pierced through the roof of its mouth. The shaman monster's body convulsed for a moment before going limp. He left the last bullet in the chamber. If another monster appeared, he needed at least 1 shot left to shove the gun into its mouth and fire. Lee Seon-hwa rushed over the moment the situation was over. Oppa, are you okay? This kind of thing is a piece of cake for me. Yoon Yun-soo collapsed onto the ground. I thought I was going to die. Seo Young-woo called the gate response center. The same person he had spoken to earlier picked up immediately. Yes, agent, not an agent, a sergeant and a reservist at that. Yes, agent, the emergency response unit is already on its way. They'll contact you as soon as they arrive. If you could join the operation. It's taken care of. Pardon. What? The shaman monster bipedal type. It had a stealth skill, specifically a high-level camouflage ability. I don't know the exact type of magic it used yet, but it must have had a spell to conceal the gate. Given how quick-witted it was, it's likely it had other spells as well. What? Send a magic analysis expert as well. It might have already done something to this area. Agent, don't tell me you handled this alone. Oh, and I also took down a sawtooth crocodile. Suddenly, Lee Seon-hwa collapsed to the ground. Seo Young-woo turned toward her. His expression hardened. Lee Seon-hwa's face was pale. Seon-hwa, Oppa, now that the tension is gone, I feel dizzy. Let me rest for a bit. Seo Young-woo quickly turned to Yoon Yun-soo sitting a short distance away. Yoon Yun-soo was also deathly pale, sweating profusely. Seo Young-woo immediately shouted into his phone, send the medical team first. What? Are there injuries? What's the situation? I'll dispatch an ambulance immediately. Send a medevac helicopter right now. Huh? A new thought struck him. He lowered the phone and turned toward the shaman monster. With only 1 bullet left, he hadn't performed a finishing shot, but it didn't seem alive. That bastard did something before it died, but whatever it was, it hadn't affected Seo Young-woo. He was in perfect condition. A spell that works on others but not on me. He examined the shaman monster. Its body showed no abnormalities, but its staff caught his eye. He took a closer look at the staff. This staff isn't in good shape. It looks like it was used for a major spell. If it had been an offensive spell, that would have been better. If it had been cast elsewhere, it wouldn't affect this location. He hadn't even given it a chance to cast anything here. It cast a spell before coming here, yet Songhua and Yun Su are affected but I'm not. Several possibilities crossed his mind. One of them stood out. A curse? His high mental resistance made him immune to curses? Seo Yung Woo shouted into the phone. Lock down the area. What? Lockdown? There's a curse lingering in this area. Block entry and send an expert who can lift curses immediately. B. But there are very few specialists who can operate in a contaminated area. Find one. The emergency response unit was deployed. Their original mission was to eliminate gates and exterminate monsters. However, their mission changed from sweeping up remnants to sealing off the area. Sending ordinary soldiers into a cursed zone would only increase the number of victims. Widespread curses are extremely rare. The proper response in such cases is to abandon entry and enforce a lockdown. They couldn't take Lee Songhua and Jung Yun Su out of the contaminated area. Anyone afflicted by a curse must not come into contact with others. Some curses are contagious. Seo Yung Woo called the gate response center. Yes, agent. What's the status of the gate? The Namsan gate detection radar has pinpointed its location. The gate is naturally dissipating. Most gates remain open once they appear, but there are exceptions. So this gate was influenced by the monster's magic. That's our analysis as well. It appears that the spell was used to hide the gate's existence, but once the spell was broken, the gate itself began to vanish. Have you found a curse specialist? Since the area is already cursed, we're doing our best to find someone who can enter. The emergency response unit completely sealed off the area. The gate had already disappeared. To remove the curse, a specialist had to enter and determine a countermeasure. The problem was that the curse in this area had already been activated. No matter how knowledgeable a specialist was, they couldn't enter this area unless they had a high level of mental resistance. Mental resistance increases by repeatedly fighting and capturing monsters that use mental attacks. Simply researching curses in a laboratory isn't enough to develop resistance. Curse specialists were already rare, but even fewer could analyze a curse while inside a contaminated zone. Those few experts were scattered across the country. Even so, the Gate Response Center managed to locate a curse specialist who could come. Curse specialist Yun Sung Yopi arrived and approached Seo Yung Woo. Seo Yung Woo asked, "Are you alone?" "I came in first. The curse response team and emergency medical team are waiting outside the perimeter. Everyone is waiting for equipment that boosts curse resistance to arrive." "How long will that take?" "Equipment is being gathered from all over the country. As soon as it arrives, personnel will enter accordingly in 24 hours. The entire support team should be inside." "All right, then take a look at Songhua first. Oh, and Yun Su too." "Understood." But before that, Yun Sung Yopi cautiously asked, "Are you okay, Seo Yung Woo?" "I have high mental resistance." The higher one's mental resistance, the less likely they were to fall victim to a curse. However, if a curse caster's magic was strong enough, resistance alone might not be enough. Yet, Seo Yung Woo had fought the shaman monster at close range, even making direct contact during the battle. The monster's magic was powerful enough to conceal a gate, and its ability to cast widespread curses proved its high-level skills. Seo Yung Woo had not only fought it but had also taken it down directly, and yet, he hadn't been cursed. "Just how high is your mental resistance?" Yun Sung Yopi lifted the necklace hanging around his neck. It was a string of sharp fangs linked together. "I barely managed to enter this area with the help of this item." "Is that a curse resistance item?" "Yes, it's made from the fangs of monsters with innate curse resistance. There isn't much demand for it, but when you need one, they're hard to come by." Curse casters were extremely rare because of that. Most people didn't prepare countermeasures for curses. Such items were seldom used and difficult to obtain. Seo Yung Woo extended his hand. "If we put that necklace on Songhua, will it break the curse?" Yun Sung Yopi quickly clutched the necklace with both hands. "To achieve that, you'd need a relic, not just a resistance necklace. This only slightly enhances curse resistance to prevent affliction." With a pale face, Lee Songhua said, "I'm not going to take it, so stop gripping it so tightly." "Ah, yes, and Oppa, relax your expression a bit." "I am relaxed." Yun Sung Yopi cautiously said, "Then, I'll begin the investigation." Modern technology's sensors cannot detect curses. One must have a skill related to curse detection or use an item crafted from monsters associated with curses, like the Fang necklace, to conduct an investigation. Yun Sung Yopi was one of the latter. He used multiple items to determine the type of curse. His expression darkened. This is. He put on another layer of gloves made from monster hide and checked Jung Yun Su's condition. He reached a conclusion. It's a curse that transfers upon contact. The fact that it's contagious bought us some time. If a cursed person died immediately, the curse wouldn't have a chance to spread. Because of that, contagious curses didn't pose an immediate lethal threat. How much time do we have? Jung Yun Su is an awakened combatant with decent mental resistance. Given enough time, he should recover. He looked at Lee Seon-hwa with an apologetic expression. But Lee Seon-hwa, Seo Young-woo asked, so how much time do we have? In her current state, she can last about 3 days if we use the shaman's corpse or that staff as a medium to swiftly remove the area-wide curse. We can buy a few more days, but that would make the staff unsellable. Use them both. You can drain all the power in the staff. Thank you. Consider that as payment for the treatment. So, what's the method to remove Seon-hwa's curse? Even curses that look similar often have different mechanisms, so I'll need to conduct research to find a way to dispel it. Do it quickly. As the curse resistance equipment arrived, the support and medical teams began entering the area one by one. The emergency response unit also entered, prioritizing personnel with high mental resistance, all equipped with curse resistance gear. They conducted a sweep for remaining monsters. Most people in the contaminated area had been cursed. If they had remained in the widespread curse zone for too long, the situation could have become dire. Fortunately, they hadn't made direct contact with the shaman. The medical team moved them to the boundary of the cursed area and treated them using conventional methods. However, those treatments had no effect on Lee Seon-hwa, who had directly confronted the shaman. A mobile hospital unit, repurposed from a shipping container, arrived. Lee Seon-hwa and Jung Yun Su were admitted. Seo Sora called Lee Seon-hwa. Uni, are you okay? Lee Seon-hwa still had some strength. My throat is a little dry, my eyes hurt too. Hang in there, Oppa will find a way somehow. Of course he always does. The next afternoon, Seo Young-woo asked Yun Sung Yopi, did you find a way to break the curse? I've confirmed that it's a vampiric type curse, but I'm still working on the exact method to cure it. Seo Young-woo knew how difficult it was to find a solution. The problem was time. They had only 3 safe days. If too much time passed, Lee Seon-hwa would die. Seo Young-woo asked, what grade does it need to be? Excuse me, what do you mean by grade? Even if you don't know the exact method, using a relic can dispel the curse, right? Seo Young-woo had hunted cursed monsters before. He had a basic understanding of curse defenses. Yun Sung Yopi sighed and answered with a regretful expression. Of course, a relic would solve everything, but we won't get approval from above to use one. The power of a relic depletes with use. I'll handle that. Just give me the information. What grade of relic is required to cure Seon-hwa? Well, we've already tried standard holy water, but the curse was too strong for it to have any effect. Based on that, I'd estimate that a rare grade relic is needed. A rare grade relic will suffice? If we could get one, yes. The problem is that they're impossible to obtain. I know I'll find a way to lift this curse. That's my job. Please trust me and wait. Understood. But his response wasn't sincere. Seo Young-woo had no intention of leaving this matter in someone else's hands. Seo Young-woo used his parallel dimension teleportation skill. Curse resistance equipment could be crafted by hunting specific monsters. The well-known method involved using the hide of curse-resistant monsters to create protective gear. Because curses were such a rare phenomenon, demand for this equipment was low, and production was limited. However, with enough money, one could buy it. Relics were different. They weren't obtained by hunting monsters. Relics were objects imbued with divine power. However, distinguishing a relic was difficult. Electronic sensors couldn't detect divine power. The most reliable way to verify a relic was to test it on someone afflicted by a curse. Objects recorded in history books as having been used for sacred purposes have a high probability of being relics. However, not all such objects are true relics. Many times, people go through great trouble to acquire something they believe to be a relic, only to end up with nothing. On the other hand, there are rare cases where an unknown object turns out to be a relic. However, relics are generally treated as secrets. The general public hardly knows which objects are relics. The divine power within a relic is not infinite. It depletes with use. While there are ways to replenish that power, doing so requires an enormous amount of resources and effort. Moreover, relics are not only used to ward off curses. Many groups desire their sacred power for various purposes. For this reason, the existence of relics is usually kept hidden. Even when they are traded, It is done quietly between those in the know. Whether an object is a relic or not never makes the news. Seo Young-woo had only encountered a relic once during his time in the military. Back when he was in the Special Forces unit for awakened soldiers, a gate had opened in Chungcheong province. Since it was a mid-sized gate, the army was initially deployed to secure the area, but they soon withdrew. A monster capable of casting an extremely powerful curse had appeared. The Special Forces unit for awakened soldiers was urgently dispatched, but by then, the area was already contaminated, making it difficult to approach. The curse was so powerful that standard resistance equipment was ineffective. Left with no other choice, the government secretly provided a rare-grade relic that had been kept in storage. Only one relic was available, meaning only one person could infiltrate the area. Seo Young-woo had carried that relic into the contaminated zone and fired about 100 armor-piercing rounds into the cursed monster, ending the situation. Seo Young-woo crossed into a parallel dimension. In this world, there were no monsters. But relics should still exist. He wasn't entirely sure. Just as people had awakened skills after gates started appearing in the 21st century, relics might have only gained their sacred power at that time. No one knew the truth. Please let them exist. Sitting at his desk in the detective department, Seo Young-woo began searching for museums. The internet contained plenty of information on domestic museums, so he chose the most famous one. Right, I should rob the National Museum of Korea. Let's borrow 10 national treasures mentioned in history books. As long as they're small enough to carry, surely one of them has to be a relic. Just because something was in a history book didn't mean it was a relic. That's why he planned to take 10 at once. Team leader Kwon Byung-chul happened to pass by and noticed the photo of the National Museum of Korea on the monitor, letting out an impressed whistle. Wow, Young-woo, are you handling that case now? Seo Young-woo turned around, wondering what he meant. Before he could ask, Baek Sung-min, who was sitting across from him, spoke up. Team leader, what case? You call yourself a senior detective, yet you don't even know this? Young-woo is looking up the National Museum of Korea, and you're completely clueless? Did the museum get robbed? Wow, what kind of lunatic would do that? Seo Young-woo flinched. He had originally planned to rob the National Museum of Korea tonight. Baek Sung-min asked, but that's not in our jurisdiction, is it? The museum wasn't robbed. A relic box was discovered while restoring an ancient stone pagoda at an old temple. It contains the remains of a high-ranking monk mentioned in history books. The museum was supposed to temporarily borrow it for an event, but it was stolen before they could even receive it. Baek Sung-min quickly lost interest. Oh, that case that came in after Young-woo left work, but that wasn't in our jurisdiction either. The prime suspect's house is in our district. Come on, there's no way that guy went home. Investigating this will just be a waste of time. So you haven't even touched the case yet? At least pretend to do something since we're on the topic. Sung-min, you should. Seo Young-woo raised his hand abruptly. I'll take it. I'll handle it. Wait, you? Baek Sung-min grinned widely. Great, Young-woo, you do it, as long as it's not me, I don't care. Seo Young-woo received the case file and reviewed its contents. A high-ranking monk from the Goryeo dynasty, one whose name is even recorded in history books, and his remains were enshrined in a stone pagoda for 1,000 years, receiving the prayers of countless people. This is a relic. The probability of this being a relic was much higher than any of the 10 national treasures in the museum. The relic he had encountered in the military special forces was also the remains of a high-ranking monk from the Joseon dynasty. I'm going to catch this thief within 3 days. Seo Young-woo knew well how things worked in that other world. If one was willing to pay the price, even special information could be obtained. But this world was still unfamiliar to him. He could manage internet searches well enough, but hacking into this world's computer systems was beyond him. In the other world, Seo Sora excelled at gathering information in various fields, but in this world, Seo Sora's expertise was limited to entertainment-related information. Instead, he was a police officer, one who had dipped his toes into this case. Good thing I didn't quit being a detective. He analyzed the materials compiled by another police department. Seo Young-woo's real target wasn't the thief who had stolen the relic, it was the relic itself. But to get his hands on it, he first had to find the thief. If I try to find him using this world's methods, it'll be too late. Even the detectives assigned to the case haven't caught him yet. He had methods from the other world with access to the same data as the police. He could use techniques they couldn't. Among the documents he received, the name of a small crime syndicate appeared. Badger Gang. The Badger Gang was a small-scale violent organization like other gangs. They did anything that made money, but they also specialized in fencing stolen goods. And they had a connection to the culprit. Seo Young-woo made up his mind. I'll shake them down, not using police methods. Other officers had already tried that. I'll do it my way. Seo Young-woo stepped out of the police station just then. He came face to face with a young woman wearing a large pair of sunglasses and a cap. It was Lee Seon-woo. Even with the sunglasses, there was no way he wouldn't recognize her. She lowered her sunglasses slightly and smiled. Oh my, Detective Seo Young-woo? Do you have business at the station? I was just passing by and thought I'd drop in to see you, but it looks like you're heading out. People who had been connected to Seo Young-woo since the 20th century remained familiar to him, even in this split version of the 21st century. That was why Seo Sora in this world was still the little sister he had known since the 20th century, and the twins Park Ha-yeon and Park Da-yeon were still Park Chol-woo's daughters. But Lee Seon-woo was different. Unlike Seo Sora and the twins, he had first met the Lee Seon-woo of the other world during the Yeouido defense battle that was in the 21st century. This woman is not the Seon-woo I knew. She's a different Lee Seon-woo. He understood that, but in the other world, an identical-looking Lee Seon-woo had collapsed under a curse. He could still remember her pale face. On the other hand, the Lee Seon-woo in front of him now had radiant skin, wore fine clothes, and had even put on sunglasses and a cap to avoid being recognized by fans. Seon-woo once bragged about being recognized by a single fan. Seeing the stark contrast between the two versions of her made him sigh involuntarily. Lee Seon-woo widened her eyes. Oh my, why are you sighing while looking at me? If he was sighing because he disliked her, she might have been offended, but that wasn't the case. Why are you looking at me with such a pitiful expression? I'm Lee Seon-woo, beautiful, popular, wealthy, adored by fans. Top star Lee Seon-woo. That look doesn't suit me at all. I know you're a top star. At first, I thought they were identical, but upon closer look, only the beauty is the same. Detective Seo, where are you headed? To investigate a case. Lee Seon-woo clapped her hands together with a bright smile. Oh, perfect, you can take my car. She pointed to the parking lot this time. It wasn't the flashy sports car he had ridden before. Instead, a domestic mid-sized sedan was parked there. I thought she only drove expensive cars, but she's surprisingly frugal. Lee Seon-woo spoke up. I just got a new one. What? I thought it might come in handy. Seo Young-woo thought to himself. That makes 4 cars now. Meanwhile, Seon-woo doesn't even own a single motorcycle. Curiosity struck him. Lee Seon-woo was rich. A wealthy top star could drive a domestic sedan if they wanted to, but she wasn't the type. Why did you buy this car? Just in case something like today happened. It would look weird for a detective to drive a foreign sports car around. She had concluded that the reason he rejected her offer to use the sports car last time was because of how it would look, so she quickly bought a mid-sized sedan instead. Seo Young-woo glanced at the car before extending his hand. Give me the keys. Lee Seon-woo beamed. I knew it, he only felt awkward about driving a sports car, that's all. It was no way was he avoiding me. Seo Young-woo drove. Lee Seon-woo sat in the passenger seat, gripping the overhead handle tightly. Her face looked a bit pale. What great driving you. Kya? Seo Young-woo's driving was aggressive. He wasn't speeding, but his timing for braking when turning a corner or stopping the car was different from that of ordinary people. Lee Seon-woo unconsciously pressed her foot firmly against the floor of the passenger seat. By her standards, he should have already stepped on the brakes long ago, but the car wasn't slowing down. Seo Young-woo had learned to drive on a battlefield, fighting monsters. Of course, he knew how to drive smoothly and slowly. But right now, he was searching for the sacred relic. Although he still had more than 3 days left, he felt no sense of ease with it. Realizing it, he had started driving in the tactical maneuvering style used in war. Thanks to his shooting skills, his dynamic vision and reflexes were excellent, so even when driving like that, he wouldn't get into an accident. However, it wasn't until he heard Lee Seon-woo's scream that he realized his mistake. I shouldn't do this here. Stay calm and proceed with the operation carefully. He adjusted his driving style to be as smooth as the other cars on the road. Only then did Lee Seon-woo let out a sigh of relief and ask, "Phew, Detective Seo, have you ever done car racing?" "No, I felt the same way last year when I rode in a professional racer's car while filming a variety show. No, actually, this was even worse." Seo Young-woo parked in an apartment complex. "We've arrived. Wait in the car." "Can't I follow you? Do as you like. Seo Young-woo investigated the home of the thief, So Sang-hyeon, who had stolen the relic from the temple. The door of the corridor-style apartment was locked. He pressed the doorbell and listened for any reaction from inside. His sensing skill was meant to detect killing intent, but thanks to its secondary effects, it also allowed him to pick up on the presence of people with a little focus. Yet there was no trace of movement inside. He should at least be startled by the doorbell, but I don't hear anything. No footsteps, no rustling of clothes, not even heavy breathing, just as I expected. He had already guessed that So Sang-hyeon wouldn't be here. He ran a hand across the dust on the doorstep with the instincts honed from tracking monsters. He examined the floor. The conclusion remained the same. He definitely hasn't been here. Turning his head to the side, he saw Lee Seon-hwa squatting down and staring intently at him. What are you looking at? Watching how you investigate. I want to use it as reference for my acting. Seo Young-woo left the apartment from the start. He had expected the culprit wouldn't be here, but he had come anyway. If only to put on the appearance of a normal investigation. He had even let Lee Seon-hwa tag along for the same reason. She'll be a perfect witness to say I was investigating around here. Now, it was time to head to his real destination, but he couldn't take Lee Seon-hwa there. Seo Young-woo glanced at her, planning to send her away. Lee Seon-hwa noticed his intention, but she didn't want to just go back. She quickly suggested, let's eat. Food? I haven't eaten yet. I'm hungry. Seo Young-woo thought about it. He hadn't eaten yet either. You need to eat to fight. Going hungry would weaken anyone. Even combat skills wouldn't fill an empty stomach. I have to wait until tomorrow to return to the other world. I can't fight on an empty stomach until then. Let's just eat and then go our separate ways. Lee Seon-hwa beamed. Okay. I'm finally having a meal with Young-woo. I'll take things step by step. No need to rush. After all, there's no one prettier than me. Lee Seon-hwa, still wearing her cap and sunglasses, sat at a small table by the window inside a convenience store. Seo Young-woo placed a cup of instant ramen and kimbap in front of her. Startled, she asked, "What's this? I'm kind of busy." Lowering her sunglasses slightly, she spoke with a haughty tone. "HMPH, so this is what commoners call cup ramen and kimbap." Seo Young-woo chuckled. "Don't act like you've never seen ramen before. You like it." Lee Seon-hwa had grown up in an ordinary household. He recalled what the other world's Lee Seon-hwa had once said. "When I was little, I really loved ramen. I miss eating it. Should I buy some ramen for her so she can have it when she's freed from the curse?" The kimbap wasn't just a random choice either. The other world's Lee Seon-hwa had loved it as a child. Picnics aren't complete without kimbap. Lee Seon-hwa broke apart a pair of disposable chopsticks and said, "You know way too much about me. How do you even know my food preferences, which only my close friends know?" She didn't think of him as a stalker. "I know Detective Seo's investigative skills are amazing, but I didn't expect you to figure out something like this. You must be really interested in me." She genuinely thought so. If he's this interested in me, why is he playing so hard to get? Is it because I'm a top star and he feels pressured? "Oh my, such a timid guy," Seo Young-woo said. "Enough with the nonsense, just eat your ramen." The two of them quickly finished their lunch at the convenience store and stepped outside. Right next to them was a jewelry store. Seo Young-woo stared at it for a moment before walking in. Lee Seon-hwa, assuming he was going in for an investigation, followed him. Inside, Seo Young-woo asked the store owner, "Do you have any necklaces designed to hold small objects inside?" The owner displayed several options. Seo Young-woo turned to Lee Seon-hwa and asked, "Which one looks good to you?" If her taste is still the same, since she likes pink, her necklace preference should be similar too. Lee Seon-hwa was briefly flustered. "Is he buying me a gift from this place? There's nothing good here, though." Her surprise didn't last long before she quickly accepted the situation. "Well, I mean, how much could a public servant's salary be? I should be understanding." Excited at the thought of receiving a gift, she eagerly picked one out. "I like this design." I see. Seo Young-woo bought the necklace and walked out of the store. Lee Seon-hwa followed expectantly. Will he just hand it to me? Or will he put it on for me? Being a detective, he's moving things along pretty fast, huh? Once they reached his car, Seo Young-woo turned to her and said, "This is as far as we go together. I can't take you where I'm headed next." Lee Seon-hwa looked a little flustered. "Huh? Why not?" "It's confidential." "Ah, I see, that makes sense, but why isn't he giving me the necklace?" She quickly thought of a reason. "Oh, since it's designed to hold something, maybe he's planning to put another gift inside it first." "I'm sure you're busy investigating. Let me drive you." That won't be necessary. Without another word, Seo Young-woo turned and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Lee Son-hwa smirked. I guess I'll stop here for today. As soon as she got into her car, she started excitedly slapping the ceiling and shaking her legs. Eek! What's he going to put inside the necklace? Will it be something nice? No way he could afford jewelry on a detective's salary, right? Then what could it be? Kya, I'm so excited. Seo Young-woo went to find the Badger Gang. This must be the place. The gang occupied the top floor of an old 3-story building. Seo Young-woo climbed the stairs. The third-floor door was a standard steel door. He pushed it open and stepped inside. 3 men were sitting inside. One of them stood up. What brings you? Huh? This bastard's covering his face. Seo Young-woo had covered his face with a handkerchief when approaching the Badger Gang. The other 2 also stood up. One of them subtly moved toward a steel pipe leaning against the corner. Despite his hidden face, the gang didn't attack immediately, not because they were cautious. Recalling what he'd read in police reports, Seo Young-woo thought. Their main businesses are loan sharking and fencing stolen goods. Some thieves don't like showing their faces when selling stolen goods. If the Badger Gang beat up every customer like that, they'd lose business. That's why they were trying to figure out whether he was a client first. The gang leader slightly furrowed his brow and asked. Doesn't seem like you're here to spend money. Are you here about some merchandise? But we don't do business with people who won't show their faces. Instead of wearing his combat mask like when he wiped out the knife gang, Seo Young-woo had chosen a simple handkerchief to cover his face. He wasn't here to kill these guys, just to get information. I'm looking for someone. Finding people isn't really our line of work, though, for the right price, maybe. Where is So Sang-yun right now? The gang leader's expression hardened. He licked his lips before bowing slightly and asking. Are you, by any chance, a detective? Someone else already came by. Which department are you from? Ever seen a detective show up with their face covered? The leader immediately straightened up and cursed. Then who the hell are you, barging in here alone? If you knew that, you'd be dead. This crazy bastard, get him. The biggest of the 3, the one who had stood up first, charged at Seo Young-woo. You-woo-ah. Seo Young-woo extended his long legs straight out. His heel struck the thug squarely in the face. Kek. The burly man who lunged first was kicked in the face by Seo Young-woo's foot and went sprawling backward. In that moment, another thug in the corner grabbed an iron pipe. As soon as he held it, he swung it through the air, shouting. You bastard, I'll kill you. Seo Young-woo forcefully kicked the table in front of the sofa. The low table slid across the floor and struck the thug's shin. Ah! The thug tripped over the table and fell forward. Seo Young-woo kicked the head of the fallen man, knocking him out. In an instant, 2 out of the 3 were down. Seo Young-woo turned to the leader of the Badger Gang and asked, where is So Sang-hyun right now? The gang leader was instantly filled with fear. His subordinates had been taken down too easily. Still, as the leader, he felt the need to resist. You bastard, I'll find out who you are in. As he tried to issue a threat, his eyes landed on his fallen subordinates. This guy won't be intimidated by words. He's a real fighter. He quickly changed his approach. I'll sue you, you bastard. I'll press charges for assault. Seo Young-woo wasn't worried about lawsuits. One has to be alive to file a lawsuit. Although he had only come here for information, if the Badger Gang found out who he was, he could easily change his approach. His gaze sharpened. Sue me. The leader swallowed hard. He might not have been the smartest thug, but his survival instincts were sharper than the knife gang's. What kind of eyes does this guy have? The leader immediately bowed his head. Ah, no, it's just a figure of speech. Would I really press charges? We have too many skeletons in our closet. We absolutely won't sue you. You're making me ask the same question 3 times. Where is So Sang-hyun right now? We don't kn. Seo Young-woo walked over to the window and threw it wide open. The leader asked nervously, why did you open the window? To throw you out. What? If you really don't know where that bastard is, I'll throw you out of here. But this is the 3rd floor. It's fine if you land on your legs, you won't die. Still, if I'm unlucky, take this chance to test your luck. If you survive, go buy a lottery ticket. So, do you really not know? The leader immediately groveled. I don't know, but that doesn't mean I don't know who might know. Who? Sang-hyun only gives us the small deals. He has a separate partner for the big transactions. Seeing as you're going this far, I assume you're after a big deal. Wouldn't it be better to check with that guy? Name. The leader hesitated, rubbing his thumb and index finger together. Ah, I found out this name with great difficulty, so giving it away for free is a bit. Want me to throw you out head first? It's Kim Young-duk. That bastard, Sang Hyeon borrowed money from him, saying he'd be getting a big payout soon, so he's definitely dealing with him. Kim Young-duk? Is he a fence? No, he runs a company that exports goods overseas? Seo Young-woo's expression hardened as he realized what was happening. That insane bastard, he's planning to smuggle sacred relics out of the country. Seo Young-woo went to Kim Young-duk's house. It was a two-story house built on a plot of over 100 pyong, surrounded by high walls like a fortress. CCTV cameras were mounted on the walls. He approached the blind spot just behind the CCTV camera. However, the wall in that area was too high for an ordinary person to climb. Pushing off the ground, he leapt upward, using a small protrusion on the wall to propel himself even higher. His fingers caught the edge of the high wall, and he smoothly pulled himself up and over, landing silently on the other side. Inside, he noticed that a second-floor window was slightly open. Scaling the wall, he climbed up and entered through the window. What he was doing wasn't legal, whether he was a cop or just an ordinary person. But Seo Young-woo never cared much about such things. He had entered a study on the second floor. If he's already acquired the relics, would they be here? It was possible. He began searching the study. He rifled through the desk and drawers, but found no useful clues. Where would he have hidden them? His heightened senses from his detection skills gave him a keen eye. His gaze landed on a framed picture on the wall. Something about this feels off. He gently pulled at the frame, revealing a hidden safe behind it. There it is. He had found the secret safe. The problem was how to open it. If it had a dial lock, he could try to crack it, but this was an electronic safe requiring a numerical code. Should I break it? He immediately dismissed the thought. No, if Kim Young-duk hasn't met Sang Hyeon yet, seeing the broken safe will make him wary. It'd be a problem if I carelessly tampered with it, and only heightened his caution. The reason he hadn't taken down Kim Young-duk right away was that he didn't know where the relic was. If he attacked Kim Young-duk and Sang Hyeon got wind of it and fled, things would become complicated. 3 hours passed. The study door opened, and Kim Young-duk entered. He opened the safe hidden behind the painting. The code was 4 digits. Inside the safe, along with other items, was a burner phone. Kim Young-duk turned on the burner phone, checked the received messages, and made a call. The goods are legit, right? When have I ever deceived you about the goods? If you pay 5,000, the relic is yours, boss. Alright, let's meet tomorrow night. After setting the time and place, Kim Young-duk ended the call. He turned off the burner phone, stuffed it into his pocket, and muttered irritably. That damn thief who used to grovel at first has really grown now. He even dares to raise the price. What should I do with this bastard? As he closed the safe door, he spoke again. I've been dealing with this guy for a long time. His tail must be pretty long by now. This will be our last deal. After this, I need to take care of him. Kim Young-duk left the room. Seo Young-woo quietly emerged from behind an ornament in the corner. He had waited there for 3 hours for Kim Young-duk to appear. Time confirmed. Location confirmed. Their meeting tomorrow at 9 p.m. If the relic was already in Kim Young-duk's hands, he would have taken action immediately, but now that he confirmed it was still with Sang Hyeon, he couldn't. Tomorrow, I should meet Sonhwa first. Seo Young-woo didn't leave right away. I wonder what's inside the safe. He knew the safe's code when Kim Young-duk entered the code earlier. He had observed the slight movements of his shoulder and pinpointed which numbers his fingers pressed. He input the code in that order. The safe opened. No money. Instead of cash, 2 thick notebooks were inside. He flipped one open. It was a bribery ledger. In this world, politicians, police, and public officials aren't supposed to take bribes, huh? Even in that world, bribery was a problem, but since so many people were involved, minor amounts were usually overlooked with just a warning. The reason that world was so lenient with bribery laws was that there were far too many corrupt officials enforcing the laws. There was more ledger in the safe. Seo Young-woo opened the second one. It wasn't a bribery ledger, so this guy really is smuggling cultural artifacts and he's hiding them among his company's export goods. Seo Young-woo left the place. When he returned home, Seo Sora was waiting for him. Oppa, you didn't send our song evaluation email today? I was busy. A spell disruption had occurred near the gate defense line, causing the recorded files on his USB to be erased. Because of that, he couldn't get Park Chul-woo's feedback. Were you really busy, huh? Yeah, why? Seo Sora immediately wrote in the group chat. It's not because we're hopeless, he was just busy. Yoon Nana's message popped up instantly. There was a rumor that Lee Seon-wha appeared in our neighborhood today maybe. Seo Sora asked, why were you busy, catching a thief? She typed again, he was busy catching an enormous villain, and why would Lee Seon-wha even meet someone like my oppa? It was proven that she was just acting to lure out a stalker. The twins joined and I thought my song was so perfect that there was nothing to fix. Unnies, start worshipping us now. Seo Sora showed him the messages. The twins are acting all high and mighty while singing, Little Baby Kittens. They're allowed to do that. That song was made by Park Chul-woo specifically for the twins. Oppa, aren't you favoring the twins too much? Next time, make a song for me, my solo song, and they'll just be backup vocals. Sora, yeah, you're gulping down kimchi soup, but I don't have any rice cakes to give you. The next day, Seo Young-woo reported to work at the police station and spent the day as usual that evening. He deliberately stayed behind instead of leaving after work. Baek Sung-min looked at him in surprise. Young-woo, what's going on? I've seen you leave early many times, but I've never seen you stay past 6. I'm not working, you're just playing on the internet. Yeah, that sounds more like you. Wow, I've got so much work, I still need to get a confession from that thief. Seo Young-woo glanced at the thief sitting in handcuffs. Should I shake him up for you instead? Baek Sung-min quickly nodded. Yes, shake him up. Seo Young-woo stood up. Then let's drag him somewhere quiet and. As soon as the thief heard that, he shouted, I stole the wallet. Baek Sung-min was dumbfounded. What? You were holding out so stubbornly, and now you confess so easily? Jo Min-sok chimed in. Why is he confessing so easily? Could it be that he's afraid Young-woo might uncover even more crimes? Baek Sung-min slammed the desk. That's it, this bastard has committed more crimes. You saw the news about what kind of ability Young-woo has, right? If he investigates, he'll dig up every single crime you've committed in no time, then you'll get hit with the full sentence. Wouldn't it be better to just confess now? The thief glanced at Seo Young-woo, then lowered his head. I also robbed the jewelry store in front. What? You were the culprit for that? Wow, this bastard. What else? That's all. Baek Sung-min pointed 2 fingers at the thief's eyes. Who do you think you're fooling, you little, spill everything already? Baek Sung-min and Jo Min-sok coaxed and pressured the thief until he kept confessing. Meanwhile, Seo Young-woo did nothing but stare at him. In the end, the thief admitted to 5 separate thefts. By the time the reports were written up, it was already 8 p.m. Seo Young-woo stalled for another 55 minutes before finally speaking at exactly 8:55 p.m. I'm heading out first. Baek Sung-min got up. I'm leaving too. Me too. Team leader Kwon Byung-chul spoke up. Let's all just leave, time to go. Seo Young-woo left the police station and parted ways with the others. Because everyone else left at the same time, he wasn't able to be alone until 9:03 p.m. He immediately entered an alley without any CCTV cameras. I'm 3 minutes behind schedule. He used his parallel dimension teleportation skill. The scenery before him changed. He headed towards a modified container serving as a mobile medical ward. Such mobile hospitals were originally meant to be deployed just behind the gate defense lines. Their facilities were advanced enough to treat soldiers with stomachs pierced by monster claws. But the demand for such facilities was high. The enemy gate in northern Gyeonggi wasn't the only one, every defense line wanted one. And that was just one enemy gate across the country. There were multiple large-scale gates where battles frequently broke out. Moreover, once caught in combat, these mobile hospitals were destroyed in an instant, requiring new ones to be produced and deployed. Supply was severely lacking compared to demand, yet one of these facilities had been stationed here, because the government had deemed the curse a serious problem. Seo Young-woo entered the container hospital. Lee Seon-wha, who had been sitting upright on the first day, was now lying down. Her face was even paler than yesterday. She looked at Seo Young-woo and said, Oppa, you feel a little different from earlier. Seo Young-woo had spent an entire day in the other world, but to Lee Seon-wha, it seemed like he had only been gone for an hour or two. Are you okay? I'm really thirsty. Want some water? I already drank some, but I'm still thirsty. They said it's because of the curse. Damn it, thirst was one of the symptoms of a vampiric curse. Seo Young-woo felt a pang of sympathy. The Lee Seon-wha from the other world lived freely, enjoying both wealth and fame. But the Lee Seon-wha here had neither fame nor money. As if that weren't enough, she had now been cursed after fighting monsters. Why are you looking at me like that? Instead of staring, why don't you go find a way to save me? Seo Young-woo chuckled. That's the Lee Seon-wha I know. He sat on the chair beside her bed. She looked out the small container window at the blue sky. Ah, I want to drink cola. The cola I had as a kid was so good. Wait here, I'll go get some this time. She let out a small laugh. All cola factories had been destroyed, every single one, taken down by insect-type monsters. Even if they were rebuilt, those monsters would just destroy them again. As a result, cola was no longer produced. Even the recipe had been lost. Some individuals occasionally attempted to make homemade versions, but no one had been able to perfectly recreate the original taste. She didn't believe his words. She assumed he was just trying to cheer her up. Still, she played along. Oppa, cola has to be cold to taste good. Make sure it's ice cold when you bring it. Yeah, I'll get you one as cold as ice. Outside the container ward, curse specialist Yun Sung Yopi explained the situation. Thanks to the corpse and staff of the cursed sorcerer you handed over, the widespread curse covering this area is rapidly dissipating. Thank you. What about a cure for Seon-wha? We're trying various methods, but hold off on any treatments that might leave after effects for a few days for now. Only use methods that won't put a strain on her body. Excuse me, but if we do that, the chances of failure. I have my own way of dealing with this. I'll have an answer soon. Ah, is that so? Understood. He also checked in on high school student Young Yun-soo. His condition was much better than Lee Seon-wha's. They say I can recover if you overcome a curse directly cast by a sorcerer-type monster. Your mental resistance increases a little. Wow, so when you join the military, the awakened special forces will be thrilled to have a recruit like you to work to the bone. Come on, why do you always bring that up? That night, Seo Young-woo stayed in the container, talking with Lee Seon-wha. He only left after she had fallen asleep. The next day, he moved to another location. He confirmed the exact location of his destination using the map on a smartphone produced in the Other world. At his destination, he checked his weapons once again. He also made sure his mask was properly in place. He hadn't forgotten anything. I will find it and bring it back. The relic in the cola. He activated his parallel dimension teleport skill. The scenery before his eyes changed dramatically. He was still in Seoul, however. Instead of a bustling area or a residential district, he had arrived in a place with small ironworks, an area where people rarely walked around at night. The watch he carried couldn't track the flow of time. If he turned on his phone to check, it would leave a trace that he had been at this location. Even without a watch, he knew what time it was. While his three-dimensional coordinates changed according to the distance he traveled from the other world, the time coordinate remained as it was at departure. 9:03 p.m. That meant exactly 8 minutes had passed since he declared his departure from the detective bureau office. I'm 3 minutes late compared to their meeting time. Let's see if these guys are punctual. Seo Young-woo stepped out of the alley outside. There was a large warehouse that was his target, the location where Kim Young-duk and So Sang-hyeon were supposed to meet. He opened the warehouse door. It wasn't locked. I wasn't planning on entering through the window today, but this will make things easier. Smashing a window and going in was how Detective Seo Young-woo would do things. That wasn't the best approach here. Inside the warehouse, Kim Young-duk was there with two of his subordinates and the thief, So Sang-hyeon. Seo Young-woo had seen So Sang-hyeon's photo in the case files. Wow, you guys are surprisingly punctual. The three men, except for So Sang-hyeon, turned to look at him. So Sang-hyeon was a little slower to react. Kim Young-duk scowled. Hey, Sang-hyeon, you brought a partner? I told you to come alone. So Sang-hyeon was in bad shape. He was lying on the ground, beaten to a pulp. Still on the floor, he pleaded, boss, please spare me, I don't know this guy. Seo Young-woo immediately understood the situation. So when Kim Young-duk said he'd get rid of So Sang-hyeon after this last deal, he meant he'd kill him. He had always thought this world was much more peaceful and prosperous than the other one, but not everywhere. Why are there so many people in the underworld who are just like the ones over there? Kim Young-duk didn't understand what he meant. He gave an order to his men. Get that bastard too. Kim Young-duk's subordinates were wearing blood-stained leather gloves. At his command, they immediately rushed at Seo Young-woo. One came straight at him, while the other shifted slightly to try and flank him from behind. The one charging head-on quickly closed the distance. He pulled his fist, covered in black leather gloves, far back. At that moment, Seo Young-woo suddenly leapt forward. He jumped as high as a person's height. While still in the air, he thrust his foot forward with force. His foot landed squarely on the face of the guy who had been running straight at him. Kek. The man collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Seo Young-woo hadn't landed yet. The force of his kick had given him extra hang time. While still in the air, he twisted his body into a spinning kick. Seo Young-woo's leg rotated backward, completing a 270-degree spin. Right there was the face of the guy trying to slip away. His heel struck the enemy's face. The second guy was sent flying backward. Seo Young-woo landed lightly on the ground despite his subordinates being knocked down. Kim Young-duk didn't panic. Instead, he scowled and cursed. "You useless bastards," taken down by just one guy. So Sang-hyeon, now, was no longer pleading with Kim Young-duk but with Seo Young-woo. "Save me," Kim Young-duk kicked So Sang-hyeon. "If you live, that's a problem for me, you bastard." Pook. So Sang-hyeon took the blow to the head and lost consciousness. Kim Young-duk shook his shoe in the air and grumbled. "Damn, it got blood on it. These are limited edition luxury shoes." Seo Young-woo, seeing Kim Young-duk treating his shoes as more valuable than a person, commented. "Wow, this is such a familiar sight. There were plenty of guys like So Sang-hyeon in the other world. Far more than there were in the 20th century. Scholars over there claimed that as the world turned into a battlefield, the number of psychopaths had increased. Yet, the villains he used to see over there also existed here. The more I see, the more I realize that lowlifes are the same in both worlds." Kim Young-duk cursed. "What the hell is this bastard saying? I'm giving you an analysis of human nature. What kind of bullshit is that? And you arrogant punk, just because you can throw a few punches, you think everything will go your way?" Even with his two subordinates down, Kim Young-duk remained composed. He had something else he was relying on. He reached into his suit jacket, wrapping his fingers around a .38 caliber 6-shot revolver. The moment he felt its weight, his confidence returned. A smirk spread across Kim Young-duk's face. "No matter how good a fighter you are, a gun evens the playing field." He pulled out his gun and said, "I brought this just in case I ran into some punk like." Seo Young-woo had already drawn his own gun, a 20-round automatic pistol. Kim Young-duk froze, his revolver only half drawn. "Huh?" Seo Young-woo held up his gun and spoke. "Well, this is awkward. I've got a gun too and mine looks way better, doesn't it?" Kim Young-duk's gun was a simple 6-shot revolver, not particularly large. But Seo Young-woo's weapon was a silenced automatic pistol with a 20-round magazine, crafted with the advanced technology of the other world. Even at a glance, the quality was leagues apart. When working in this world, a silenced pistol is really the best. His large weapon case back in his room held a variety of guns, pistols, submachine guns, and automatic rifles, all neatly stocked. There were plenty of armor-piercing rounds as well. But for a night like this, the silenced pistol was the perfect choice. Using subsonic rounds, its gunshots were quiet enough that the noise wouldn't leak outside the warehouse. Seo Young-woo glanced at Kim Young-duk's gun and muttered. "Seriously, does everyone and their dog own a gun? Are we even in a country where firearms are banned?" Even the knife gang, who were into kidnapping and murder, had plenty of guns. That's why he had wiped them out with firepower. Stalker Choi Sun-hung had used a fake gun. That's why Seo Young-woo had settled for just breaking his hand. The warehouse's fluorescent lights illuminated the space brightly, making Seo Young-woo's gun clearly visible to Kim Young-duk. Suddenly, Kim Young-duk laughed. "Kuhuha, you had me fooled for a second. I thought that was a real gun, but it's just a toy. No way you'd get your hands on a real one." Seo Young-woo's gun looked similar to standard firearms from this world, but with slight differences. Those minor details led to the misconception that it was a replica. Feeling reassured, Kim Young-duk fully drew his gun and aimed it at Seo Young-woo. "You really think such cheap tricks, underscore." Seo Young-woo pulled the trigger with a heavy recoil. The bullet was fired in the blink of an eye. It pierced Kim Young-duk's arm. At first, Kim Young-duk didn't even realize what had happened. A numbing impact, like being struck by a hammer, ran through his arm. He had seen the muzzle flash from Seo Young-woo's gun and even heard the gunshot. The revolver in his hand fell to the ground with a dull thud. Then, the pain hit him. Kim Young-duk's mouth gaped open as he let out a scream. "Triple AR. Seo Young-woo walked toward him and said. "Why does nobody ever recognize my gun as a real one? Do they actually sell toys that look like this somewhere? Why, you bastard, should I put the next bullet in your forehead?" Kim Young-duk trembled violently. His revolver was right in front of him, but he didn't have the courage to reach for it. What do you want? Money? How much? Money is nice, I do need a lot of it, but right now, there's something more urgent." Seo Young-woo kicked Kim Young-duk's chin. Kim Young-duk collapsed as if crumbling. He couldn't even scream before losing consciousness. What Seo Young-woo wanted was the sacred relic. The one who stole it was So Sang-hyeon. Seo Young-woo put his silenced pistol away, crouched down, and slapped So Sang-hyeon's cheek. One slap wasn't enough to wake him. He kept hitting him. He continued until So Sang-hyeon finally opened his eyes. Seo Young-woo spoke to the barely conscious So Sang-hyeon. Hey, hand over the relic. So Sang-hyeon hadn't fully regained his senses. My face feels like it's going to break. The relic. What? Give me the relic you stole. Only then did So Sang-hyeon snap back to reality. He frantically looked around for Kim Young-duk. The revolver Kim Young-duk had scared him. Kim Young-duk lay nearby, bleeding. So Sang-hyeon hadn't grasped the full situation yet, but he understood one thing. Kim Young-duk and his two goons are down. This guy won. As soon as he realized the situation had changed, he began scheming. Who is this guy? He's asking me for the relic. Should I test him a bit before trying to negotiate? So Sang-hyeon opened his mouth. Seo Young-woo lifted a gun and tapped it against So Sang-hyeon's forehead. It wasn't his own pistol but the 6-shot revolver Kim Young-duk had just dropped. Are your eyes darting around? So Sang-hyeon flinched in terror. He had never fully trusted Kim Young-duk. That's why he had deliberately left the warehouse door unlocked during their deal, so he could escape if necessary. But when he got distracted checking the amount of money, Kim Young-duk had pulled out that revolver and threatened him, leaving him no choice but to surrender. Now, that same revolver was in Seo Young-woo's hands. So Sang-hyeon shouted urgently. Kim Young-duk took it from me. So where is it? That small bag over there. I definitely saw him put it in there. Seo Young-woo glanced beside Kim Young-duk. A handbag lay there. He walked over, opened the bag, and found 10 stacks of 50,000 won bills along with a ring case. He took out the ring case and opened it. The relic. The relic case from the pagoda originally contained only one relic. He knew that from the investigation records. Where's the relic case? In that box over there. Seo Young-woo didn't need the relic case. But leaving it behind would make it easier for others to understand what had happened here. After closing the handbag, Seo Young-woo called out to So Sang-hyeon. Hey thief, why yes? When the police come, tell them everything. What? The police? So Sang-hyeon looked around. Kim Young-duk lay collapsed, bleeding heavily. The other two were also down, their noses smashed and teeth broken. Why you're calling the police after doing all this? Or should I just shoot all of you? That would be cleaner. So Sang-hyeon snapped to attention. And no, I'll confess everything. The police will be here soon. Spill everything, the crimes you committed, and the crimes that bastard committed. If you hide anything, I'll come find you again. I swear, I'll tell them everything. Though he said that, So Sang-hyeon had a different plan. Judging from his attitude, this guy will leave first. That means I can run away before the police arrive. Seo Young-woo kicked So Sang-hyeon. So Sang-hyeon fainted again. Seo Young-woo first retrieved his bullet. The subsonic round that had pierced Kim Young-duk's arm was on the floor. He picked it up. Then he fired the revolver Kim Young-duk had owned into the wall. He emptied all 6 rounds before tossing the now empty gun onto the floor. With 6 gunshots fired, the police should be here soon. He placed 2 open ledgers beside the revolver. However, neither had a cover. These were the bribery ledger and the cultural property smuggling ledger he had taken from Kim Young-duk's secret safe the day before. Now, only the covers of those ledgers remained in that safe. Seo Young-woo opened the ring case again. Now, this just needs to be a sacred relic. If they were in the other world, the chances of this being a sacred relic were extremely high. It wasn't just any relic. It had fulfilled more than enough conditions to be considered a sacred artifact. However, he still didn't know if a relic from this world would retain its sacred properties when taken to the other world. To confirm that, he would have to cross over. Seo Young-woo focused his detection skill on the relic. As expected, I can't sense anything. He had previously attempted the same thing with a government-classified rare sacred relic, but back then, he couldn't detect anything either. Even though his detection skill had leveled up significantly since then, he still couldn't determine whether this was a sacred relic. If taking it to the other side doesn't confirm it as a sacred relic, then next time, I'll have to raid the National Museum. The problem was time. The amount of objects he could carry to the other world at one time was not unlimited. It had to be within what he could personally carry in terms of weight and volume. And once he crossed over, he wouldn't be able to use the skill again until a full day had passed. Just by making a trip to the other world, he had managed to locate the relic and buy himself some time. If he took the relic to the other world tonight, That would mark the second day. That meant there would only be one day left to bring additional artifacts. Even if I raid the museum on the last day and take as many relics as I can carry, if it still doesn't work, then he would have no choice but to search for sacred relics in the other world. Sacred relics were managed in secrecy, so their whereabouts were never publicly disclosed. Starting the search now would take too much time, and even if he found one, it was bound to be stored in an impenetrable, high-security location. There was only one sacred relic he knew the whereabouts of. When he was in the Awakened Special Forces, he had taken down a powerful sorcerer who specialized in curses at that time. The government had loaned him a sacred relic, a sarira of a revered Joseon-era monk. If everything else fails, I might have to make a deal with the government. Negotiations always favored the side with the upper hand. This time, Seo Yoon-woo would be at a disadvantage. The government would undoubtedly try to squeeze every bit of value out of him. That would mean engaging in a highly unfavorable deal. I really don't want to re-enlist in the military. That would truly be a last resort. Lee Yoon-chul was a reporter at a broadcasting station. His home was close to the warehouse where Seo Yoon-woo had taken down Kim Young-duk and So Sang-hyeon. After finishing work, he was lounging at home, scratching his stomach while watching TV. A news segment came on, reported by a journalist he knew. That guy's lucky. If only I could break a big scoop too. Just then, a gunshot rang in his ears. Must be a car somewhere with a flat tire. Should I go cover that? No, it's not like the car exploded or anything. A flat tire isn't exactly news. The sound didn't stop at one shot. 5 more followed in succession. There was no way 6 tires had burst in a row at that point. He couldn't mistake it for anything else. Gunshots. The thought of an exclusive story immediately popped into his head. He hurriedly threw on a jacket and grabbed his camera. That was near my house. Calls flooded in reporting 6 consecutive gunshots in the middle of Seoul. Officers from the local police precinct were immediately dispatched. Lee Yoon-chul and the nearby police arrived at the warehouse almost simultaneously. He was already acquainted with the local officers, as he frequently visited the precinct looking for newsworthy stories. Lee Yoon-chul shouted, "What's going on? We just got here too. Stay back, it's dangerous." The warehouse door was already wide open. The officers gripped their pistols tightly and cautiously peered inside. Lee Yoon-chul recorded the scene with his camera's video function from behind them. After glancing inside a few more times, the 2 officers exchanged brief whispers. Their conversation was too quiet for Lee Yoon-chul to catch. Then, all of a sudden, the 2 officers rushed inside. The moment they entered, they pointed their guns in all directions and shouted, "Police!" Watching them strike a dramatic pose like detectives in a Hollywood movie, Lee Yoon-chul realized something. They're doing this on purpose so they look cool on my camera. From his perspective, there was no reason to stop them. In fact, he should be thanking them for making the footage look good. And then, he noticed something else. The shooter isn't in there, is he? They must have confirmed it's safe before going in. Carefully, Lee Yoon-chul crept forward to check inside the warehouse. Aside from 4 collapsed men and the 2 officers pointing guns, there was no one else. There was some trash scattered around, but no stored goods. The warehouse was completely empty. The real culprit is gone. The officers kept their guns trained on the interior while simultaneously radioing for backup. They also called for paramedics. Lee Yoon-chul filmed the scene exactly as it was. Since he was familiar with the officers, he made sure to capture them in a way that made them look impressive. Looking good on camera was important, preserving the crime scene was important, but the most crucial thing was saving the injured. The 2 officers approached Kim Young-duk, who had a gunshot wound on his arm, and checked his condition. First, he was bleeding the most. Looks like he was only shot in the arm. Then let's check on the others. Oh, wow, these 2, their faces are. How could someone do this to a person's face? Geez. As Lee Yoon-chul walked closer to get a better shot, he spotted a 6-shot revolver on the ground. Startled, he instinctively shouted, "Oh, a gun." The officers flinched and turned around in alarm, even pointing their guns in his direction for a moment. Then they saw the revolver lying in front of him and gasped. "Step back, huh? Reporter Lee, move back. Wait, let me just get a good shot of this. Don't you dare touch it. If you leave your fingerprints on that, you'll become the suspect." At the mention of becoming a suspect, Lee Yoon-chul hastily took a step back. That was when he noticed a ledger lying open nearby. No way, there were 2 ledgers, both fully opened. Given the urgency of the situation, he didn't have time to read through their contents. He quickly took photos of them with his camera. The officers still had their guns drawn, their gazes sharp and wary, making it impossible for him to flip through the next pages, but at least he had captured the ones already exposed. And in that moment, he became certain, given the situation, whatever's in these ledgers must be huge. The scene itself is already a scoop, and these ledgers, another scoop? That's 2 exclusives, jackpot. A short while later, an ambulance and detectives arrived. Lee Yun-chul was immediately kicked out of the warehouse. It didn't take long for the truth about what had happened in the warehouse to come to light. The thief, So Sang-hyeon, started spilling everything as soon as he was dragged to the police station, confessing things he knew and even things he didn't. That revolver belongs to Kim Young-duk. He threatened me with it. I mean, a gun? In our country? That bastard is a real piece of work. That's why I couldn't escape and ended up getting beaten. If it weren't for the gun, I wouldn't have gone down so easily. Kim Young-duk's gun was fired 6 times, but the only one hit was Kim Young-duk himself, and that was just one shot. How do you explain that? I was unconscious because Kim Young-duk kicked me, so I didn't see anything, but maybe there was some kind of shootout. That Iron Mask guy sure had amazing reflexes. Kim Young-duk deserved to get shot. A shootout? 6 gunshots were heard, and 6 shell casings were found in Kim Young-duk's revolver. The subsonic bullet fired by Seo Young-woo had passed clean through Kim Young-duk's arm and fallen to the ground, leaving almost no visible impact. Forensic analysis might reveal the truth, but for now, there was no immediate evidence linking Seo Young-woo to the shooting. Oh, that Iron Mask guy appeared out of nowhere and took down Kim Young-duk's men. He moved incredibly fast in a fight. I bet he could dodge bullets. Maybe Kim Young-duk fired at him, and he just dodged all of them while fighting back? Did you actually see him dodge bullets? Well, not exactly, but... Don't spout nonsense. If you'd seen Iron Mask in action, you wouldn't think it was nonsense. We'll ask Kim Young-duk once he regains consciousness. By the way, a relic case was found at the scene. You're the one who stole it, right? So Sang-hyeon had originally planned to escape before the police arrived, but now that he was caught and the police already knew a lot about what had happened, denying it would be pointless. Besides, Seo Young-woo's earlier threat that he would come back if So Sang-hyeon didn't tell the truth still haunted him. Lowering his head, So Sang-hyeon muttered, I deeply regret my actions, but to be honest, Kim Young-duk was the one who ordered me to steal it. For the police, what had happened at the warehouse was important, but even more critical was the theft of a relic from the Goryeo era. We searched everywhere in that warehouse but couldn't find the relic. Where is it? Well, you see, So Sang-hyeon hesitated, glancing around nervously. That Iron Mask guy was after the relic too. He kept demanding that I hand it over. The relic? Why? Obviously, to sell it, right? Then they should have taken the reliquary too. I know, right? That's what I'm curious about. Why did they only take the relic? Without the reliquary, it won't sell for its full value. It'll be indistinguishable from other relics. That night, the news broke on national television. The anchor spoke. Let's take a look at the urgent scene filmed firsthand by reporter Lee Yun-chul. First, the footage taken by Lee Yun-chul played. The images of unconscious people bleeding on the ground were blurred out, but the police entry and the inside of the warehouse were clearly captured. After the video ended, the anchor turned to Lee Yun-chul. Our country's police are truly brave. Since he was acquainted with the officers, Lee Yun-chul gave a positive response. Yes, I was also surprised by their courage. After recounting how he entered the warehouse upon hearing the gunshots, the anchor asked. So, what exactly are those ledgers on the ground? It wasn't that the anchor didn't know the moment he asked. The ledgers were zoomed in to take up half the screen. Lee Yun-chul replied, I analyzed the contents of the ledgers. One appears to be a bribery ledger. On the screen, all the names were blurred out, making it impossible to identify individuals. However, the corresponding titles and amounts remained visible. It lists various recipients, from those in positions of power who could cover up incidents, to officials who could bypass smuggling inspections at ports and airports, and even, regrettably, members of the press. What I captured was just one page, but the ledger itself was quite thick. It's heartbreaking that this still happens. What about the second ledger? I was just as shocked when I found out what it contained. The screen shifted to show the second ledger. This contains records of our cultural artifacts being illegally smuggled overseas. The next day, Seo Young-woo reported to the police station. Detective Baek Sung-min, sitting at the front desk, spoke up. Young-woo, you don't need to investigate that case anymore. Seo Young-woo feigned ignorance. What case? What, you didn't watch the news? The relic theft case. The culprit was caught last night. Ah, so they caught him. I even went to his house for a thorough investigation. I told Yo it'd be a waste of time. Why would he go back home? Of course, he'd go into hiding. When did they catch him? Right after we got off work yesterday, but it wasn't just an arrest, someone took him down first. Seo Young-woo, suspecting something, asked, did they know who did it? Not at all. They did find a gun at the scene, but it belonged to some guy named Kim Young-duk, who was involved in attempted murder and smuggling cultural artifacts. Oh, and speaking of Kim Young-duk, they think he might have actually committed murder before, so they're digging into that too. Seo Young-woo felt relieved. So, no leads at all? Baek Sung-min added. Well, there is one clue. There is. I cleaned everything up, so what could be left? I confirmed there were no CCTVs. I retrieved the bullets, so they can't link it to the Calchipa case. The stolen relic is missing. If it turns up again, we'll be able to track down the culprit. Seo Young-woo relaxed. The relic. That relic was currently in Seo Young-woo's possession. It's never going to show up in this world again. He had caught that thief because he intended to take the relic to the other world. He could only cross over at night, so for now, he was just passing the time. I hope this is a holy artifact. If this doesn't work, I'll have to rob a museum tomorrow. Baek Sung-min asked, why do you look so deep in thought? Seo Young-woo replied, now that the culprit's been caught, I guess I have to drop this case. I was just thinking about that. Baek Sung-min grumbled, see, I told you from the start not to get involved in this one. Yeah, I should have listened to you. If you learned a few tricks from me, your detective life would be much easier. Just then, team leader Kwon Byung-chul walked past and smacked Baek Sung-min on the back. Great advice for a rookie, huh? Come on, boss. Does he look like a rookie to you? That night, past 9 p.m., Seo Young-woo used his parallel dimension teleport skill from his home. The familiar sight of a neighborhood, not exactly in ruins, but filled with collapsed debris, unfolded before him. Phew, he took out a necklace. It was the same one he had bought when he entered the jewelry shop with Lee Seon-hwa, the top star of that world. He placed the relic, a sarira of a high monk from the Goryeo era, which he had acquired in that world, into the small storage compartment in the necklace and closed the lid. Now, from the outside, it looked like an ordinary piece of jewelry. He activated his detection skill to examine the necklace. Even after bringing it here, I can't sense anything. The level of his detection skill had increased since the last time he investigated a sacred relic. If he was focusing this intently and still couldn't detect anything special, it meant that other awakened individuals wouldn't notice anything about this necklace either. Of course, it was also possible that this wasn't a sacred relic at all, which would explain why nothing was being detected. Now, I need to confirm it. One way to verify if something was a sacred relic was to have it come into direct contact with someone afflicted by a curse. Seo Young-woo walked toward the mobile hospital ward. Inside one of the container wards, Seo Sora was there, taking care of Lee Seon-hwa. The remnants of the curse lingering in this area had mostly been purified. Aside from the two individuals who had directly encountered the cursed monster, there were no other serious victims. Public access was still restricted, but those with mental resistance higher than the average awakened, like Seo Sora, were permitted entry. Lee Seon-hwa no longer had the strength to get out of bed. Her skin was so pale it looked almost white. She spoke in a weak, lifeless voice. Oppa, where did you go? I went to get you a present. A present? For me? Yeah. Seo Young-woo took out the necklace. This Lee Seon-hwa smiled. It's pretty, a necklace. He had expected her to like it. He had asked the top star Lee Seon-hwa from that world about her preferences before buying this necklace. I'll put it on for you. Seo Young-woo leaned over the bed. Her breath was so faint that he could barely feel it. He placed the necklace around her pale neck. The touch of her skin on his fingers was cold. The pallor of her complexion, her unquenchable thirst, and her dropping body temperature were all symptoms of a vampiric curse. After fastening the necklace, he closely observed her face. If this sarira is truly a sacred relic, there should be some effect. The higher the grade of a sacred relic, the shorter the time needed to break free from a curse. Even if the relic's grade was too low to fully overcome this curse, there should still be some noticeable positive effect. If the sarira inside this necklace was genuine, her condition should improve, even if only slightly, right now. Lee Seon-hwa spoke to Seo Sora. Help me sit up and bring me a mirror. Seo Sora supported her and helped her sit up in bed. Honey, here's a mirror. Sorry, I don't have the strength to hold it. If the sarira were truly a sacred relic, she should at least have the energy to hold a small mirror. She weakly brushed her fingers over the necklace and looked into the mirror. After a brief moment, she smiled faintly and asked Seo Young-woo. How'd I look? You look beautiful, you know, Oppa. This is the first time you've ever given me a gift like this. I bought you a gun, the pink one you wanted. I even modified it to be caseless and reinforced it to withstand heavy use. Peeved, how can a gun and a necklace be the same? She continued, stroking the necklace as she spoke. Oppa, you know, I've always wanted to act in a heartbreakingly beautiful love story, not as a supporting character, but as the protagonist of that love in movies and in real life. Tears welled up in her eyes. Her hand, which had been caressing the necklace, slid onto the bed. Why am I suddenly so sleepy? Seo Sora shouted. Honey, stay strong. Don't give up, Seo Young-woo called out. Sonhwa Lee Sonhwa, her voice completely drained of energy, responded with her eyes closed. Yeah, say it. I can barely see you anymore, but I can still hear you. Save the acting for in front of the camera. She opened her eyes slightly and adjusted her posture. Was it that obvious again? Yeah, that's not how I wanted it to be. Seo Young-woo smirked. From the way you're talking, you must be feeling a little better, huh? Lee Sonhwa punched Seo Young-woo. I feel energized, at least pretend to be fooled a little. You're so mean. Hee. Why do you keep laughing? Because I like getting hit by you. Oppa, are you a pervert? Is that what this is? You should have told me I'll have to buy a whip. Lee Sonhwa reached out to Seo Sora, who was staring at her with wide eyes. Give me that mirror. Seo Sora was flustered. You honey, that was all acting? See, Sora's reaction is normal, but for some reason, only Oppa never falls for it. Honey, this time, you went too far with the joke. Sorry, this is the only chance I have to act like this. Lee Sonhwa took the mirror from Seo Sora's hand and carefully examined her face. Why'd I still look so pretty even when I'm this sick? Seo Young-woo asked. How much better do you feel? Now that you're here, I feel a lot more at ease. This isn't acting, it's real. I really do feel better. Seo Young-woo could tell that she wasn't lying about her improved condition. So it's working. The moment he put the necklace on her, her condition improved. That Sarira was just an old relic in that world, but after bringing it here, it became a sacred relic. Another thought crossed his mind, or maybe it was a sacred relic all along, but there was no way to distinguish it in that world. Either way, it didn't matter. Lee Sonhwa was saved. She blushed slightly. Why are you looking at me like that? Is this the first time you've seen such a pretty face? No way, you've seen it plenty of times. I showed it to you often. Seo Young-woo grinned widely. Your face is returning to its original color. Ha! The pallor of her skin was fading, replaced by a healthy hue. If the curse was still affecting her, her complexion wouldn't have recovered this quickly. Lee Sonhwa looked into the mirror. Life had returned to her face. Wow, am I completely cured? Seo Young-woo nodded. Without a doubt, completely and perfectly. The curse is gone. He already knew that the food from that world was delicious. He had assumed that its medicines would also be effective. But he had only just confirmed that a sacred relic from that world also worked in this one. And her recovery speed was much faster than he had expected. She hadn't swallowed or absorbed the relic, she had merely worn it in a necklace, yet she had already broken free from the curse. Even with just indirect contact through the necklace, the effect is this fast and powerful. His original goal had been to acquire a rare-grade sacred relic. The diagnosis had stated that breaking the curse on Lee Sonhwa required at least a rare-grade relic. No, this might not just be rare-grade, it could be legendary grade. Lee Sonhwa spoke up. But I feel a little weak for real this time. Seo Young-woo adjusted his assessment. That makes sense. No way, it's a legendary grade relic. Even rare-grade sacred relics were strictly controlled by the government and only taken out in cases of unavoidable emergencies. Lee Sonhwa muttered, maybe I'm just too hungry. I'm really starving. That's right, you've only had water since yesterday. A girl who eats as much as you going without food, it's no wonder you're weak. Seo Young-woo reconsidered the relic's grade. If her appetite is already back, maybe it really is legendary grade. It's the Sarira of a famous high monk from the Goryeo era, prayed over for 1,000 years. He felt relieved. With such a high-grade sacred relic around her neck, she no longer needed to stay in this mobile ward. Sonhwa, let's go home and eat. You need to eat to regain your strength. Her eyes sparkled. Do we have lots of good food at home? Plenty. I'm going to eat a ton. You can empty the entire food storage if you want. Eat as much as you like. Then get out, huh? Go outside and wait. Seo Young-woo was kicked out of the container ward. Lee Son-hwa changed her clothes, washed her face, shampooed her hair, and even put on makeup before stepping out. Her hair was still damp, not fully dried. She touched the necklace around her neck and asked, "Oppa, what is this necklace?" She wasn't stupid, she had already sensed that this necklace was no ordinary treasure. "When you put this necklace on me, the curse vanished and my body recovered. This is because of the necklace, isn't it?" Seo Young-woo smiled and said, "It's good for you, so always wear it. I worked hard to get it." She beamed brightly to her. The true nature of the necklace wasn't all that important. What mattered was that Seo Young-woo had obtained it to break the curse on her. As curse expert Yun Sung Yopi walked toward the container ward, he spotted Lee Son-hwa and was startled. "Ha, how are you walking?" Lee Son-hwa only knew that the necklace had helped her overcome the curse, but she didn't understand the exact reason. Well, Seo Young-woo gave a vague explanation. She overcame the curse on her own. "No, but how? It seems the holy water I brought helped." "But we already tested holy water. This is a very special holy water made by a high-ranking foreign priest." Yun Sung Yopi didn't question it too much. Lee Son-hwa was standing right in front of him, perfectly fine, and curses sometimes disappeared suddenly under the right conditions. Besides, he had heard a few things about Seo Young-woo. I heard you were an outstanding agent, so I suppose you used your connections to get that special holy water." "I keep telling you, I'm not an agent. I was discharged as a sergeant." Regardless, Lee Son-hwa was walking. Since she had makeup on, it was hard to judge how pale she had been before, but the important thing was that she was now well enough to move around. There was still much unknown about curses, making it difficult to find ways to break them. Curses themselves were rare occurrences, and they couldn't be detected with electronic sensors, making research difficult. Still, once the method was discovered, curses could be lifted. Simple curses could be removed with holy water, and even powerful ones like this could be broken if the right solution was found. However, since curses were a form of sorcery rather than a disease, most treatments also involved sorcery. Some were said to have recovered after a shamanic ritual, while others, like this case, suddenly got better. Curse expert Yun Sung Yopi couldn't even imagine that Seo Young-woo had acquired a sacred relic. Sacred relics weren't something an individual could obtain just because they wanted one. Instead, he came up with a more plausible explanation. "Most of the curses in this area have been removed, thanks to you handing over the corpse of the curse-wielding monster and the staff used as a tool for the curses that, combined with the special holy water and Miss Lee Son-hwa's strong will, likely created a synergy effect, allowing her to overcome the curse." Since he was providing a reasonable answer on his own, it made things easier for Seo Young-woo. "So that's the reason, after all. By the way, I heard that the government is planning a reward in recognition of your cooperation." "A reward? They're going to award you a medal?" "No thanks." Seo Young-woo pulled out his phone and called the gate response center as usual. The young woman who always answered his calls picked up this time as well. "Yes, agent, seems like I've become your designated caller." "Yes, also, I keep telling you, I'm not an agent. I'm a former sergeant, but everyone keeps, I heard they're planning to give me a medal. As a token of appreciation for your active cooperation, a medal will be awarded." "I have enough medals, so I don't need another one." "Pardon, instead of a medal, just give me one red potion from the government stockpile?" A red potion. I know they'll start talking about budget issues if I just ask for one, so tell them I'll buy it. I'll pay." "Understood. I'll report it that way. I'll take it as confirmed then." Just as he was about to hang up, she urgently called out to him. "Agent, is there something else? My name is Kim Mi Yun. It was an honor to work with you." Right. Just so you know, I'm a former sergeant, not an agent, not planning to become an agent, and definitely not re-enlisting a civilian, through and through." After ending the call, Seo Young-woo thought to himself, "I wonder if Chol Woo-ajusi has saved up enough to buy a red potion. He always throws his money into war zones, so I'm not sure." Lee Son-hwa was officially declared completely free of the curse. The item that detected curses didn't react to the sacred relic, so nothing was discovered. As he walked home, he asked, "Did the high schooler get discharged? I don't see him." Seo Sora replied, "He was discharged just before you arrived and went to meet his parents. Since he's an awakened individual with above-average mental resistance, he apparently overcame the curse on his own." "That punk not bad," Lee Son-hwa urged. "Hurry up and let's go home. I'm seriously starving. I'm going to eat everything." As soon as Lee Son-hwa entered Seo Young-woo and Seo Sora's house, she flopped onto the sofa. I really thought I was done for this time. Seo Young-woo placed a glass cup in front of her and poured her some cola from the fridge. He trusted Lee Seon-hwa, but he still couldn't tell her about the existence of parallel dimensions. She had many acquaintances in the entertainment industry and, like his parents, enjoyed drinking. If she got drunk and started talking too much, she might slip up. It's not something I absolutely have to tell her. He couldn't share the secret yet, but he could let her enjoy the same things. Lee Seon-hwa asked, "What's this? Try it, it's carbonated." She took a sip of the cola, her eyes widened. "This is, oh, you said you wanted to drink cola. It's delicious, really delicious." She started drinking it slowly, savoring each sip. "There's plenty, so just drink it normally." Before he even finished speaking, she gulped down the cola in big swigs. "Ah!" She slammed the empty glass onto the table and shouted, "One more." Seo Young-woo refilled her glass. As she reached for it, she suddenly turned to look at him. "Oppa, but where did you get this? Cola doesn't exist in this world anymore." "Picked it up on the way." "That's nonsense." Her expression stiffened. She recalled a story she had heard from another actor. That actor had told her that the mansions of the wealthy still had things that were impossible to obtain now. "Oppa, did you raid some chaebol's secret storage just because I said I wanted to drink cola before I died? Are you crazy? If you get caught, you'll be killed." "As if I'd do that for you, right? You wouldn't go that far, right? No matter how much I said it was my dying wish." "That wasn't your dying wish. There were other ways to break that curse besides the necklace. If he negotiated with the government and agreed to re-enlist for about a year, he could have borrowed a sacred relic that was his last resort if all other plans failed. This cola was obtained safely, so just enjoy it." Seo Sora placed a plate of cookies beside her. "Honey, try this too, it's really good." Lee Seon-hwa picked up a cookie. It was a crispy pie with strawberry jam spread on top. It was delicious. Both the cookie and the jam were real. She was curious. Beef could still be bought if you had enough money. These cookies were expensive, but handmade versions were available for purchase. But cola was a drink that had completely disappeared, and even the cookies were fresh and crispy, neither stale nor rock hard. "The cookies taste exactly like the ones I used to eat. It's as if they were just opened." She spent the entire day in that house, indulging in delicious food. Seo Young-woo and Seo Sora, feeling sympathy for someone who had survived near death, kept offering her meat, cookies, cola, and more. Seo Young-woo asked, "Are you okay with leaving your house empty for days?" "What does it matter? I don't have any schedules anymore." Seo Young-woo was suddenly reminded of the top star Lee Seon-hwa from the other world. In her house, there were stacks of movie and drama scripts from directors hoping she would take a role. I wonder if any of those scripts are low budget enough to be filmed here and still become a hit. Since he had only seen the covers, he didn't know. That evening, Lee Seon-hwa had another craving. After eating so much delicious food, I really want some real pizza." Seo Young-woo took a frozen pizza from the freezer, heated it in the microwave, and placed it in front of her. "Here you go, freshly served. It's frozen, but at least it's real pizza. Dig in." She stared at the warmed-up pizza and asked, "Oppa, what? I feel like I shouldn't talk about what I ate here today when I go outside, am I right? That's why I like how quick-witted you are. There's no benefit in spreading rumors about what's in the basement food storage here, right?" Her hesitation was brief. "He'll tell me where he got it eventually." Until then, she decided not to ask unnecessary questions. "Today, I ate rice made from synthetic grains and stew made with monster meat. That's it." "And you drank alcohol made from synthetic ethyl alcohol in a chemical plant. Not today, but before." "Ah, right, I've only ever had that kind of alcohol. I've never even seen real soju, so." She grinned. "I guess I'll have to visit more often to eat this stuff." "Huh? Should I just come every day?" "No, can I just use that room?" "You think that's gonna work, underscore?" The next day, Seo Young-woo took Lee Seon-hwa to the bus stop. In this world, buses are the backbone of public transportation. Trains had stopped running because maintaining the tracks was no longer feasible. The steel tracks had long been dismantled and turned into guns and bullets. Lee Seon-hwa touched her face with both hands. "I ate so much yesterday and today. Did I gain weight?" "You don't gain weight easily, right? I still look pretty, don't I?" "Now that I look again, you seem a bit chubbier. You're dead." A voice called out to them. "Oh, Nuna." Seo Young-woo turned his head. High school student Jung Yun-soo was running toward them. Seo Young-woo raised his hand. "Hey, high school, are you okay?" Jung Yun-soo reached out both hands toward Lee Seon-hwa. "Seon-hwa, Nuna, you're leaving already? I overcame the curse, so I have to go and put your hands down." Can't you at least shake my hand before you go? I'm not leaving forever, I'll come often. Why are you here? Going somewhere? No, I came looking for you. Nuna, your phone's still off, are you okay now? Of course I'm super healthy, I just rested for a day and now I'm heading home. Oh, I see you rested for a day, Jung Yun-su's eyes wavered. Huh? Where? Lee Son-hwa glanced playfully at Seo Young-woo. Jung Yun-su jumped. No way, Seo Young-woo intervened. I know what you're thinking, but it's not that I live with my younger sister. She and Son-hwa slept together, they're really close. That's a relief. There's no way you would dare. Hey, high schooler, your gun changed? Since when do high schoolers carry light machine guns? I borrowed my dad's gun, there might still be monsters out there. I only have a pistol because I'm still in high school. Lee Son-hwa asked, you have a license? You need a permit for a machine gun? I got my license earlier, they give heavy firearm licenses to high schoolers? I have a firearm recoil control skill, so I qualified. Oh, right. Jung Yun-su turned to Seo Young-woo. Hung, I heard that sick people don't get drafted, they say they're just a burden in combat. You're healthy, but I almost died from a curse. Curses are super dangerous, and there's so much we don't know about them. What if I have hidden after effects? What if I suddenly have a seizure in battle? You have an awakened combat skill, don't you? Yes. If you can breathe, you're going active duty, so I just have to serve normally? Plus, after this incident, you've gained experience overcoming a curse and probably increased your mental resistance. That means as soon as you finish boot camp, the awakened special forces will snatch you up. Make sure you go the military. Jung Yun-su looked devastated. The bus arrived. Lee Son-hwa got on. But then, Seo Young-woo got on as well. She looked at him in surprise. You're coming too? You've been through a lot, so I'll see you home. Really? Wow. Then will you come inside? No, I'll turn back at your front door. On the way, Lee Son-hwa spoke. I went through so much, but since I'm not an awakened, my mental resistance didn't increase, right? What a shame. You don't need high mental resistance. Why? Because you'll protect me? Seo Young-woo leaned in and whispered, as long as you wear that necklace, no evil sorcery can touch you. With a legendary grade relic around her neck, there was no way a mere curse or illusion could affect Lee Son-hwa. She touched the necklace. This must be something really amazing. Whatever you're imagining, it's even better, so don't go bragging about it. I'll just say my boyfriend gave it to me. Don't even joke about that. Seo Young-woo escorted Lee Son-hwa home and then returned afterward. He stopped by the Aptitude Gate defense line and met Park Chul-woo. Once he had taken care of everything, he returned to where his house used to be and activated his parallel dimension teleportation skill. The barren wasteland before him transformed into his room. Seo Young-woo stepped outside. People were going about their day as usual. It's always peaceful here. Jung Yun-su passed by in front of him. He had the same face as before but was dressed differently. Instead of carrying a light machine gun, he now had a backpack slung over his shoulder. Hey, high schooler. Jung Hun-su turned around, startled, and greeted him. Ah, Detective Seo Hung. That's a strange way to address me. I saw the news about your achievements. Achievements? You saved Lee Son-hwa. Hung, you're amazing. Anything else? That's the greatest achievement, isn't it? Are you a fan of Lee Son-hwa by any chance? Of course, you're really a fan of Lee Son-hwa no matter where you are. Huh? Suddenly, he became curious about Jung Yun-su's age. Are you a senior in high school? It was possible he wasn't. If they were siblings, they could resemble each other even if they were born in the 21st century. Wow, you can tell that just by looking. Why is a senior always slacking off? I'm actually good at studying. If you lie, I'll throw you in a holding cell. Jung Yun-su immediately changed his words. I'm not going to college, I'm going to be a pro gamer. I even got an offer as a trainee. Seo Young-woo looked up at the sky. Why is my life surrounded by trainees? Huh? It just happens. Ah, you have an older sister, right? Jung Yun-su's eyes widened. You know my sister too? I don't. I just heard that you have one. My sister is pretty but her personality is a bit nasty. Don't be interested, you'll just get hurt. The pretty girl I know also has a bit of a rough personality and I'm not interested in your sister. Ah, buy me jjajangmyeon. You said you'd buy me jjajangmyeon next time we met. The Jung Yun-su from that world had suffered a lot during the time he was cursed. Just before that, he had also helped take down a sorceress monster. But over there, he still hadn't been treated to anything delicious. Let's go eat a large portion. Want some tonsuik too? Really? I made some money this time, but is there any place still open at this hour? There's a place that stays open late over there, underscore. The thief, So Sang-hyeon, had stolen the relics of a high monk from the Goryeo period. He had attempted to sell them to Kim Young-duk, a cultural artifact smuggler, but was nearly killed in the process. However, they were later found unconscious in a warehouse even though gunshots had been fired. The incident continued to dominate the news the next day. On the day of the incident, journalist Lee Yoon-chul publicly revealed a bribery ledger on national TV news. Although all the names were mosaicked out, the fact that it was broadcast on national news was significant. It meant that no amount of power could suppress this case now. Moreover, 6 gunshots had been fired recently. Due to Seo Young-woo, several firearm-related incidents had occurred, slightly dulling the impact, but still, a gun incident in the heart of Seoul couldn't simply be ignored. However, no media outlet could rely solely on the video footage that Lee Yoon-chul had released. Journalists on the ground conducted their own investigations into the ledger. As a result, new reports kept emerging. Online community forums were also ablaze with discussions. They say Kim Young-duk has bribed more than just 1 or 2 people. He used the money he earned from selling our cultural artifacts abroad to grease the palms of influential figures. Really, of course. The ledger found at the scene details both the sale of cultural artifacts and the bribery transactions. But that ledger could be fake. Anyone can write random names and amounts of money, right? The police will determine the truth regardless of anything else. It's certain that So Sang-hyeon and Kim Young-duk are cultural artifact thieves. The police discovered Kim Young-duk's warehouse, and they found several stolen artifacts there. I heard that a masked man appeared, knocked them all out, and left the ledger behind. Isn't he the same masked man from the bank robbery case? At this point, isn't he a phantom thief? Maybe he's a righteous outlaw. Whether he's a phantom thief or a righteous outlaw, he's still a thief. Why is everyone only calling him a thief? He did something good. Read the article carefully. The masked man also took 50 million won in cash and the Goryeo-era monk's relics from the scene. 50 million won? He really is a phantom thief. So, is he phantom thief Iron Mask? The investigation into the bank robbery and shooting incident was divided into 2 parts. One team handled the bank robbers caught at the scene, while another team was responsible for the masked man who had subdued them. The investigation into the masked man was assigned to 2 detectives. Other police units would only assist upon request. No one wanted to get involved in such a hopeless case. Detective Oh Moon-seong reviewed the case files and spoke. Do you think this masked man and the previous one are the same person? Detective Lee Seong-hoon shook his head. No, we have a composite sketch, and the mask design is different. The difference in mask design was due to the variety of facial protection masks available. A mask can be swapped easily. Before, he shot the bank robbers in the shoulders and legs. This time, he shot Kim Young-duk in the arm. That's similar, isn't it? Lee Seong-hoon looked hopeful. Then does that mean we'll get more personnel assigned? I'd like to go home for once. They had been assigned the bank robbery case in addition to their usual workload, leaving them unable to go home properly. They already took away people we had. Do you think they'll give us more? I wish we could get the 52-hour work week too. That's never going to happen anyway. This case will be investigated separately by another unit. That's what the higher-ups will want. But you know. According to the case files, the masked man had taken down Kim Young-duk's 2 bodyguards with his bare hands in an instant. This information came from the thief, So Sang-yeon. He had been blabbering, mixing truth and lies without restraint. This fighting skill feels oddly familiar. Oh Moon-seong tilted his head before suddenly clapping his knee. Ah, that patrol officer, Seo Young-woo. Yes, he exists. Seo Young-woo. Check where Seo Young-woo was at the time of the incident. Lee Seong-hoon was taken aback. Wait, Hee-young-nam, are you suspecting Seo Young-woo? The masked man's fighting skills are on Seo Young-woo's level. No matter what, that's a stretch. Seo Young-woo is a star in the police force right now. If we mess with him, we'll just get cursed to death. Who said to investigate officially? Just ask around quietly. Lee Seong-hoon made a few phone calls. Oh, yes, I see. No, of course not. After finishing the calls, he complained to Oh Moon-seong. I told you it wasn't him. I just got chewed out for no reason. They're sure it's not him? Absolutely. Oh Moon-seong frowned slightly and asked. How can they be so sure? Are they just covering for him? What's their reasoning? Right before the incident, Seo Young-woo's entire team clocked out together. Of course, he was with them at that time. For him to get from Seoul to the crime scene, he'd need a helicopter. It's impossible. Seo Young-woo believed that if he didn't establish a solid alibi, his identity would eventually be exposed. On the other hand, As long as his alibi was airtight, he could even leave traces behind and still avoid suspicion. That's why, when he took down the knife gang and retrieved the relic, he had used a parallel dimension to travel through space. However, that skill had a 24-hour cooldown. If he had failed to catch So Sang-yun or retrieve the relic in time, he would have had to wait another day to establish an alibi using that skill. Oh, Moon Seong clicked his tongue in disappointment. I knew it wasn't him. I was just checking. Then why did you make me do it instead of asking yourself? Wouldn't it be bad if someone with my career level got scolded? Oh, the mighty senior detective speaks underscore. A few days later, Park Chul-woo nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this is exactly the song I wanted to hear, Seo Yoon-woo asked. So it's good? No need for more practice. The song is best in its natural state. Here their cuteness shines through when recording. Make sure they laugh and play around while singing. Bring me the final recorded file. Okay underscore. Seo Yoon-woo relayed Park Chul-woo's words to ES Entertainment. The twins danced excitedly. See? It's perfect because we're the ones singing it. Yay! D-Nim acknowledged as first. 4Cats recorded their third song, Small Baby Kittens. Kim Chul-ho, the owner and sound engineer of the recording studio, spoke to Oh Dong-chul. This song is really good too. Oh Dong-chul couldn't stop smiling. He. The first song was cheerful yet sentimental, the second was exhilarating enough to blow away stress, and this one is absolutely adorable. If I said we recorded all these songs just to figure out what the fans liked most, people would believe it. Our girls are going to take over this industry. All three were composed by Dimension, right? That guy's range is incredible. Who is he, really? There's a genius like that out there. Oh Dong-chul first learned Seo Yoon-woo's name when he caught the 24-hour serial killer. A genius at investigation, and Oh Dong-chul also watched the video of Seo Yoon-woo fighting Lee Seon-hwa's stalker. A genius at fighting too. The song being recorded now was really good as well. A genius at composing too. Dimension is a real genius. Kim Chul-ho asked Dong-chul, just tell me secretly. I swear I can keep a secret. Oh Dong-chul recalled the video of Seo Yoon-woo catching the stalker. If he slipped up and said the wrong thing, it wouldn't just end with not getting any more songs. There might be bigger consequences. You don't actually expect me to believe that, do you? Kim Chul-ho scratched his head honestly. A ton of people have been asking me who Dimension is since 4Cats recorded here. Everyone assumes I must know, but do I? No, I don't, and some bastard even cursed me out when I told him I didn't know. What are they going to do if they find out who Dimension is? Obviously, they want to share a good composer. Oh Dong-chul chuckled. Hey, is a composer an object to be shared? Well, you're not wrong anyway. Kim Chul-ho glanced at 4Cats, who were taking a break. With all three songs being this good, those girls are definitely going to make it big. Of course more people are going to start looking for Dimension. Underscore, if we could meet Agan and Smash It had solidified their spots in the top 10 of digital music sales charts. They were frequently played on the radio as well. 4Cats had debuted and scored 2 consecutive hits because of this. Their third song, Small Baby Kittens, was set to be released on a national TV music program. Seo Sora was ecstatic. Our second song was released on the radio, and now the third one is going on TV. Why are we growing so fast? Yoon Nana replied, it's all thanks to D. Oppa Nana. Flattering him won't work. Oppa isn't even here right now. You can just tell him when you get home, say that I said it was all thanks to him. I won't. Never. Absolutely not. The new song, Small Baby Kittens, was sung by the twins, while Seo Sora and Yoon Nana only played supporting roles. The twins crossed their legs on the sofa. We have to sing well this time for it to succeed. Obviously, no doubt. Hey, servants, bring us some snacks. We are quite famished. Hurry up and fetch them. Seo Sora turned on her phone camera. I'm going to tell Oppa, look at these two, getting all arrogant just because they got the song. The twins immediately uncrossed their legs and stood up. Ah, this is a misunderstanding. We shall fetch the snacks immediately. There are no snacks under the table. This is a disaster. The manager is too cruel. Just as they were fooling around, Oh Dong-chul walked in. Kids, we got our car. The four of them jumped to their feet. Seo Sora shouted, a car? A big one? Of course, we can't go to events in a compact car. We'll even be riding it to the TV station today for our new song release. Let's go see it. In the parking lot outside the building, Seo Sora asked. Boss, this isn't the one, right? In front of them stood a 10-year-old van. Oh Dong-chul boasted, it's a 9-seater. If we modify it, it'll become a limousine. Seo Sora grinned as she opened the door. Wow, so it's a limo. The interior was completely untouched, still in its original state. She turned to Oh Dong Chul. You said it was a limousine? I meant it will be once we modify it. I bought curtains, so let's put them up inside. If people see the curtains, they'll assume it's been remodeled. Well, I mean, it's better than the tiny car we had before, but what about the fact that it looks old? I'm going to polish it with wax right now. That'll make it look better. Ah, okay. Four cats took the van to the TV station. Manager Kim Hyung-jin drove while Oh Dong Chul sat in the passenger seat. Seo Sora stretched out her arms in the backseat. It's nice and spacious, but since Oppa gave us small baby kittens because of manager's compact car, I guess we can't use that reason to get more songs anymore. Oh Dong Chul was startled and turned around. What do you mean? Seo Sora explained what had happened in the underground parking lot of the TV station. Oh Dong Chul asked, so you're saying that a TV station staff saw Hyungjin's compact car and said our company was doomed, and then Dimension saw that and immediately gave you another song? Yep, he gave it to us the next day. So, because he felt bad that you guys were riding in a compact car? Not necessarily just because he felt bad. Sora, what? This car is old too. Do you think we can get another song with this? The car is big and nice. No, the car is bad, it's old. You said we'd make money quickly once we started performing at events. Still, you haven't even paid Oppa for the songs yet. That's because the money hasn't come in yet. Ah, right, we need to book cash-paying events. I'll find the best and most exciting ones, so just trust us. Yoon Nana asked Seo Sora, Sora, isn't Oppa coming today? Huh, why would he? It's the song release day, so he has to eat chicken. Huh, really? Seo Sora sent a message to Seo Young-woo. Chicken today? A reply came back immediately. Buy some, get beer too. We're on our way to the broadcasting station for our song release. Show some interest, will you? That's today? We're going to eat chicken in Yeouido afterward. Are you coming? Send me the time and place. Seo Sora told Yoon Nana. He's coming. Yoon Nana grinned widely. Yes, underscore. AKX Pictures president, Kim Seong-jun, and Lee Yoon-mi were watching TV. Lee Yoon-mi was receiving outpatient treatment after being discharged from the hospital. She didn't want to return to the house where she had been stabbed, so she was staying at her boyfriend Kim Seong-jun's home. Watching TV, Lee Yoon-mi said, "Ah, that's Yoon Nana, the one detective Seo Young-woo saved the first time. The twins in that group sing really cutely. Oppa, how's it going with helping Detective Seo Young-woo? He's not showing any openings. Ah, but it seems like Lee Seon-hwa is paying attention to him." Huh? Why? He caught her stalker last time. I know that, but what do you mean she's paying attention? She's been pestering the director and writer to cast Detective Seo Young-woo in The Princess's Redemption. She already tried that and failed, didn't she? She's looking for another way. I'm also checking things out, but anyway, this song is really good. Underscore, 4Cat's third song was released on a national music broadcast. The audience reaction was even better than expected. Everyone listened to the twins sing with fond smiles. After leaving the station, Seo Sora checked the online reactions. Wow, the song is cute, and the twins are cute. I've fallen for the twins. Officer, over here, they're minors, I've become a fan of the twins. Seo Sora giggled excitedly. He, the reaction are crazy. Park Ha-yeon flipped her hair dramatically. It's all because we sang well. Ah, Oppa is coming. It's all thanks to D-Nim, liar. Park Da-yeon, scrolling through her phone, said, there are posts about Sora Uni too. Seo Sora quickly checked the comments. The twins are cute, Yoon Nana is beautiful, but what about Seo Sora? Seo Sora immediately left a comment. Seo Sora is sexy. That's not it. I will find you. Park Da-yeon continued searching the posts and got excited. Ah, there are posts about Detective D too. Seo Sora hurriedly checked the board again. But seriously, who is Dimension? It's not just one song. He's released 3 amazing tracks in a row. I bet it's actually a famous composer using a different name, a really famous one. I think it's a foreign composing company entering the Korean market. 4Cats must know. Give us a song too. Who left the comment above? Seo Sora smirked. Hoo, he's always been famous, a very famous detective. Underscore, top star Lee Seon-hwa had just finished her schedule at the broadcasting station. Sitting in the luxuriously modified backseat of her celebrity van, she grumbled. This is strange. Why isn't Young-woo giving me the necklace? She pouted, gazing out the window, but then suddenly sat up. Oh, She blinked. Is that really Seo Young-woo? Walking along the sidewalk in Yeouido, Seo Young-woo suddenly stopped and turned toward her. At first, she thought their eyes had met, but then she realized that was impossible. Ah, this car has tinted windows. Could it be? Is he memorizing my car's license plate? He really is my fan. Seo Young-woo only glanced at the car for a moment before heading straight into a chicken restaurant. Lee Seon-wha immediately said, "Hey, stop the car," the road manager driving asked. "Nuna, didn't you say you were going home to rest? I saw someone I know. I'm going to meet him first. Then I'll head back to the station and wait. Call me when you're done." "No, just go, huh? Then how will you get home?" "I'll take care of it. Just hurry up and leave. Take the car and go on a date with your girlfriend or something." "Ha, don't come back tonight, no matter what." Lee Seon-wha checked her face and outfit in the mirror. "Is this the first time we're meeting with my full broadcast makeup? Okay, I need to show off a new look today." She took out a pair of oversized sunglasses and put them on. She also pulled up the scarf around her neck slightly, covering half of her face. The road manager excitedly called his girlfriend. "Let's go for a drive. Just bring yourself, and I'll take care of everything." As she got out of the car, she spoke, "Hey, go quickly and don't come back today, no matter what." "Got it." She walked a little along the sidewalk and entered a fairly large chicken restaurant. It was the exact same place Seo Young-woo had entered. Did he come all the way to Yeouido just to eat chicken? He came this far, and he didn't think of me? He should have at least contacted me. As soon as she entered the restaurant, she glanced around. She immediately spotted Seo Young-woo. "There he is." I recognized him at a glance. She hesitated. The people sitting at the same table as Seo Young-woo caught her attention. "Who are those girls sitting next to Young-woo? They look like celebrities, and not just one, there are 4 of them." Her gaze moved a little further. She recognized 2 more people. "First, I need to assess the situation naturally." She smiled brightly and walked toward them. "Oh my, Dong-chul oppa, hello?" Oh, Dong-chul looked at Lee Seon-wha, who. She lowered her scarf and elegantly removed her sunglasses, placing them atop her head. Oh, Dong-chul raised his hand in recognition. "Ah, Seon-wha, long time no see." "Right, we used to do variety shows together." She suddenly remembered that Oh Dong-chul had suffered a throat injury that ended his singing career. Before his injury, he had been popular enough to appear on variety shows with her, but that was no longer the case. Realizing her mistake, she quickly changed the subject. "But what brings you here, Dong-chul oppa?" Oh Dong-chul grinned proudly. "My girls released their 3rd song on the broadcast today." Lee Seon-wha turned to look at 4 cats. "Ah, so these girls are 4 cats? Haha, you know them?" She did know about them, not because of their music, but because she had come across articles related to Seo Young-woo. "Of course, I really like both of their songs. Oh, I'll definitely listen to the new one." The 4 members of 4 cats stood up and greeted her. "Hello." Lee Seon-wha smiled as well. "Nice to meet you. I'm Lee Seon-wha." Then she turned her head slightly and got to the main point. "But why is Seo Young-woo here?" She was genuinely curious. Why is a detective involved with ES Entertainment? Did he quit being a detective to become a celebrity? If so, I could help. "No, that's impossible. He turned me down flat when I begged him to appear in our drama." Yoon Nana quickly raised her hand. "He saved me last time, so we're treating him to a meal today." Only then did Lee Seon-wha realize who Yoon Nana was. "Ah, you're that. She's the one who was kidnapped by the serial killer and got rescued." The girl from the news articles about the case Young-woo solved. The situation now made sense. There were still a few odd things, but nothing suspicious enough to warrant doubt. So that's why Young-woo is here, but something else bothered her. Yoon Nana was sitting right next to Seo Young-woo. "Look at her." I asked Young-woo a question, but why is she answering for him? Even just now, when she mentioned how he saved her, was she trying to stake her claim? Lee Seon-wha's demeanor subtly shifted. She lightly covered her lips with her finger and smiled. "Oh my, I see he saved me too." You know, her smile was so seductive that other male customers in the restaurant flinched. Yoon Nana, who had lightly tried to assert her presence, took a major hit from Lee Seon-wha's powerful counterattack. However, she wasn't ready to back down. She smiled brightly and countered. "I heard you had a hard time because of a stalker." "Oh my, but it's a relief that he caught them when he saved me. He had to fight a serial killer. That case was huge in the news." Lee Seon-wha lowered the finger that had been covering her lips. "Look at her, she's coming right at me." She immediately launched a follow-up attack. I read about your case in the news but the video of Yoon Woo saving me at my house went viral. You've seen that video, right? Yoon Nana's shoulders flinched slightly. She was still smiling on the surface, but inside, she was feeling a bit anxious. Am I losing ground? Yoon Nana's opponent right now was none other than Lee Seon-hwa, a top star who had twice drawn 10 million moviegoers. The place where Seo Yoon-woo had caught the stalker was her home, and a video of him fighting to protect her had even been made public. The severity of the incident was far greater in Yoon Nana's case, but Seo Yoon-woo's name had barely appeared in the articles about the serial killer. On the other hand, the video of him taking down the stalker had gained popularity not only in Korea but also overseas. Lee Seon-hwa didn't miss the slight tremble in Yoon Nana's shoulders. HMPH, is that all? She's just a rookie. She wasn't the type to go easy just because her opponent was weak. Instead, the moment she sensed a crack, she would press in to cut straight to the throat. Oh my, a thank you dinner, and it's just chicken? The dinner she had planned to buy was a special dish made by a famous chef featured on TV. Yoon Nana fought back. What's wrong with chicken? He loves chicken, didn't you know? Lee Seon-hwa hesitated. She had gone in for the final strike, only to be counterattacked. Yoon Woo knows a lot about me, but I didn't even know he liked chicken, and she does? It wasn't just a single blow. Come to think of it, he turned me down when I asked him to dinner. Back then, she had used gratitude as an excuse to invite him to dinner, only to be rejected. But here, he's eating just fine. The 2 consecutive hits were too much. Lee Seon-hwa was flustered. I'm losing to a rookie like her. But Yoon Nana was thinking the same thing. She had no idea her last counter had been effective. As expected of a top star, she's too strong. Lee Seon-hwa had no intention of backing down. If she wanted to keep fighting, she had to sit at the same table. She's taken the seat to Yoon Woo's right. If I tell her to move, she won't, and I'll just look like a fool. To Yoon Woo's left sat 4Cat's manager, Kim Hyung-jin. Standing behind him, Lee Seon-hwa spoke to Oh Dam-chul. Dam-chul oppa, can I join you? Huh? Of course, sit anywhere you like. Lee Seon-hwa was standing directly behind Kim Hyung-jin. Picking up on the hint, Kim Hyung-jin quickly stood up from his seat next to Seo Yoon-woo. Please, have my seat. I'll move to the far side. Oh my, thank you. Lee Seon-hwa pulled her chair back generously, sat beside Seo Yoon-woo, and crossed her legs. Her long, slender legs were subtly visible. Yoon Nana wanted to pull her chair back too, but doing so would make it obvious she was copying, so she gave up instead. She threw in a subtle jab. I thought top stars wouldn't eat something as cheap as chicken. Lee Seon-hwa was about to counter when Seo Yoon-woo, holding a drumstick, answered first. She liked chicken in that other world. Lee Seon-hwa had often talked about the chicken she ate as a kid. She had even shared stories about eating a piece of chicken at film-related events. Smiling slightly, Lee Seon-hwa adjusted her counterattack. HMPH, as expected. Yoon Woo, you must be my fan. You know my taste so well. I love chicken. Yoon Nana shot back. I don't think he's your fan. Then how does he know my taste so well? Seo Sora was struggling to process the scene unfolding before her eyes. Am I hallucinating? Why does it feel like Nana and Lee Seon-hwa are fighting over oppa? That can't be right, can it? Her smartphone messenger chimed. Checking it quickly, she saw it was a secret message from Yoon Nana. He's not a fan, right? Seo Sora hesitated briefly before answering honestly. I don't know if he's a fan, but among actresses, he did say Lee Seon-hwa is the prettiest. Yoon Nana clicked her tongue as she read the message. Tisk. Seo Yoon-woo continued eating chicken and drinking beer, completely oblivious. Ah, this is good. Chul-woo, a juicy, always raved about chimayak. Maybe I should bring some to Seon-hwa too? But he wasn't thinking of the Lee Seon-hwa sitting next to him. His thoughts were on the Lee Seon-hwa from the other world. The one who had once showed up at his place the day after he had escorted her home, only to eat up all his food. Her joke about coming by often hadn't been a joke. The small battle in the chicken restaurant ended there. They chatted casually while finishing a few chickens, drinking beer and soda before leaving the restaurant. Standing by the road, Lee Seon-hwa spoke up. Oh my, I don't have a car. How should I get home? Yoon Nana immediately cut in. You can just take a taxi. Being a top star comes with many inconveniences. Even taking a taxi alone feels a bit off. If Yoon Woo gets in with me because of that excuse, that'd be perfect. Her words also carried a counterattack against Yoon Nana's jab. I'm a top star, but you're just a rookie who could disappear at any moment. You wouldn't understand this world. Don't you have a manager to drive you? He went on a date with his girlfriend. He's probably enjoying a romantic evening, so how could I call him? That would be inconsiderate. I sent him away on purpose. Oh Dong Chul, oblivious as always, kindly offered a suggestion. Then why don't you ride with us, Son Hwa? The roads aren't crowded at this hour, so we can take a little detour. His thought process was simple: if she rides with us and gets closer to our girls, that would be great for them. Yoon Nana shot Oh Dong Chul a glare. She's not one of us, so why is he inviting her into our car? Lee Son Hwa's plan wasn't going as expected either. I was going to steal Yoon Woo away and have a private drink with him. I even picked out a really nice place for it. The next day, 4 Cats appeared on a cable entertainment program. The show was hosted by a singer and a comedian. After following the script with planned conversations and individual performances, the comedian suddenly threw out an unscripted question. By the way, who exactly is Dimension? 4 Cats had been caught off guard by this question before. Thanks to that past experience, they were more prepared this time. Seo Sora answered they want to keep their identity a secret, so how could we say anything? You can't say. Did they threaten to stop giving you songs if you did? It's not like that. Well, it doesn't matter, we don't get songs from Dimension anyway, so we'll just speculate however we want. The singer co-host tried to change the subject. I actually want a song from Dimension, so can I sit this one out? You can't back out now, you must have something prepared. Reluctantly, the singer laid out his reasoning. All 3 of 4 Cats' songs credit Dimension for the lyrics, composition, and arrangement. That's not unheard of. There are cases where a single person handles everything. That's true. The singer-host turned to Seo Sora. But I heard Dimension also choreographed 4 Cats' dances, even the choreography. Is that even possible? Seo Sora answered confidently. It turns out it is. That's why I believe Dimension isn't just one person but an entire company. Their music has a unique sound that sets it apart, so it's likely a foreign company. They probably even have an in-house choreographer. My guess is that Dimension is just the domestic brand name for that company. The comedian interjected. No way, 4 Cats' dances look so simple, they're easy to follow. Making something look easy while still being visually appealing is the hardest thing to do. That's why so many people are dancing to their songs lately. That's true, there are tons of videos online of people copying 4 Cats' dance moves. Even I tried it. The comedian stood up and started dancing. Seo Sora suddenly had a thought. Now that I think about it, when did Oppa even learn to dance? She felt a bit more at ease. His identity is staying hidden like this since his wish is being granted. He can stop nagging now, right? Meanwhile, Yoon Nana was feeling uneasy. She didn't like how both hosts were treating Dimension as a company instead of a person. So she countered. Dimension is someone with incredible physical abilities. He can move in extraordinary ways, which is exactly why he can create dances that are easy to follow yet visually stunning. Yoon Nana didn't know much about Seo Yoon Woo's physical abilities, but she had seen him take down armed criminals multiple times. She had also watched the video Lee Son Hwa had made public. The comedian interpreted her words as meaning Dimension was an exceptional dancer who could pull off even the hardest moves. So he quickly followed up. So you do know who he is? Of course, I've been learning a lot from him. That means you've met him in person. Judging by how frequently he releases songs, he must live nearby at the very least. He's in the metropolitan area and my gut tells me he's in Seoul. Yoon Nana was startled. They figured out he lives in Seoul. The twins quickly jumped in to deflect. Why are you doing this? Did the network tell you to ask this? Thanks to the twins cutting in at the right moment, the topic shifted from who is Dimension to the daily lives of the 4 Cats members. Yoon Nana, trying to smooth over the situation, threw out various stories. In the process, the reason she and Seo Sora became close friends came up. The comedian hosting the show asked, "So, you 2 neighborhood friends ended up in the same agency?" "Oh, I first met Sora at the agency, but when we were going home, I saw her getting off at the same subway station as me. Turns out we lived in the same neighborhood, so we became close." "Then do you still live in the same neighborhood as Seo Sora?" "Of course, our houses are close to each other." The cable variety show that 4 Cats filmed aired 2 days later. Kim Seong-jun, the president of AKX Pictures, usually didn't bother watching cable variety shows. He occasionally watched high-rating programs, but this one wasn't that popular. However, these days, he was keeping up with cable variety shows as well. Because of Lee Yoon-mi, ever since she was stabbed and injured, she had mostly stopped traveling, shopping, or attending performances. She consciously avoided crowded places. As a result, Kim Seong-jun naturally spent more time at home, watching TV with her. While watching the show featuring 4 cats, Lee Yoon Mi commented. Yoon Nana is so bright and pretty, she knew that Seo Young Woo had saved Yoon Nana as well. ES Entertainment had pushed a lot of articles about 4Cat's first song, thanks to Hong Yi's favor. Because of that, there was plenty of reading material about her online. Kim Seong-jun knew that simply agreeing with her statement wouldn't end well. In moments like these, the best move was to steer the conversation in a different direction, but it had to be done naturally. That girl, Seo Sora, she looks oddly familiar. Where have I seen her before? In truth, while watching Seo Sora, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Lee Yoon Mi asked, is she a singer who used to be an actress? Maybe, her name doesn't ring a bell, but did she play a minor role in one of our productions? On the screen, the conversation about Yoon Nana's residence was unfolding. Then do you still live in the same neighborhood as Seo Sora? Of course our houses are close to each other. Kim Seong-jun paused. Huh? What's wrong? Leaning forward, he stared intently at the screen, not at Yoon Nana, but at Seo Sora. Seo Sora, did you remember where you saw her? I've met Detective Seo Young Woo a few times in person. That's right, I'd love to meet him too. Watching Seo Sora, I kept feeling like she looked familiar. Now I know why she looks like Detective Seo Young Woo in person. He looks a bit different from that interview video, but his actual appearance resembles Seo Sora. There were no recent public photos of Seo Young Woo. The only available footage was a short interview where he gave brief answers. However, the most watched video of him wasn't that interview, it was the footage of him taking down Lee Seon-hwa's stalker. That video didn't show his face. Really, when I met him, everything was so chaotic that I barely remember his face. So that's what he looks like? Still watching the TV, Kim Seong-jun muttered, Seo Young Woo, Seo Sora, they both have the last name Seo. What? Are you thinking they might be related? Come on, there are tons of people with the last name Seo in Korea. They live in the same neighborhood too, huh? Detective Seo Young Woo once mentioned that his commute time is short. That means he lives close to the police station. Yoon Nana also lives in that precinct's jurisdiction. That's why, when the serial killer kidnapped Yoon Nana, Detective Seo Young Woo was able to respond immediately. And now, on this show, Seo Sora just said she lives in the same neighborhood. Lee Yoon Mi started to entertain the possibility. Then what's their relationship supposed to be? Relatives, maybe siblings? Watching the screen with him, Lee Yoon Mi asked. Are you going to look into it? Like, checking their addresses to compare or something? Kim Seong-jun immediately shook his head. I'm suspicious, but investigating them is a bad idea. Detective Seo Young Woo would find out right away if someone was looking into him. That's true, with his investigative skills, he'd catch on instantly. And who wants to be friends with someone who's snooping around their personal life? The moment he finds out, any relationship we could have would be over. I can't repay kindness with betrayal. Then what will you do? Kim Seong-jun grinned. It's fine as long as we find out naturally, right? Naturally, on TV, 4 cats were singing their third song, Little Baby Kittens. Listening to the song, Kim Seong-jun spoke. That song, I thought it was good before, but now I'm certain the new commercial our company is about to produce has exactly this concept. It'd be great to use it. I should ask Director Yoon for his opinion. If you say you want to use it, Director Yoon won't oppose it. I should set up a dinner meeting with Director Yoon's team tomorrow evening to discuss production. But if we're using that song in the commercial, we should invite those 4 to the dinner as well, don't you think? That's quite natural, right? Lee Yoon Mi burst into laughter after hearing Kim Seong-jun's plan. Ha ha ha. So you're going to approach Seo Sora that way to find out? Oh, my stomach, are you some kind of spy? I laughed so hard, my stomach hurts. Don't laugh too hard, your wound might reopen. It's just too funny. After barely managing to stop laughing, she said, then should I go to that dinner too? Kim Seong-jun's eyes widened. Huh? Really? I want to meet Yoon Nana and talk to her. Besides, if I go, it'll seem even more natural. Kim Seong-jun's expression brightened instantly. I was worried because Yoon Mi has been wary of people since that incident. He completely understood why she had been kidnapped by someone she trusted and nearly stabbed to death. And yet, now she was saying she wanted to meet someone she didn't know. Since Yoon Nana has been through a similar situation and remains so bright, maybe she wants to talk to her and work through her trauma. Yeah, even the doctors said having this kind of mindset is important. I'll set it up right away. The next morning, ES Entertainment's president, Oh Dong-chul, received a call from AKX Pictures. Ha, AKX Pictures? A commercial? You want our girls for a commercial? Oh Dong Chul shot up from his seat, then sat back down. Ah, no, just the song? Oh, of course as long as the conditions are right, that's no problem at all Dimension. Our company handles all of Dimension's music-related work, so you don't have to worry about that absolutely. As soon as he hung up, CEO Sora excitedly asked, President, what was that about? Are we shooting a commercial? Oh Dong Chul shook his finger left and right you guys aren't at that level yet. But you just said commercial, they just want to use little baby kittens in a commercial. CEO Sora looked slightly disappointed oh, I got excited for nothing. They don't just want to use the melody, they want to use your recording they want you to re-record it specifically for the commercial and what happens then? Your song will be on TV every day plus, you'll get royalties, and you'll get a cut for performing the song. CEO Sora clenched her fist tightly wow, really? Awesome, as soon as the money comes in, I'll pay my brother back for the new, I'll completely repay him for the laptop so he can't boss me around with it anymore. Boss you around? He keeps making me run errands he knocks off 10,001 each time. Yoon Nana asked, President, does that mean Dimension will earn something too? Of course Dimension will earn the most they own all the copyrights. Oh Dong Chul let out a small sigh that's why we should have sold the song along with you appearing in the commercial that way, our company would have made more money this time, we'll only get a little. Yoon Nana pressed her hands against her chest that's a relief. Huh, Nana. Whose side are you on? Whose side do you think? The rent for your practice room is barely covered, you need to make money fast. CEO Sora asked, so when do we record the song? They want to decide that over dinner tonight. Wow, President, you're going out for a fancy meal. No, I don't have to go out you guys must the president of AKX Pictures is personally attending it's a great chance to build connections. Manager Kim Hyung-jin tilted his head they're just using the song for a commercial, and they're hosting a dinner for that? Yes, and the president himself is arranging it he even apologized for the sudden invitation but said he really hopes you'll attend. If I heard this somewhere else, I'd think they're setting up our girls to pour drinks for some executives. Suddenly, the twins jumped to their feet the president is selling us off. Contact Detective D and have him arrest the president. We're telling mom too. Our mom's a lawyer, CEO Sora eyed him suspiciously. Are you seriously selling us to that company president? Oh Dong Chul protested hey, just how do you guys see me? Do I look like someone who would sell you off? But the manager just said so Kim Hyung-jin quickly waved both hands. I meant that if it were some shady guy inviting you, I'd be suspicious that he was trying to hit on you but that's not the case here. Why not? Because it's none other than President Kim Seong-jun I've heard some things about him in this industry, and he's absolutely not that kind of person. Really? Yeah, definitely that's why it's strange. Kim Hyung-jin tilted his head again why would the president of AKX Pictures invite rookies like you to a dinner he's hosting? Oh Dong Chul spoke up he said it's a dinner meeting combined with a CF production discussion that's why he invited you so, of course, you should go if you get familiar with President Kim Seong-jun now, he might think of our girls when he's producing something in the future and if you land even a minor role, that's a huge win. The dinner that evening proceeded normally. Kim Seong-jun had intentionally arranged the seating so that Lee Yoon-mi and Yoon Nana sat next to each other it wasn't to extract information. If Yoon-mi talks with Yoon Nana, who went through a similar experience yet remains cheerful, it might help her mental recovery. Because of the seating arrangement, the two naturally started conversing at some point. The name Seo Young-woo came up. Yoon Nana's eyes sparkled as she said, Detective Seo really saved my life. He saved my life and helped me find my dream, Lee Yoon-mi smiled. He saved me too when Yoon Nana had this conversation with Lee Son-hwa, they had playfully argued, but this time, the mood was quite pleasant. Isn't he amazing, and handsome, too oh my, have you met him? Yes a few times. I'm jealous I wanted to go and thank him too, but my situation wasn't great. No, you don't need to visit him he hates being exposed to the media if you go and it ends up in the news, he wouldn't like it. I did hear that, but for someone who avoids the media, his name sure pops up in the news a lot. Right? Even though he doesn't want to be in the spotlight, he keeps making headlines. Hearing this, the twins sitting nearby clapped their hands in delight. He. As expected of D, Lee Yoon-mi asked, D, huh? Oh, D re that D? Seo Sora was sitting directly across from Kim Seong-jun she felt an itch to speak. Is this how Hong Gil-dong felt? This frustrating feeling of not being able to call my brother, Oppa. Kim Seong-jun had two reasons for inviting 4 cats to this dinner. One was for Lee Yoon-mi's sake, but the other was to naturally find out about Seo Sora and Seo Young-woo's relationship. Seo Sora looks like she really wants to say something but can't. He deliberately asked her, "Is something wrong? Any issues?" "No, not at all, the food is really delicious, ho ho ho." Kim Seong-jun's suspicions deepened. She definitely looks like she's hiding something. The CF director chimed in, "A director I know really wants Detective Seo Young-woo to appear in his drama." The director he was referring to was the one currently filming The Princess's Redemption, starring Lee Seon-woo. Kim Seong-jun sighed with regret. "We already made an offer to Detective Seo Young-woo, but he turned it down outright." Seo Sora was startled. "Huh? But can a police officer even appear in a drama?" Kim Seong-jun explained, "If it's for police promotion purposes and the government officially grants permission, it's possible, of course. Convincing either the government or Detective Seo Young-woo is no easy task. In fact, convincing Detective Seo might be even harder." "Oh, so it's possible. If he agrees, we'd pay him well." Seo Sora quietly took out her smartphone and messaged Seo Young-woo. "They want to cast you in a drama, take the role." "Shut up, they'll pay a lot." Not interested watching her, Kim Seong-jun became certain. "She just relayed my words and got rejected." That expression, "At the very least, they're cousins, if not, then full siblings." Kim Seong-jun, the president of AKX Pictures, grinned and spoke to the CF director. "I've already been working on multiple fronts. If things go well and Detective Seo Young-woo appears in a drama or a movie, it absolutely has to be one of our productions first." Though he addressed the CF director, his real intention was for Seo Sora to hear. "I hope this proposal reaches Detective Seo naturally." The CF director, thinking the words were meant for him, got excited and suggested, "I also direct music videos. How about casting Detective Seo Young-woo in 4 Cats music video? A detective starring in the music video of a singer he saved. This is bound to be a hit." Yoon Nana's cheeks flushed slightly. If something like that were to happen. Scenes of kissing and bed scenes flashed through her mind. Her cheeks turned even redder. Seo Sora whispered to Yoon Nana, "Nana, snap out of it. I just texted him, and he said no." "Ah, why? Shush, your voice is too loud. TCH_." At that moment, Seo Young-woo was placing 50 million won in cash into a locked briefcase. The briefcase was something he had brought from the other world today. The exterior was made from processed monster hide, making it highly resistant to cuts, even with a knife. Moreover, it had an extremely sturdy locking mechanism. This way, no one will open it by mistake. A strange feeling crept over him. "My side earnings are now greater than my annual salary in this world." The money came from the raid on the transaction between So Sang-yun, who had stolen the relics of a high monk, and Kim Young-duk, a cultural artifact smuggler. Seo Young-woo's original target had been the relics of the high monk, not the money. But now that he had taken it, it turned out to be quite a nice bonus. "I'd probably earn less than this even if I shot a CF or a music video." Lee Seon-woo sat on a chair, rapidly swinging her legs up and down in frustration. "Ah, seriously, why won't he give me the necklace I picked out?" When Seo Young-woo was investigating the case of the stolen relics from the Goryeo-era high monk, he had visited a jewelry store with Lee Seon-woo. She had chosen a necklace, assuming it was meant for her. However, that necklace was now around the neck of the Lee Seon-woo from the other world. Because the relic inside the necklace was a sacred object, it had become a legendary great item, strong enough to withstand even disaster-level mental attacks. "He definitely picked it out for me. That's why he told me to choose a necklace that suited my taste." Did he really forget? Should I ask him? But that would be too humiliating. At the moment, she was drinking with her friend Kim Jeong-mi at her house. Kim Jeong-mi scolded her. "Why are you mumbling to yourself like some drenched monk? What's going on?" "It's about Young-woo, Detective Seo Young-woo. Don't you think he's getting too popular? He was already famous, wasn't he? Before we started dating, he was only known among certain circles, reporters, the police, that kind of thing. But now, so many people know his name. But not many people know his face, right? Even I don't remember seeing any photos of him." "That's because he really hates being photographed. There's only one weird-looking interview video floating around. If a proper photo ever starts circulating, that'd be a big problem." "Why? I don't know, I just have this feeling that I already have rivals or something, which is impossible. I mean, I'm Lee Seon-woo." Kim Jeong-mi smirked. Don't worry, you arrogant girl, like you always say, there's no one prettier than you. Seo Young-woo is a man. He'll eventually fall for you. Right? Feeling a little tipsy, Lee Seon-hwa took another sip and texted Seo Young-woo. I'm drinking with a friend right now. A reply came back. She started shaking her legs furiously again. Ah, what the hell? What kind of response is that? Just 2 circles, how am I supposed to get him to ask me to drink together if that's all he says? More alcohol. Hey, don't you have a shoot tomorrow? It's fine, just a little more. In the other world, the other Lee Seon-hwa raised her glass. It's fine, just a little more, Seo Young-woo scolded her. You've only just recovered from the curse, and you're already drinking this much? Lee Seon-hwa stroked the necklace, which contained the legendary sacred relic, and replied. I'm completely fine now. You've already had 2 bottles of soju. If you drink any more, what are you going to do tomorrow? What's the big deal? I don't have a shoot tomorrow anyway. Didn't you say you're going to an audition? Ah, right then, will you take me there tomorrow, Oppa? You're drunk. Do you really think I would? TCH, then I'll just drink a little more and sleep in my room. You don't have a room here, you greedy man. There's an extra room. Give me my own room, with pink curtains, pink blankets, and a king-size bed. That's it, no more drinking my drink, my drunk. The next day, the Lee Seon-hwa from this world sat in the car, pressing her hand against her head. My head, it feels like it's going to split. Her manager, sitting beside her, asked. Honey, just how much did you drink? Not that much, but weirdly, my head hurts like I drank about 2 more bottles of soju. Here's a hangover drink, thank you. The drama The Princess's Redemption was already doing well in ratings, but the stalker incident ended up serving as unexpected publicity, boosting them even higher. The broadcasting station, AKX Pictures, the drama's production company, and Lee Seon-hwa's agency decided to capitalize on the rising popularity by scheduling her for a variety show appearance. It wasn't an outdoor variety show but one filmed indoors. There, she greeted the production staff and met other invited guests. Since the variety show was meant to promote the drama, the male lead Kang Seo-jun and supporting actor Kwon Kyung-chul were also appearing. However, there were some unexpected faces as well. Aren't those 4 cats? Not long ago, in Yeouido, she had run into Seo Young-woo and ended up having fried chicken and beer with them. The twins spotted her and shouted, "Wow, Lee Seon-hwa. Wow, she's still so pretty even after seeing her again." Seo Sora, flustered, nudged the twins. They quickly came to their senses and bowed their heads. Hello. Seo Sora also greeted her. Hello. Yoon Nana, standing with them, simply bowed her head slightly. Lee Seon-hwa smiled warmly. Oh my, we meet again? Nice to see you. Your new song is really good. The twins beamed at the compliment. We sang it. Dimension Nim made the song just for the 2 of us. The filming soon began. The show involved cooking simple dishes and having casual conversations over a meal. Seo Sora made a soup with bean sprouts and dried pollock, and it suited Lee Seon-hwa's taste perfectly. It also worked as a great hangover cure, making it even more delicious. When the cameras were off for a moment, Lee Seon-hwa spoke to Seo Sora. This soup is really good. It's probably because you drank yesterday. This is the best for a hangover, that's why I made it. Lee Seon-hwa was slightly taken aback. Oh my, how did you know I drank yesterday? Do I smell like alcohol? I shouldn't, though. No, my oppa must be a fan. I heard it from him. This morning, Seo Young-woo had grumbled while making a soup with bean sprouts and dried pollock. Since Seon-hwa drank so much yesterday, she needs this, but there's no way to get it to her. Seo Sora, who overheard him, had assumed that the Seon-hwa he was talking about was Lee Seon-hwa. Lee Seon-hwa tilted her head. I drank with just a friend yesterday. How would a fan know that? Seo Sora was shocked. What? Not a company dinner or something? Just a friend? Did oppa become friends with Lee Seon-hwa? No way. Was that friend a GU, a girl Jeong-mi? We drink together often. I see, so it wasn't that. Of course, no way oppa could possibly, with Lee Seon-hwa. Then someone probably posted it on social media. Oppa must have seen it there. Did Jeong-mi post it? That makes sense, she does sometimes. Lee Seon-hwa turned her gaze to Yoon Nana. Yoon Nana had been glaring at Seo Sora but quickly looked away. Lee Seon-hwa thought to herself, that girl is going to turn into my anti-fan at this rate. The filming resumed. 4 cats had been invited to the variety show because of their connection to Lee Seon-hwa. As the conversation neared the latter half, the host carefully brought up the topic. So, I heard that Lee Seon-hwa and Yoon Nana both know the same person? There was only one person they could be referring to in this context. Lee Seon-hwa spoke first. Detective Seo Young-woo, I know him a little. Not wanting to be outdone, Yoon Nana quickly interjected. I know him too. He lives in my neighborhood. I even ate grilled pork belly with him. I posted a photo on social media. I had chicken. Oh, my chicken? The one we ate together in Yeouido? We ate it another time too, you know. And where and how did you end up eating that? I had it with all the detectives who help with the filming. Yoon Nana struggled to defend herself against Lee Seon-hwa's swift attack, but as she tried not to lose, she suddenly realized she had said too much. That is, Seo Sora quickly jumped in to smooth things over. All 4 of us ate together. We just wanted to say thanks. Oh, I see. Lee Seon-hwa hesitated. A suspicion arose in her mind. Why do they keep eating with a local detective? She suddenly recalled something she had brushed off earlier. How did Seo Sora know I drank last night? Did Jeong Mi really post it on social media? If not. During the break, Lee Seon-hwa called Kim Jeong Mi. Hey, I'm busy later. Lee Seon-hwa quickly asked. Just answer one thing. Did you post about us drinking last night? If I posted every time we drank, my entire feed would be full of your drunk photos. Did you post it or not? I didn't, you idiot. I'm busy. Bye. Lee Seon-hwa pieced the situation together. The people who know I drank last night, it wasn't Jeong Mi, the manager and road manager. They only found out this morning in the car. Seo Sora said she knew since morning, so it wasn't them either. Then who else? Young-woo. She suddenly remembered that she had texted Seo Young-woo while drunk last night. The reason she even found this suspicious was because of Yoon Nana and Seo Sora's reaction just now. The way Seo Sora tried to cover for Yoon Nana had been oddly unnatural. She aligned the situation with a new hypothesis. Yoon Nana just said Young-woo lives in the same neighborhood. Those two are neighborhood friends. So Seo Sora must live there too, and her last name is Seo. Lee Seon-hwa stared at Seo Sora and then she realized something. Oh my, she looks like Young-woo. The puzzle pieces snapped into place. The person who knew I drank last night, Young-woo, Yoon Nana, Seo Sora, and Young-woo all alive in the same neighborhood. Seo Sora has an older brother and that brother knew I drank last night. On top of that, they look alike. That's it. They are siblings, or at the very least, they live together as relatives. She had her answer. A bright smile spread across her face. Gotcha. Lee Seon-hwa changed her victorious smile into a friendly one and approached Seo Sora. Sora, I really enjoyed your soup today. Next time, I'll treat you to something delicious. Seo Sora, unaware of anything, beamed with excitement. Oh my, really? Thank you. Filming resumed. From that moment on, Lee Seon-hwa made sure to give Seo Sora more screen time. After all, she hadn't risen to the top just by starring in movies and dramas. She had also appeared in plenty of variety shows. She used all the skills she had gathered over the years to actively highlight Seo Sora. Seo Sora, with little broadcasting experience, simply assumed this was how things went, but the producer was beyond thrilled. He turned to the assistant director and said, Lee Seon-hwa is amazing. She completely dominates the show. She dominates it, but she doesn't overshadow everyone else. She's bringing attention to Seo Sora and even looking out for the twins. She really is the best. No wonder people keep praising her. It'd be nice if Yoon Nana got more screen time too. Originally, we planned for Seon-hwa and Nana to exchange stories about the incidents they each went through. Well, does it really matter? As long as it's entertaining. The producer grinned widely. True, as long as the ratings are good, that's all that matters. Thanks to Lee Seon-hwa actively creating content, the variety show filming ended earlier than scheduled. The producer couldn't stop smiling because there were so many great scenes. Beaming, he said, thanks to you, Seon-hwa, this episode is going to get an amazing response. You were incredible today. Lee Seon-hwa smirked slightly. Hey, it's just that I haven't been on variety shows much lately. If I put my mind to it, I can do well in them too. I completely agree. Once this airs, other shows will be scrambling to cast you. Casting offers always come in anyway. Oh, of course, you've always been able to pick and choose. Ha ha ha. 4cats was in high spirits too. The twins puffed up proudly. From now on, call us the Variety Twins. We did twice as well. If we both do twice as well, 4 times as good. Seo Sora played along just enough. Yay, yay, we have some amazing variety show geniuses here. Yoon Nana didn't get much screen time, but she wasn't discouraged. Instead, she became more determined. I feel like Sonhwa was only trying to keep me in check. That means she sees me as a real competitor. The entertainment car was parked in the underground lot. The four of them, along with their manager, Kim Hyung-jin, took the elevator down. Lee Sonhwa, who had gone down a little earlier, was waiting for them in front of the elevator. She made a suggestion. Since we wrapped up early today, how about we grab dinner together, my treat. The male lead of My Princess's Rehabilitation, Kang Seo-jun, grinned widely. If you're treating, it must be somewhere really good. Of course, I'm in. His co-star, Kwon Kyung-chul, flexed his muscles and said, I'm gonna eat a lot. That okay? We're going to a place where the chef serves whatever they decide. Sounds great. Just looking at me, they'll know to give me extra. Lee Sonhwa turned to Seo Sora. Are you coming? Seo Sora was so surprised she blurted out. Huh, us too? Lee Sonhwa smiled. You made that soup so delicious earlier, remember? I said I'd treat you next time. Since we finished early today, I figured why not today? The twins, realizing from Kang Seo-jun's reaction that they were heading somewhere fancy, quickly responded. Thank you, we'll eat a lot and grow big and strong. Lee Sonhwa only needed Seo Sora there, but she wasn't naive enough to make that obvious. Bringing all four of them makes it look natural. Since it was a private gathering, the managers from each company excused themselves for the evening. Lee Sonhwa brought her own car and drove it herself. None of the four cats members could drive a van, so Kang Seo-jun volunteered to drive the entertainment vehicle. As he opened the car door, he remarked, Man, it must have cost a bit to customize. Oh, wait, this isn't modified? Seo Sora replied, the president said he'd modify it once we start making more money. This car? Wouldn't it be better to just buy a new one instead? Oh, never mind. As he started the engine, Kang Seo-jun bragged, I've seen plenty of variety shows where they drive these kinds of vans. I'm actually a great driver. Seo Sora, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to him excitedly. I'm a fan of yours, Seo-jun oppa. I couldn't say it earlier because we were filming. Kang Seo-jun glanced at the rearview mirror and laughed. Is there anyone who isn't my fan? Ha ha ha. Yoon Nana simply stared blankly, while the twins were too busy scrolling through online forums to care. Oh, so not Nana, and not Ha Yeon or Da Yeon either? That means only Sora is my fan. Kang Seo-jun quickly changed the subject. The reason I offered to drive this time is that there's something I really wanted to ask you. Mind if I do? Oh my, really? What is it? Ask me anything, I'll answer. Seo Sora was hoping he'd ask for her phone number, but his question completely caught her off guard. Who exactly is Dimension? Huh? Why do you? It's not that I have any hidden motives. Honestly, my dream is to be a singer. But you're an actor. That's a dream I've already achieved. I originally had two dreams. Oh, I see. Seo Sora couldn't understand why he hadn't achieved his second dream yet. Then why not release an album? Plenty of actors and comedians do that. Kang Seo-jun smiled awkwardly. There's just one tiny problem. What is it? I can't sing. What? I'm tone deaf. Seo Sora blinked. What kind of nonsense is this? But you said being a singer is your dream. Kang Seo-jun had a wistful expression. That's why it's a dream, an unattainable dream. Seo Sora glanced at Kang Seo-jun's handsome profile, filled with doubt. Could it be that Seo-jun oppa's true identity is? Kang Seo-jun explained, I was wondering if Dimension could create a song that even I could sing. Have you asked other composers to make a song like that? They said it wouldn't work because I have severe tone deafness. But these days, recording technology is so advanced that even notes you can't hit can be adjusted, and everything else can be fine-tuned. I want to sing live, jumping around the stage, singing together with my fans. That kind of real, living performance. Ah, I see. Yup, a handsome lunatic, _ Lee Sonhwa planned to take everyone to a restaurant run by a famous chef who frequently appeared on television. Ever since that chef gained popularity on TV, it had become nearly impossible to get a table at the restaurant. Walking in without a reservation meant a very high chance of being turned away. But Lee Sonhwa knew that a team she was familiar with had made a reservation there today. While in her car, she made a phone call. Yeah, that place. If you give up that table, I'll book you another one. At a restaurant twice as expensive. How much is the limit? Why would there be a limit? Order whatever you want, I'll cover everything. So, we have a deal? Just let Chef Wu know. As soon as she hung up, Kwon Kyung-chul, sitting beside her, asked. I mean, Chef Wu is famous, but if there's a place that's twice as expensive, wouldn't it be better for us to just go there? Why insist on eating at Chef Wu's restaurant? I just feel like eating there today. If you don't, you can get out of the car. No, I've always wanted to try Chef Wu's food. It looked amazing on TV. Even after entering the restaurant and sitting down, Seo Sora had no idea what kind of place it was, but then, Chef Wu himself came to their table. Sonhwa, I've been seeing you a lot lately, seems like it. Seo Sora was so surprised that she stood up from our seat. Hello. Yes, hello. Oh, you're Seo Sora from Four Cats? Oh my, you know us, of course. Your songs are great, ha. We have some esteemed guests today. Thank you, I'm a fan of yours too, chef. Beside her, Kang Seo Jun muttered under his breath. So Sora's not just my fan, she's a fan of anyone who's famous. Seo Sora turned to him. Nothing. He quickly changed the subject by looking at Lee Sonhwa. This place must have been fully booked. How did you get a table? Lee Sonhwa was pleased by both Seo Sora's reaction and Kang Seo Jun's question. This is it when people recognize without being told just how good a place I've brought them to. What's the point of taking them somewhere even better if they don't appreciate it? Seeing Chef Wu in person makes it obvious, plus, with someone like Seo Jun asking about it, it makes the effort even more worthwhile. She smiled. I wanted to get something delicious for Sora, so I put in a little extra effort. That's top star power for you. Of course I am Lee Sonhwa, after all. Seo Sora's eyes sparkled. Honey, you're so cool, Lee Sonhwa beamed. Don't just say that here, go home and tell Yoonwoo I'm amazing. With those exact eyes, I'll buy you all the delicious food you want, so go earn your meal. During the meal, they each had a drink. Seo Sora sipped her wine and marveled, wow, this must be expensive wine. The deep aroma just rises up, it's incredible. Yoon Nana grumbled quietly. Even some good ones from the supermarket taste similar to this. Lee Sonhwa didn't drink. I barely drank anything yesterday, but somehow, I still have a hangover. Feels like I had 2 extra bottles of soju. Kang Seo Jun commented, that's just age, you wanna die? Kang Seo Jun quickly turned his head to the side and took a drink. After downing the entire glass in one go, he cautiously looked at Lee Sonhwa and said. Save me. Lee Sonhwa said, I have to drive anyway, so I'm not drinking. Kang Seo Jun hesitated. Oh, I was supposed to drive for these guys, but I already drank. Whatever, since I already started, I might as well go all in. Seo Sora shouted, it's fine, we'll call a driver for our car, so our handsome Seo Jun Oppa can drink as much as he wants here. Have another. Sora, you drink too. Drink up. After a leisurely meal with drinks, they went down to the parking lot. The twins were the first to step out of the elevator, and they gasped in surprise. It's Lemon Flower. It really is. Wow. Lemon Flower was a female duo consisting of Yoon Mi So and Choi Soo-ah. Those men look like they're about to hit them? Aren't those sisters in danger? In one corner of the underground parking lot, Yoon Mi So and Choi Soo-ah stood in front of them. A man in a suit was angrily scolding them. Behind him, 3 large men stood intimidatingly. Lee Sonhwa immediately strode over with a frown. Who the hell are you guys? Jo Ki-hyuk, the man in the suit, turned his head and snapped angrily. What kind of bitch dares to? He froze. Lee Sonhwa. Lee Sonhwa spoke sharply. If you know who I am, you'd better back off. Jo Ki-hyuk's eyes wavered, but then, one of the large men behind him shouted. Fuck, so what if it's Lee Sonhwa? If you don't want to get hurt, just walk away like you didn't see anything. From behind Lee Sonhwa, Kang Seo Jun appeared. 4 men picking on 2 women. How could I possibly ignore that? Kang Seo Jun, you celebrity punk, if you stick your nose in, I'll kill you. Kang Seo Jun flinched. The atmosphere was tense. He turned to Kwon Kyung-chul, who had been the last to step out of the elevator. I've got a bad feeling about this. A bad feeling? They're just thugs. Kwon Kyung-chul flexed his muscles and stepped forward. What did you just say? I didn't hear you properly. Say it again. Fuck, I said I'll kill you. Oh, he really did say it again. That's not what I was going for. There were 7 people on Lee Sonhwa's side, but Lee Sonhwa and the members of Four Cats had never been in a fistfight before, and they weren't physically strong. Kang Seo Jun had never even attended a taekwondo class as a child, let alone been in a fight. The only one who looked like he might be strong in a fight was Kwon Kyung-chul, with his muscular build. On the other hand, the other side had 4 men who looked like they knew how to handle themselves. Lee Seon-hwa quickly came up with a plan. Kyung-chul oppa, you hold off those 4 in the meantime, we'll get those 2 out. Kwon Kyung-chul hesitated. But won't I actually die? Oppa, you're really strong. Seon-hwa, no matter how strong I am, how can I take on those 4 thugs by myself? I'm human too, you know. Kwon Kyung-chul flinched in surprise. What? Lee Seon-hwa's eyes widened. Why is Young-woo here? Yoon Mi-so and Choi Soo-ah of Lemon Flower were holding hands tightly, terrified. Then, suddenly, a man they had never seen before appeared in front of them. Yoon Mi-so looked at his back and asked cautiously. Who are you? A person Seo Sora had called Seo Young-woo earlier during dinner, not because she expected something like this, but simply because they needed a driver. However, when Seo Young-woo arrived, the underground parking lot was filled with hostility. He immediately stepped between the 2 women and the 4 men. Lee Seon-hwa and Seo Sora's side had Kwon Kyung-chul and Kang Seo-jun, so they could at least defend themselves, but no one was protecting the 2 women, so he stood there. Seo Young-woo frowned as he looked at Jo Ki-hyuk and the 3 men behind him. What's going on here? Jo Ki-hyuk hadn't even noticed when Seo Young-woo had arrived. He had been keeping an eye on Kwon Kyung-chul, but when Yoon Mi-so's startled voice drew his attention, Seo Young-woo was already standing in front of them. Jo Ki-hyuk was taken aback. Who the hell are you? Just someone here to drive. What? They said they drank, so. Seo Young-woo glanced over at Seo Sora. You call me only when you need a driver, huh? Seo Sora sheepishly raised a hand. Sorry. Jo Ki-hyuk's mind worked quickly. He's not a hired driver, he knows 4 cats, so, is he their manager? It was the first time he had seen Seo Young-woo's face, but he knew what 4 cats manager, Kim Hyung-jin, looked like. ES Entertainment must have hired a new road manager. Well, it was about time. He reached a conclusion. Now, there are 3 men on their side, and unfortunately, one of them is Kwon Kyung-chul. If this drags on and Kyung-chul makes a move, things will escalate. Dealing with Lee Seon-hwa would also be a hassle. Alright, first, I'll take out this newbie and reduce their numbers. Jo Ki-hyuk pulled his gloved fist back and lunged at Seo Young-woo. Who the hell does a road manager think he is? Jo Ki-hyuk swung his fist towards Seo Young-woo's face. At the same time, Seo Young-woo extended his leg forward naturally. A leg was longer than an arm. Seo Young-woo kicked Jo Ki-hyuk. Jo Ki-hyuk was sent flying backward even faster than he had charged forward. Gake, Seo Young-woo muttered. What was that? Is he an idiot? Jo Ki-hyuk was sent flying backward and collapsed from a single kick by Seo Young-woo. The 3 men standing behind him tensed up at the sight. What the hell? Kang Seo-jun and Kwon Kyung-chul had first met Seo Young-woo not long ago at the police station in front of a drama filming set. They clearly remembered the astonishing movements he had displayed back then. Moreover, Kang Seo-jun had watched the footage of Seo Young-woo catching a stalker multiple times. Kang Seo-jun stepped forward, raising his fists and shouting, "You bastards, I won't forgive you, come at me, come on." Kwon Kyung-chul also stepped forward, gesturing with his hand. "Hey, you, the one who shouted that you'd kill me, come here, I'll personally fold you in half. This punk doesn't even realize I'm letting him off easy." Seo Young-woo thought to himself, there are too many witnesses here. Since Sora is present too, should I just rough them up enough to chase them off, without breaking any bones? One of the 3 men reached into his inner pocket, the same guy who had shouted at Lee Seon-hwa and Kwon Kyung-chul earlier. Kang Seo-jun saw this and recoiled in shock. AK knife? Kwon Kyung-chul hesitated. Wait, this isn't right. Seo Young-woo's expression changed slightly. If he's pulling out a knife, I can't let him walk away. Seo Young-woo issued a warning. Hey, you, if you pull that out, you're dead. The man panicked. It's just a phone. Like Kang Seo-jun, Seo Young-woo had naturally assumed he was reaching for a knife. I knew it was a phone from the start. Why? Calling for reinforcements? Oh, actually, I've changed my mind. Go ahead, call every single one of them. Seo Young-woo spread his arms wide. Bring them all here, I'll wipe them all out at once. And no, I was just asking what we should do next. The 3 men had already lost their will to fight. Even before this, they weren't confident they could easily take down Kwon Kyung-chul alone. The shouting earlier was just to cover up their intimidation. But then Seo Young-woo appeared. They didn't know who he was, but they had seen Jo Ki-hyuk get knocked down in a single blow. The three whispered among themselves, threats won't work anymore. If we get caught using violence in front of Lee Seon-hwa, it'll be a disaster. I heard Manager Joe was a decent fighter, but he got taken out in one hit. No way we're winning this fight. Guess we should check with the boss first. The man who had been shouting pulled out his phone and made a call. The line connected. Boss. In that instant, Seo Young-woo dashed forward and snatched the phone from his hand. The man was caught off guard. Seo Young-woo's movement was so fast that he couldn't even react before his phone was taken. Ha, 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 a male voice came through the phone. Is the job done? Seo Young-woo spoke. You sent these punks? A brief silence followed before the male voice returned. Who are you? What's your connection to Lemon Flower? None at all. He had only just learned that the two women behind him performed under the name Lemon Flower. Seo Young-woo memorized the number displayed on the call info. He had intentionally let them make the call just to get this number. I'll give you one warning. Back off if you don't want to die. Seo Young-woo casually dropped the phone on the ground and stomped on it. The sturdy device shattered instantly. The remaining three men swallowed hard in nervousness. Jo Ki-hyuk, who had been sprawled on the ground, staggered to his feet. Shit, I thought he was just a manager, but he's a bodyguard. Didn't expect Lemon Flower to have a bodyguard already. Jo Ki-hyuk stepped backward to widen the distance and spoke. Listen up, you bastard, we're backing off for today, but... Seo Young-woo suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Jo Ki-hyuk by the collar with one hand. Hey, then don't just back off. And no, that's not what I meant. Stop stuttering. If you've got something to say, spit it out. It's your last chance to speak in this life, so you wouldn't want to stumble over your words, would you? Jo Ki-hyuk didn't hear Seo Young-woo's words as a joke. His throat was tightening, making it hard to breathe. Sorry. Seo Young-woo had no intention of escalating things further. Too many witnesses here, and there are security cameras in the underground parking lot. Breaking all four of them here would cause some trouble. Seo Young-woo had already confirmed one phone number. He also noticed that Jo Ki-hyuk and the other three might belong to different groups. The guy who answered the call is either their boss or at least a high-ranking officer. Either way, it didn't matter. He was a detective as long as he had a reasonable excuse. Finding out who owned the number wouldn't be difficult. Even if it was a burner phone, he could at least track its location. If they ignore my warning and cause trouble, I'll wipe them out then. Seo Young-woo let go of Jo Ki-hyuk's collar and gave him a light push. Go make sure to buy a lottery ticket on your way. You just survived death. Jo Ki-hyuk stumbled backward several steps. Huff. Flailing to keep his balance, he barely managed to stay on his feet before bolting away. The other three quickly followed him. After all four had disappeared, the twins raised their hands high. As expected, since people other than four cats was also present, Park Ha-yeon quickly changed her words. Detective Seo is the strongest. It felt like a movie scene. Lee Seon-hwa hurried over. Are you hurt anywhere? Seo Young-woo replied. You saw everything just now. Do I look hurt? That question has no soul. I was just pretending to be concerned. Do you know how many men risk their lives just to hear a single word of concern from me? Seo Young-woo smirked. I guess this is just her nature. In the other world, Lee Seon-hwa took it a step further. She would even set up situations and act them out. Back then, Seo Young-woo had been fooled by her acting more than once. He said, doesn't seem like there's anyone like that here. Lee Seon-hwa turned her head and glared at Kang Seo-jun and Kwon Kyung-chul. The two flinched and quickly avoided her gaze. She then asked, but what are you doing here, Young-woo? Driving. They said they had no one to drive the car. Lee Seon-hwa turned to look behind her. Four cats was there. Her eyes scanned Seo Sora briefly. Seo Sora was clearly holding back her excitement, dying to brag. Lee Seon-hwa was convinced, they're definitely relatives, at least cousins. My gut says they're siblings. Yoon Nana also stepped forward. Young-woo oppa, thank you. I thought we were in big trouble. Seo Young-woo asked her, who were those guys? I don't know, it was my first time seeing them. Lee Seon-hwa quickly explained, I recognize the guy in the suit who got beaten up by you. He's a manager at Wind Planning. Oh, I don't know him personally, but I've seen him a few times at events. I heard Wind Planning always hopes for ES Entertainment to fail, and now we run into them here. Why do they want ES Entertainment to fail? Apparently, they hate how ES Entertainment monopolizes Dimension's music. Seo Sora huffed angrily. HMPH, Dimension's songs will never go to Wind Planning now. At the dinner earlier, Lee Seon-hwa had decided to speak informally with Seo Sora. She naturally did the same with the twins but kept a slight distance with Yoon Nana. Hearing Seo Sora's words, Lee Seon-hwa quickly asked, "So, you're planning to tell Dimension about today? But you know them well enough to have their contact and talk about this? Who exactly is Dimension?" I do know them. Why are you so nervous? I was just curious. You don't have to answer." Lee Seon-hwa then turned to look at Lemon Flower. "Oh, right, they're also artists under Wind Planning." Yoon Mi-so of Lemon Flower bowed her head slightly towards Seo Yoon-woo. "Thank you for saving us. It's nothing, just doing my job." "Are you Detective Seo Yoon-woo? I heard Seon-hwa Uni call you Yoon-woo just now." "Ah, yeah, I am next to her." Choi Soo-ah also bowed. "Seriously, thank you," Seo Yoon-woo asked, "what exactly happened?" "Those guys followed us. Our contract with Wind Planning is ending soon. When we said we wouldn't renew, they first tried to sweet talk us, but when that didn't work, they sent those gangster bast. Oh, sorry, I'm just so angry they sent those thugs to threaten us." Choi Soo-ah gritted her teeth. "We are never renewing our contract, never." Yoon Nana looked worried. "Wind Planning is a pretty big company, right? If they use the media against us and spread bad news about what just happened, won't it be bad for Yoon-woo oppa?" Lee Seon-hwa shouted loudly. "HMPH, I am Lee Seon-hwa. If you dare to pull that kind of trick on Yoon-woo, I'll make sure to show you whose words have more weight with the reporters." She clenched her fist and boasted, but then hesitated. But why does she keep calling him oppa? Is it because they grew up in the same neighborhood? Yoon Nana also had a complaint. Since Ifan, did she know him well enough to call him Yoon-woo? Yoon Nana decided to address the more important issue first. If this blows up and he has to quit being a detective, that would be a disaster. Suddenly, Kang Seo-jun, the drama's male lead, jumped into the conversation. "Wow, if Detective Seo gets fired from the police force, our director would be thrilled." Kwon Kyung-chul chimed in. "If he quits being a detective, he'll be scouted as an actor right away, won't he?" "Of course not, just our director. AKX Pictures also wants to work with Detective Seo in movies and dramas. If he gets fired today, he'll probably start with our drama immediately. I clearly heard our writer say that if Detective Seo joins, they'd rewrite the script to create a role for him." Lee Seon-hwa joined the atmosphere. "What's with you all? If Yoon-woo quits being a detective, he's shooting a romance with me first. I have a great script, and if I agree to star in it, I can get Detective Seo cast right away. A lead role might be tough at first, but I can definitely secure a supporting role for him." The script she was referring to had many kiss scenes with that supporting role. Thinking about that, she grinned mischievously. He. Seo Yoon-woo put an end to the conversation. "Why do you people keep hoping I'll get fired? I have no intention of quitting as a detective." Lee Seon-hwa clicked her tongue. "Tisk, well, you could still do a romance drama while being a detective." Yoon Mi-so from Lemon Flower spoke up. "But we thought we'd meet someone from ES Entertainment if we came here today." Lee Seon-hwa asked, "Huh? Why ES Entertainment? We want to move to ES Entertainment." Seo Sora, who was listening nearby, was shocked. "What? But why? Our company is really small." Lemon Flower had already peaked in popularity some time ago. Their fame had declined, but they weren't so unpopular that they needed to move to a struggling company. ES Entertainment wasn't even fully revived yet. They were barely scraping by with their operating funds. Lee Seon-hwa was also confused and asked, "Seriously, why? If you're switching companies, should I talk to mine? My agency is planning to expand its singer lineup if they can get good songs." Yoon Mi-so explained. "If we join your agency, we'd probably just fade into the background." "Well, that's true. We focus more on acting, so we're a bit weak in supporting singers, but ES Entertainment is even weaker in that regard." Still, ES Entertainment, Yoon Mi-so glanced at Seo Yoon-woo. "All the artists there are close with Detective Seo." Seo Yoon-woo was slightly taken aback. "Me? Of course, Senior Oh Dong-chul is a good person, so ES Entertainment isn't run like some shady business. That was an important factor too, but after meeting Detective Seo today." Yoon Mi-so and Choi Soo-ah's eyes sparkled as they looked at Seo Yoon-woo. "It feels reassuring to be close with Detective Seo." Lee Seon-hwa's expression changed instantly. "These girls." Yoon Nana's face also turned cold. "These Uni witches." Lee Seon-hwa noticed Yoon Nana's expression change and realized what she was thinking. Yoon Nana, in turn, understood what Lee Seon-hwa was thinking. They glared at each other. "This girl? This Uni witch?" Seo Yoon-woo was dumbfounded. "You're saying you want to sign with ES Entertainment because of me? You actually expect me to believe that? Yoon Mi So grinned. Of course, that's just an additional reason we decided on today. It's not the biggest reason. I thought so. You were joking. The real reason is that S Entertainment is the only company that has received songs from Dimension. What? If we join ES Entertainment, we thought we might get a song from Dimension too. No other company even knows who Dimension is. Yoon Mi So, a member of the female duo Lemon Flower, explained. So we came to meet someone from ES Entertainment to ask if we could sign a contract under the condition of receiving a song from Dimension. Choi Soo-ah continued the explanation, but when we asked around about where to find ES Entertainment, those guys overheard us. That bastard Chief Joe even brought along some thugs and started chasing us. The drama's male lead, Kang Seo-jun, jumped into the conversation. Wow, when you put it like that, it actually sounds pretty convincing. If I transfer to ES Entertainment, will Dimension give me songs too? Should I move there? Kwon Kyung-chul asked, how much time do you have left on your contract? Not much, but if you go to ES Entertainment, do you think they can properly support you? True, Dimension is a composer, and S Entertainment's president is a former singer, so they're weak when it comes to dramas and movies. They recruited a few actors before, but they all left in the end unless a powerful backer comes along. It's not going to work right now. ES Entertainment is in no shape to handle you. Lee Seon-hwa listened to their conversation and thought to herself. I can't go. I still have a year left on my contract. Even if I force my way out, ES Entertainment is too small to back me up properly. Besides, ES Entertainment isn't even Yoon-woo's company, so why would I go there? She glanced at Seo Sora. Forget ES Entertainment, I should target her instead. Yoon Mi So spoke up, but since things have come this far, there's no need to sneak around and ask anymore. I'll contact Senior Oh Dong-chul and visit the company directly to ask if signing with ES Entertainment guarantees getting a song from Dimension. Choi Soo-ah clasped her hands together. I really hope we get one. Seo Yoon-woo said, yeah, do your best. On the way back, Seo Sora asked, Oppa, what are you going to do? About what? Lemon Flower, are you going to give them a song? The other three also waited eagerly for his answer, their eyes shining. Well, I haven't really thought about it yet. The reason he couldn't give an immediate answer was that he didn't know what the situation was like for Lemon Flower in the other world. The next day, Seo Yoon-woo reported to the police station. On his desk, there was an Americano coffee from a cafe. Baek Sung-min saw it and complained, wow, discrimination in the 21st century. I've never once had even vending machine coffee waiting on my desk when I came to work. This is too much. Min-sok, don't you think so? Jo Min-sok replied, I've at least gotten vending machine coffee before. Are you trying to get into the same department as Yoon-woo? You're in my department, you know? Well, I need to date and get married someday too, so, you know. I've been raising a little tiger. Seo Yoon-woo took a sip of his coffee. As expected, coffee from this world tastes good. A short while later, Violent Crimes team leader Kwon Byung-chul appeared, shaking a file. Yoon-woo, you need to go somewhere. Where to? Baek Sung-min jumped up in protest. Wait, team leader, what are we supposed to do if you send Yoon-woo away? What do you mean? Ever since Yoon-woo came, we've been living the good life. We need more of that. Where are you sending him? Who's the bastard asking for him to be transferred? So you do realize you've been slacking off, huh? Well, it's not exactly something you can hide, and team leader, you've been enjoying it too. Kwon Byung-chul waved his hand dismissively. We're not the only ones enjoying it. The chief and the commissioner are benefiting too. Plenty of places have already requested to have Yoon-woo transferred, but the commissioner is blocking them with everything he's got. He keeps saying if they want to take Yoon-woo, they'll have to take him down first. Baek Sung-min was taken aback. Wait, so he's really being transferred? Not permanently, just for today. He's been assigned as security support somewhere else. Oh, so it's just a one-day thing still. You can't just send him off like that. One-day assignments turn into 2 days, 2 days turn into 3, and before you know it, he's always away on assignments. If you keep overloading him with work just because he's good at it, who's going to want to work hard? That's how things work in this country. If you're good at something, they just give you more to do. Which is exactly why we, as law enforcers, shouldn't go along with it. This is exploitation, exploitation. You're talking a lot of sense today. Honestly, Sung-min, you're only motivated when you have something to complain about. I'll go grab them by the collar and demand answers, so just tell me which bastard ordered Yoon-woo to be sent. It's an order from way up high, so we have no choice. How high up are we talking? The commissioner Baek Sung-min hesitated. Ah well, then he has to go. The commissioner received a request from a minister of another department. Then he really has to go. Wait, what kind of minister even knows the name of a low-ranking officer? Baek Sung-min, who had been grumbling, tilted his head. But security support instead of an investigation? For Young-woo? Why? He's famous for catching murderers. How should I know? The location is in Samsung-dong, and they told me to just send him. They didn't even tell me who he's supposed to protect. Violent Crimes Team Leader Kwon Byung-chul asked Seo Young-woo, have you ever done a security mission before? They specifically requested you from above, so I'm sending you. Seo Young-woo had plenty of experience protecting people from external dangers. However, it wasn't from people but from monsters. In the other world, Seo Young-woo frequently entered monster-occupied zones to rescue survivors. As long as they were still alive when he arrived, he brought them all out safely. That meant he had to be capable of protecting them from monster attacks while breaking through enemy lines. His detection skill and shooting skill were extremely useful in such missions. Seo Young-woo shrugged. He finished his coffee and tossed the cup into the trash bin. So where do I need to go? He didn't notice the phone number written in a woman's handwriting on the bottom of the cup. Such things never showed up in his detection skill. Kwon Byung-chul handed him the file. They want you to come here. The contact details of the person in charge are inside. Seo Young-woo arrived at a hotel in Samsung-dong. An international academic seminar was scheduled to take place there today. After reviewing the file, Seo Young-woo contacted the person in charge. A government official from a central ministry came to meet him. Detective Seo Young-woo. Wow, it's a pleasure to meet you in person. Ah, yes. First of all, I'd like to understand the situation. I haven't been informed of the security target yet. I also need to know what kind of threats are involved. The official waved his hand and smiled. Ah, security? There's no actual danger. This is just a matter of courtesy. No need to worry. Excuse me? He showed him a photograph. This is the person you'll be guarding, but the situation is a bit complicated. The person in the photo was someone Seo Young-woo knew. Dr. Jung. The official looked flustered. Oh, how do you know Dr. Jung Ki-hoon, Detective Seo? Jung Ki-hoon was a well-known weapons developer in the other world. A Korean American, he returned to Korea in 2000 when the gate opened and war broke out against the monsters, dedicating himself to developing weapons. Some of the weapons Seo Young-woo used were designed by Jung Ki-hoon. Even the pink compact caseless pistol that Lee Seon-hwa used had been personally modified and enhanced by Jung Ki-hoon at Seo Young-woo's request. But there was no reason to tell a government official in this world such things. He improvised an excuse. I read about him in an article. Most people outside of academic or technical fields wouldn't know who he is. I happened to see an article about Dr. Jung. I have a good memory for faces. It helps with catching criminals, but aside from what I read in the article, I don't know much about him. Could you explain who he is? Seo Young-woo had no idea what kind of life Jung Ki-hoon led in this world. He wanted that information. Dr. Jung Ki-hoon is a mechanical engineer conducting research in the US. He's also a physicist. He has an outstanding reputation in both fields. Oh, and his nationality is American. He's a Korean American. Seo Young-woo thought to himself, so, in this world, he's been living in America the whole time. The official continued explaining. He's been providing a lot of consultation for our national defense research. He came to Korea to attend this international academic seminar. And since our government owes him a lot, we can't treat him poorly, but directly offering him money would attract unwanted attention from the US government. If it looks like we're trying to recruit him, that wouldn't be good for either side. So instead, we're making sure to show him proper hospitality. The security support is part of that. Ah, I see. But why me, of all people? When we offered security support, they specifically requested Detective Seo Young-woo. Seo Young-woo's expression stiffened slightly. Why? How do they know me? Don't tell me Dr. Jung has figured out that the other world exists? He swallowed hard. If someone had discovered the existence of the other world, his current relaxed, leisurely, and comfortable life would be over from then on. He'd have to run around figuring out who knew what. Why me? It's because of the video where you caught Lee Seon-hwa's stalker. That video went viral in the US apparently. Even Dr. Jung Ki-hoon's daughter saw it. Ah, now the situation made sense. So I was called here because of Jessica. It's not because they know about the other world well. Of course, people from this world figuring that out would be impossible. His tension eased. In the other world, Jung Ki-hoon had a daughter named Jessica Jung. She was an adult. From the age of the twins, Park Ha-yeon and Park Da-yeon, and beyond, the same individuals existed in both worlds. It was only natural that Jessica existed in this one as well. Seo Young-woo met Jung Ki-hoon and Jessica at the hotel in Samsung-dong. He greeted them first. I'm Seo Young-woo, I'm Jung Ki-hoon, and this is my daughter, Jessica. In the other world, Seo Young-woo had once saved their lives. But they didn't recognize him. Of course, we probably never had any connection in this world. Jessica's eyes sparkled as she excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, you're really the guy who went, Pap, in that video?" In the other world, Jessica spoke fluent Korean. She had been born in the US but had grown up in Korea since childhood, so it was only natural. In this world, Jessica also spoke Korean well, but her accent felt slightly unnatural. Did she learn Korean from watching videos? Yes. Wow. Then let's have a match. A match? What do you mean? I have a black belt in Taekwondo too. What about Kendo? Whoa, how did you know I have a Kendo rank? Can you just tell by looking? It wasn't just from looking. In the other world, Jessica had awakened a swordsmanship skill. You just seem like someone who would like swords. Jessica got even more excited. Wow, you really are like Conan, just like a real detective. ES Entertainment's president, Oh Dong-chul, shouted from his office. We finally got an event. All 4 members of 4 Cats jumped up at the same time. Seo Sora raised both arms high. Hooray, I can finally pay off my laptop debt, no more errands. Yoon Nana asked, what kind of event is it? Oh Dong-chul grinned as he explained. Originally, another girl group was scheduled for this event, but they had a scheduling conflict and couldn't make it, so we're taking their place. Yoon Nana looked slightly disappointed. Oh, so we're just a backup. Our historic first event is as a fill-in. The twins protested. You said you'd get us a good event. The president gave up on us and is selling us as leftovers. If this was the plan, you should have let us do tag gaming tournament event. There were probably people there who remembered our dad. Oh Dong-chul quickly explained, hey, this isn't just any backup gig, it's a major international academic seminar at a hotel in Samsung-dong. It's an important event, so a lot of big companies will be there. You're performing at the banquet dinner of the seminar. That means your first event isn't even a domestic one. It's an international one. You're debuting on the global stage. Isn't that amazing? The twins immediately changed their stance. From now on, we specialize in backup gigs. Woohoo, we're international backups now, Yoon Nana asked. What kind of seminar is it? Something about physics and mechanical engineering. I didn't really get it. We don't have to do any event support work, right? Nope, all you have to do is perform. Oh, and after the performance, they'll provide dinner there. You'll get to eat among famous scientists and company executives. Seo Sora looked worried. What if all those nerdy scholars get so mesmerized by my charm that they can't even eat properly? Oh Dong-chul responded, Nana, if you have any leftover meds, share some with Sora. Seo Young-woo was assigned to guard Dr. Jung Ki-hoon at the International Academic Seminar held at a hotel in Samsung-dong. Though it was called security detail, there wasn't much to do. Jung Ki-hoon's daughter, Jessica, complained, I thought Mr. Seo would be a lot cooler when guarding someone. Cooler, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes, immediately taking down any suspicious person you see? There aren't any suspicious people here. No one was approaching Jung Ki-hoon with ill intent, nor was anyone making any unusual movements. Killing intent could be detected using his perception skill, and suspicious movements were easily caught thanks to the synergy between his perception and shooting skills. Jessica pouted. TCHI was really looking forward to seeing some real action. The best case scenario is for that not to happen. In the afternoon, Jung Ki-hoon had a lecture scheduled to present a theory he had announced a few days earlier. 100 chairs were set up in front of the podium. Academics and industry professionals filled every seat, and there were still many people standing in the back due to the lack of space. Jung Ki-hoon began explaining a physics theory that even Seo Young-woo was familiar with. Seeing this, Seo Young-woo was slightly taken aback. Why is Dr. Jung only presenting this now? In the other world, Jung Ki-hoon had completed this theory much earlier. Right, in the other world, Dr. Jung received massive funding. Maybe that's not the case here. In the other world, government and corporate research funds were heavily directed toward weapons development. Jung Ki-hoon from that world was an internationally renowned weapons developer, so he received ample research funding. He used that funding not only for weapons development but also for advancing theoretical physics. Wait, this theory, it's a bit different from what I heard before. He had heard the conclusion of this theory from Jung Ki-hoon before, but since it was a long time ago, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. However, he was certain there was a discrepancy. The lecture went on for quite a while. As he continued listening, he realized the reason for the difference. Ah, right, Dr. Jung once said he had initially published this theory with errors. A month after the theory was published, a university research lab had identified the errors and presented a rebuttal. Only then did Jung Ki-hoon realize the flaws in his theory and publicly apologize. So this is the uncorrected version. That means the Jung Ki-hoon here is going to end up embarrassed a month from now. Just like in the other world, he's going to have to apologize in both worlds. By the time Seo Young-woo had heard about this theory, the errors had already been corrected. He couldn't recall the exact equations, but he wasn't too concerned. In the other world, Jung Ki-hoon had corrected the errors after his public apology and successfully completed the theory. He'll probably do the same here. That evening, 4 cats walked onto the stage at the International Academic Seminars Banquet Hall. Seo Sora spoke. I thought the boss was exaggerating when he said it was an international event, but it looks like it's true. I took a peek, and there are a ton of foreigners in the audience. Yoon Nana's voice trembled slightly. Sora, I'm nervous. Why now? It's our first real event. There will be fewer people than when we performed at the broadcast station. Just relax. As they stepped onto the stage, Park Ha-yeon suddenly pointed. Ah, Detective D is over there. Seo Sora turned her head. Why is Oppa here? This isn't even his precinct. He's right over there. The venue wasn't a professional concert hall, so the stage lights didn't completely obscure the audience. Seo Sora spotted Seo Young-woo as well. Oh my, you're right, and he's sitting at the front table? Wasn't that supposed to be the VIP section? This time, Park Da-yeon spoke up. Detective D is with a woman. As expected of D, the irresistible D, although Jung Ki-hoon was Korean American, his wife was a blonde American. Their daughter, Jessica, was a beauty who had inherited the best features of both East and West. Yoon Nana grumbled in frustration, not satisfied with being a top star. Now he's after foreign girls too? Seo Young-woo was equally flustered. Why are they here? He had already checked the list of performers for the event when he started his security duty in the morning. The documents he received listed a different girl group, not 4 cats. Still, he didn't take the situation too seriously. It wasn't like 4 cats were terrorists. But have they ever performed at an event before? Huh? Is this their first gig? Oh ho, that means money is coming in. I should tell them to bring home some fried chicken later. The performance of 4 cats began. They started with If We Could Meet Again. The song was good, they sang well, and the choreography fit perfectly. Even the foreign guests who were hearing the song for the first time were enjoying it. The second song was Smash It. Yoon Nana glared at Seo Young-woo as she sang with fierce energy. She was the type to perform better when she felt competition, so today, her singing was more powerful than usual. After a brief conversation between the MC and 4 cats, the third song, Little Baby Kittens, began. This time, the twins took center stage while Seo Sora and Yoon Nana stepped back to act as the counterparts to the baby kittens. Jessica leaned in close to Seo Young-woo and said, "Such an adorable song." Ah yeah, do you like songs like this? Me? You're watching with a smile. Ah well, 4 cats received lots of applause as they performed their 3 songs. After finishing Little Baby Kittens, they left the stage. As Yoon Nana walked off, she shot a glare at Jessica. Event staff guided them from the stage. Your seats are prepared over there. This way, please. At the farthest table in the banquet hall, Oh Dong-chul was waving at them. After the stage performances ended, people stood up and began moving around. Since Jung Ki-hoon was one of the key figures of this seminar, many people were looking for him, and he also had many people to meet. Seo Young-woo followed him closely for security. While he was walking, Yoon Nana sidled up to him and whispered, "Oh my, today it's a foreign beauty. Last time, it was an actress. Does your boss know you're fooling around here?" Seo Young-woo replied, "Of course, I'm working right now." Yoon Nana was startled. She had assumed he was just enjoying himself, not working after all. His police station was in the northern part of Seoul, whereas Samsung-dong was south of the Han River. "What? Why you're working here? This isn't even your jurisdiction." Jessica, standing beside them, interjected. "Mr. Seo is guarding my FT her today, but why are you saying such things to him?" Yoon Nana's face turned red. Ah, it's not that. She had assumed that last time, he was with an actress, and today, he was with a foreign beauty. Realizing her misunderstanding, she felt too embarrassed to even lift her head. I'm going." After Yoon Nana ran off in a hurry, Jessica asked, "Who was that?" "Someone you know, a friend of my sister." "She doesn't seem like just a friend of your sister." "She is." When Yoon Nana reached her group, Seo Sora asked, Why is Oppa here? Still fanning her flushed face with her hands, Yoon Nana replied. He's here to guard that guy over there. Park Ha-yeon was disappointed. I thought Detective D was supposed to be irresistible. Park Da-yeon stabbed a piece of meat with her fork and muttered. To think he'd settle for just one celebrity. Yoon Nana reached out and grabbed the plates in front of the twins. Our twins must be really full, huh? The moment their food was at risk, the twins immediately surrendered. We never said which celebrity, Unnie, you're a celebrity now too. Satisfied, Yoon Nana let go of their plates. Meanwhile, Seo Young-woo absent-mindedly watched the people Jung Ki-hoon was meeting. Then, upon spotting someone new, he was slightly startled. Wang Yuan? He knew Wang Yuan from the other world. They had never met in person. What he knew about Wang Yuan came from documents he had read, an analysis report on Wang Yuan in the past. In the other world, he's the 5th-ranked combat commander of China's awakened intelligence unit. But that was Wang Yuan's status in the other world. Since the parallel dimension split in 2000, many people had lived vastly different lives. Among the people around Seo Young-woo, the only one with the same profession in both worlds was Lee Son-hwa. Even then, in this world, she was a top star actress, while in the other world, she had never even landed a lead role and remained a supporting actress. Wang Yuan, what kind of job does he have here? Wang Yuan introduced himself to Jung Ki-hoon as the chief researcher at a Chinese company's laboratory. He also mentioned having worked briefly with a physicist that Jung Ki-hoon knew. Seo Young-woo casually observed Wang Yuan while analyzing the situation. In this world, Wang Yuan could have ended up as a researcher instead of joining the intelligence division. In the other world, to become the 5th-ranked combatant in China's awakened intelligence unit, he would have needed to awaken powerful combat skills and accumulate extensive battle experience. But in this world, combat skills didn't exist, and China had no awakened intelligence unit. The conditions between the two worlds were vastly different. Seo Young-woo focused his detection skill on Wang Yuan. Using the skill in active mode like this would put it on cooldown, preventing him from detecting killing intent for a while. It wasn't a good idea to do this during a security mission. Still, he had to check. Wang Yuan from the other world was a potentially dangerous individual. No killing intent was detected from Wang Yuan in this world. At least he's not here to kill anyone. Seo Young-woo's assignment to guard Jung Ki-hoon lasted from the daytime event until the evening banquet. The security detail wasn't because Jung Ki-hoon was in any danger but was provided by the government as a courtesy for his contributions to national defense science research. So once the banquet ended, Seo Young-woo's duty was officially over. Jung Ki-hoon extended his hand for a handshake. Detective Seo Young-woo, thank you for today. I'm glad nothing happened. Ha ha ha. What trouble could a mere scholar possibly get into? Regardless, I appreciate the Korean government's hospitality. Jessica also smiled. I'm a bit disappointed I didn't get to see Mr. Seo's amazing combat skills. If you ever visit America, let me know, we should spar. Seo Young-woo smirked. Jessica really loves fighting, no matter which world she's in. You'll get hurt. You must not know me well. I'm seriously strong with both fists and blades. Ah, I see. After exchanging goodbyes, they parted ways. Jung Ki-hoon and Jessica took the elevator upstairs. Seo Young-woo walked through the lobby, heading out of the hotel. Then, he suddenly stopped. Something about Wang Yuan from the banquet was still on his mind. So Wang Yuan is a researcher here. That was possible. But skill awakenings were often influenced by a person's abilities and talents. Jessica Jung, for example, had awakened a swordsmanship skill in the other world and was a black belt in kendo in this world. This feels off. Even though it bothered him, there was no clear way to verify Wang Yuan's identity. If he requested a background check on a foreigner named Wang Yuan through the police, someone would inevitably ask why he couldn't say it was because Wang Yuan was a high-ranking combatant in the Chinese awakened intelligence unit in the other world. Even if he did manage to request a check, it wasn't likely that the results would reach him by today, and there was no guarantee that the information would be genuine. Seo Young-woo recalled Jung Ki-hoon's schedule. Dr. Jung is leaving for America tomorrow. He turned around and walked toward the hotel front desk. Might as well rest here for the night. It's my first time staying in a hotel in this world. He planned to get a room on the same floor as Jung Ki-hoon and his daughter. After checking for available rooms, the staff informed him. It'll be 520,000 won. The price was higher than he expected, and that was for the cheapest room on that floor. If 520,000 won disappeared from a patrol officer's salary, the impact would be significant. If something happened, I could claim security expenses, but I'd rather not wish for an incident. In the other world, Jung Ki-hoon had contributed greatly to the war against the Gates by developing weapons capable of fighting monsters. Even though the Jung Ki-hoon in this world had nothing to do with him, Seo Young-woo still felt uneasy leaving after shaking hands with him and seeing his face. It reminded him of the Jung Ki-hoon from the other world. I'll have to dip into the 50 million won I took from that cultural artifact smuggler. Seo Young-woo asked the staff, "What's the cheapest room in this hotel?" "Excuse me, even a rooftop room is fine. There are no rooftop rooms in this hotel." There were in the other world. Seo Young-woo rented a cheap room. Even so, it still cost 200,000 won. "It's best if I can just rest without anything happening, even if it costs a bit of money." "I hope that's the case, but I need to prepare just in case." He took the hotel elevator and went up. The floor where he got off wasn't where the room he rented was. He had only rented that room to have a legitimate reason to stay at the hotel. His real target was the floor where Jung Ki-hoon and his daughter's room was located. He went there first and checked the emergency exit layout. "Wow, this is if someone wanted to break in, it'd be pretty easy. I should use this route too if things get urgent." Seo Young-woo continued investigating. He also noted the objects along the hallway and the structure of the walls along the route from the elevator. Once you turn one corner from Dr. Jung's room, it's a straight line to the elevator. Jessica Jung came out of her room after changing clothes. Seeing Seo Young-woo in the hallway, she jumped in surprise. "Oh my, I thought you left?" Jung Ki-hoon also opened his room door next to hers and showed a surprised expression. "Is there something you wanted to say?" The basic principle of bodyguard work is to stay close to the subject. To do that, he needed an excuse. Seo Young-woo improvised a reasonable one. "I wanted to ask Dr. Jung about the physics theory you presented at the seminar earlier." Jessica didn't believe that for a second. A detective asking about that physics theory? It's such an obvious excuse. He must be interested in me, right? "Well, my beauty does work everywhere." I was disappointed, thinking it didn't work this time, but it seems he's actually pretty persistent, following me all the way here. She smiled brightly and made a suggestion. "We're heading to the bar. Would you like to join us for a drink?" Jung Ki-hoon also encouraged him. "Let's talk while we drink." This was exactly the situation Seo Young-woo wanted. If they hadn't bumped into each other, he would have called Jung Ki-hoon to lure him out of the room anyway. "Let's go, it's on me." Four cats usually had a lot of spare time. Since today's schedule only had this one event, they enjoyed the banquet to the fullest. But they couldn't stay there forever. Although food remained, the banquet eventually ended, and they stepped outside. Seo Sora made a suggestion. "Since it's a rare opportunity, let's check out the hotel bar." The twins immediately agreed. "Wow, hotel bar. I'm going to drink a martini, just like in the movies." Yoon Nana scolded them. "You two are underage, no drinks for you." Park Da-yeon suddenly pointed toward the bar. "Ah, there's Detective Seo. Trying to distract me won't work. No drinks. I'm serious." "Oh, that foreign woman from earlier is there too." Yoon Nana quickly turned her head. "Huh?" They saw Seo Young-woo entering the bar with Jessica. Although Jung Ki-hoon was with them too, her eyes only caught Seo Young-woo and Jessica together. The twins spoke excitedly. "Wow, truly the irresistible Detective Seo. Looks like they're sticking together even at night." Yoon Nana's voice sharpened. "Maybe?" The quick-witted twins immediately changed their words. "He must still be on duty protecting her, working hard to safeguard the nation. More like protecting the earth, love and peace." "Ah, no, not love, honey, save me." At the bar, Jessica ordered a martini, but she was flustered. "What is this?" It wasn't the alcohol that confused her. Seo Young-woo was genuinely discussing physics with Jung Ki-hoon. Isn't he supposed to be a detective? In his world, basic astrophysics was common knowledge, even on morning talk shows. Because gates opened and monsters invaded from other worlds, people had a keen interest in astrophysics to explain those phenomena. While Seo Young-woo didn't have deep knowledge, he had picked up enough bits and pieces to hold a conversation. However, some concepts he knew either didn't exist in this world or were significantly different. After all, astrophysics had evolved into a new form after the gates opened. Jung Ki-hoon found Seo Young-woo's talk fascinating. "Your theory is quite novel. It's a bit different from existing models. Where did you learn this?" "It was a theory that didn't exist at all in this world." "Ah, well, I just studied a bit as a hobby." It does seem like a hobby, given how random the concepts are. But do detectives in Korea study astrophysics too?" Seo Young-woo, sipping a non-alcoholic cocktail, replied. I just scribbled down whatever came to mind. It seems quite systematic for mere scribbles though. Jessica, who barely knew any physics despite being the daughter of a famous physicist and mechanical engineer, couldn't follow the conversation at all. Moreover, she realized that Seo Young-woo hadn't followed her out of personal interest. Feeling she would just look foolish if she stayed any longer, she stood up. I'll go over there and have a drink by myself. You two can keep talking about boring physics. Seo Young-woo didn't mind Jessica was good with a knife, but not with her head. Seo Young-woo spent another hour at the hotel bar with Jung Ki-hoon. It's getting harder to keep the conversation going. At first, it was easy using theories non-existent in this world to prolong the conversation by introducing concepts Jung Ki-hoon had never heard of. He could keep him engaged. However, after an hour, Jung Ki-hoon understood the core concepts. From then on, he started asking more detailed and specific questions. Seo Young-woo didn't know that deeply what he had shared so far was only at the level of morning talk shows from his world. So Seo Young-woo made a suggestion. Shall we head back up? Ah, shall we? You must be tired from protecting me all day. I talked too much. Your theories were a bit eccentric, but they sparked my interest. Seo Young-woo and Jung Ki-hoon took the elevator up together. As Jung Ki-hoon got off the elevator, Seo Young-woo said, I'm also staying in this hotel, so if anything happens, contact me immediately. Ha ha ha, I wouldn't want to disturb your rest. Jung Ki-hoon walked down the hallway and opened his room door. He stepped inside a few steps, and stopped him. In the middle of the room, a man was sitting on a chair. Two more men were standing on either side of him. At first, Jung Ki-hoon thought he had entered the wrong room. Ah, sorry, I must have gotten the wrong. He immediately realized that couldn't be the case. This was a hotel. If it were the wrong room, his key wouldn't have opened the door. The fact that it opened meant that the people in front of him were intruders. Who are you? The man spoke while sitting in the chair. Dr. Jung, you're later than I thought. Do you know me? Not personally. No need to. The man grinned. All I care about is the Atlas project. Jung Ki-hoon's expression hardened. What? I need the design blueprint for the Atlas attitude control module. Who are you people? Just hand over the blueprint and we'll transfer $1 million immediately to a secure Swiss secret account, of course. I don't have the blueprint. You designed the core of that module. There's no way you don't have it. It's a classified document. It's not allowed to leave the lab. I don't have it, so get lost right now. The man remained unhurried. I know that much. That's why you're going to fly back to the US right now and steal the blueprint from the lab. I thought the door was locked. Jung Ki-hoon whipped around. Detective Seo Young-woo had entered through the door. The first thing that flashed through Jung Ki-hoon's mind was suspicion. Is Detective Seo in league with these guys? Is that why he's still at the hotel at this hour? It was a misunderstanding. Seo Young-woo had pressed the button for the floor above as soon as Jung Ki-hoon got off the elevator. After getting off upstairs, he had come back down to the lower floor and approached the corner of the hallway before Jung Ki-hoon opened the door. He noticed another presence inside the room the moment Jung Ki-hoon opened the door, having caught a faint sound as soon as Jung Ki-hoon entered the room. Seo Young-woo moved and caught the door before it closed, listening to their conversation. There were two reasons for his actions. First, he needed to understand the enemy's objective. Second, he needed to verify whether Jung Ki-hoon had already been bribed. In the other world, Jung Ki-hoon would never betray them, but here, Seo Young-woo didn't know him well yet. The conversation he overheard at the door was enough to grasp the situation. Seo Young-woo brushed past Jung Ki-hoon and said, I don't know what this Atlas project is, but I get your objective. Just because the other world was at war didn't mean there was no technological advancement. When researching weapons, derived technologies often emerged. Sometimes, researchers like Jung Ki-hoon funneled weapon development funds into other projects. And in that world too, there were those who targeted weapons manufacturing technology or its derivatives. Seo Young-woo said, industrial spies, huh? The man sitting in the chair frowned. So the bodyguard is still hanging around. We purposely chose a time when there wouldn't be one to avoid noise. Tisk. The man snapped his fingers and pointed at Seo Young-woo. Take care of him. Yes, sir. The two men at his sides drew knives from their pockets and advanced towards Seo Young-woo. Neither spoke another word since the door was already closed. They judged that Seo Young-woo would have no time to escape. They were wrong. Seo Young-woo had trapped them inside this room. The distance between them closed until their knives could almost reach him. The man on the right slowly raised his knife. He didn't intend to stab yet. Killing someone in a hotel would be problematic. He meant to press the blade to Seo Young-woo's neck and threaten him. Freeze! Seo Young-woo suddenly drove a hand strike into the man's neck. Gurk. The man on the right collapsed, clutching his throat after a short gasp. The man on the left was startled. He hadn't even properly seen how Seo Young-woo had subdued his partner. All he caught was a blur of movement, and his colleague went down without resistance. Shit. He instinctively swung his knife, thinking there must be an opening since Seo Young-woo had just attacked someone else. The blade drew a sharp arc through the air. But the knife didn't even get halfway to its target. Seo Young-woo grabbed the attacker's wrist firmly. When one awakens a shooting skill, strength and agility naturally improve. Though the enemy weighed more, Seo Young-woo was far stronger. Seo Young-woo twisted the man's wrist holding the knife. There was a sharp crack as the wrist broke. The man tried to scream, but before he could, Seo Young-woo struck his neck. Gek. The second man also crumpled to the floor. The man who had been sitting rose with a frown. Who the hell are you? Police? What? Seo Young-woo had been dispatched here as a police officer tasked with guarding Jung Ki-hoon for the day. Police cops who catch bad guys like you. The man moved his hand behind his back and said. That's not what I was asking. You've got some skills, but... Seo Young-woo didn't wait for him to finish speaking and dashed forward. The room was expensive and thus spacious, but still, it only took a big stride to close the distance. The man was different from his subordinates. As soon as Seo Young-woo moved, he drew a curved knife from behind his back and slashed at him. The crescent-shaped blade tore through the air menacingly. Seo Young-woo was faster. Before the blade was halfway through its arc, he grabbed the man's arm. At that moment, the man let go of the knife. The curved blade spun through the air towards Seo Young-woo's head. The man was confident. I got him. If Seo Young-woo had stood still, his head would have been split open, but there was no way he would allow that. Seo Young-woo broke the man's arm with a sharp snap and moved forward quickly. The spinning blade missed him completely and embedded itself in the wall behind. The man with the broken arm tried to scream. It wasn't just from the pain. He deliberately tried to shout loudly to draw Seo Young-woo's attention and use his good left hand to grab another knife from his waist during the distraction. But no voice came out. Seo Young-woo was already gripping the man's throat tightly. Only a short groan escaped from the man's mouth. Gurg. Even then, the man didn't give up. He hurriedly groped his waist with his left hand to find another knife. Nothing was there. My knife? Seo Young-woo, holding the man up by the neck with one hand, brandished the knife in his other hand. Looking for this? The man's eyes widened. The knife that had been on his waist just moments ago was now in Seo Young-woo's hand. Seo Young-woo lightly shoved the man away. He crashed into a table behind him and then dropped to the floor. Gek. The man struggled to breathe, but he couldn't catch his breath properly. Ga. He couldn't comprehend the situation. His knife skills weren't ordinary. They were honed through real combat and killing, yet those skills hadn't worked at all on Seo Young-woo. Between fits of coughing, the man asked, "You just what the hell cough are you?" Here's the second part ends. Subscribe us for more manhwa stories. Have a good day ahead.